between you and the county. The advert for employment was done centrally by the Public Service Commission. And then the pay agent is the Minister of Health. So the command, whoever is utilizing your services is actually the county. But we have had close to 2 years of struggle to see how these people can be transitioned to permanent and pensionable term. Now, even we had last year when CS Duala came in, he says that this is the matter to focus on, let alone interest changes. I want to believe that interest changed because you can see they have not been able to be transitioned as it was committed. And that is why Kenyan feel that the interest of the poor Kenyan is not prioritized, not considered as a matter of priority, because the figure that we are talking about is just 7.8 billion. This money will have actually come up through the process of, what do you call it, where you have the mid-term budgeting. Yes. The word is disappearing. But we expected that if you are prioritizing the matter of health and saying that health is one of the matter that we consider under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, then you say this is a matter that I will give anything to ensure that it is working. And remember, these are people who are working in a key sector where poor Kenyan depend on them, because a majority of these people who make decisions in our public setup do not seek services in our public facility. So the poor Kenyan who cannot actually go to Nairobi Hospital, Aga Khan Hospital, are the people who depend on this UHC staff. When the healthcare staff are not comfortable, you cannot really, they are mentally disturbed. You cannot really say that they will really give you that good time when you are a patient who is seeking services through them. So their mental status is corrupt with a lot of problems. They know they are going home, they don't have food, their kids have been sent away from school, they cannot afford, they cannot procure medical services. For 2 good years, you don't have that medical services. So it is a whole problem. And the pain that healthcare workers are going through.
Andrew, how do you make that comparison when you hear that State House has been allocated 17 billion shillings?
Mumbi, quite interesting. At times when Kenyans are suffering, and this budget ought to have brought hope in the livelihoods of many Kenyans based on the better agenda that this government thrives on. In terms of priorities, this budget that is being read today, I think Kenyans looks at the government and they feel their priorities have not been considered. If a better agenda for Kenya Kwanza government looks at health as one of the priorities, agriculture, one of the number one on the agenda, and then we ought to have allocated enough resources so that if we are looking at protecting Kenyans from hunger, and then food production is a priority, we ought to have prioritized that, and allocation of such resources is a priority. Health, from where my colleague George is coming from, we have a huge gap in terms of funding where our partners are left us. We have those PEFRA, the presidential aid that we are receiving from United States. It has left a gap of about 74 billion in our budget. And this has been harmonized, and which they talk about strategic policy which they are embedding in SHA. SHA itself has been underfunded. If you compare the figures, how it was funded in 2025 budget, SHA under UHC received 42 billion, and currently it has been allocated 8.9 billion. And we are talking about the PEFRA that was coming in handy, and it was funding about 74 billion. Now these funds, if we were getting our priorities right and we are allocating State House 17 billion, then what are the priorities in the State House other than the common mwananchi, the Mama Mboka? They were advocating that they will give universal health care. it leaves Kenyans wondering if the priorities or Kenyan priorities are being given a consideration. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Andrew. We're going to be crossing over to Uasin Gishu County. He's not ready yet. We're going to be speaking to our reporter, Simwa. But there is another issue coming out, Gibore, about the issue of management in the healthcare sector. Also, not just about the facilities, but looking at the transition from NHIF to SHA. Of course, there were issues in NHIF, but we still seem to be grappling with issues in SHA. What is the biggest issue when it comes to management in the healthcare sector?
Mombi, before we discuss about the management challenges that we have under the Social Health Authority, it is key to note that we are talking about the budget. And the Social Health Authority, as it has been it was established, it normally establishes three funds. The primary healthcare fund,
yes,
and we have also the emergency, chronic and critical care fund, and the social health insurance fund. For those who are contributing, they benefit. So let me start from the primary healthcare fund first. Okay. The primary healthcare fund is where now through this budgeting process, the government allocate resources so that all those who have actually registered through the Social Health Authority fund can seek services in the level 2, level 3, and some part of some services, especially the outpatient services, in the level 4, without paying anything. Now, if you look at that, that then bear the largest burden of what we expected. Now, the critical care fund picks there for those who have been admitted in the hospital with emergency issues, or you have any chronic illnesses, right, and you remember those chronic illnesses have already been highlighted. Which are they, and how much you can be able to expend on that. And also, once that has been there, also this comes through budget appropriation, so that the National Assembly allocates resources to cater for that. The two funds are very critical because at the end of the day, it is now tax. It is supposed to get money from the taxes. Where we have already, the budget that we are projecting, we are supposed to get that money. Right. Now, what is the total fund that is going toward the primary healthcare fund? Is around 19 billion. 19.1 billion. It is up from the 13 billion that we had from the last financial year. So is that enough? And I know that prior to the inception of the Social Health Authority, the projection was for us to have the comprehensive coverage at the primary level, we needed 75 billion. So when you tell me what has gone to State House versus what we are receiving for everyone who has registered under the Social Health Authority to get it for 15 million, 19 billion, then you get to understand that the priority area is not really matching. And so when you say that health is one of the priority area, we get confused. Now let me go to your direct question about the confusion about management. I can point out clearly that when we established the Social Health Authority, the transitional clause was more of blinded. We never thought about how to move from the NHF and the SHA to the SHA now. And that is why we still struggling to clear the pending bills from now what we call the NHF. However, without all those challenges, we can see now this financial year we are allocating around 4 billion to clear the pending bills. And that is not even sufficing because still we are not clearing the bills that we have under the NHF. So there was no, we ordered to have seen a clear charted path so that when you are moving from NHF to SHA, there will be no problem. Okay. And that's why you see this was a new act of parliament without taking much consideration from the NHF and hence never considered the clear pathway on how to move from NHF and SHA.
All right, thank you so much. We are going to continue in a few. Right now we're going to be going to Uasin Gishu County, Eldoret, and speak to our reporter Timothy Simwa, who is just getting the sentiments of the people there. What are their expectations ahead of the budget reading by CS Treasury John Mbadi? Good to see you, Timothy Simwa. What are the people's expectations there?
Well, Mumbi, right now I'm joined by members of the Chamber of Commerce from Uasin Gishu County. With us also we have the CEC in charge of trade within Uasin Gishu. We understand that this is a very critical area in terms of those people who do business within the county of Uasin Gishu. But most importantly, just to remember that at least 80% of Kenyans actually people are operating within the informal sector. So it's a very important day to them, just as it is for the rest of the country, when the CS Treasury John Mbadi will be walking to the National Assembly this afternoon to tell the country what they have in store in terms of the 2026-2027 budget, or rather financial year. Just allow me to, in the interest of time, to straight away walk into our interview. And with me I have the Vice Chair of the Chamber of Commerce, Uasin Gishu chapter. You will begin by telling us your name and perhaps just tell Kenyans, members of Uasin Gishu County, what really stands out in this year's budget. We have seen finance bill becoming a big issue in this country just 2 years ago. What stands out this time around in this budget?
Thank you. My name is Gilbert Serem, the Vice Chairman, KNCCI Uasin Gishu chapter. Today being a budget day, it is a critical day for economy, and we believe that the experts have sat and analyzed and focused on the key sectors of our economy. As a business community, we expect that the government has budgeted for a big issue that has been there for some time, because as we speak, we have cash crunch within our businesses, and that is pending bill. We wish that the minister will highlight on how to categorically clear pending bills that is eating into our businesses. Two is cushioning of our businesses and the general public in terms of the fuel prices that has been an issue for some few months ago. We expect that the government will budget something to cushion and at least his operation costs in for the businesses within our country. Two is the budget allocation, because we have an issue of unemployment as a general view, and we expect the government to budget good money for manufacturing, industrialization, because that will be the only game changer for the issue of unemployment within our country. Third one will be the fast-track infrastructure development that will ease the doing of business within our country and implement the projects that have been earmarked for implementation, because many a times we do the budgeting, we sign contracts, but it takes another 10 to 15 years to completion. That will lose value for money. And of course, the general economic well-being.
Just to make a follow-up question, and you mentioned very important things over there. This budget is approximately 4.8 trillion shillings, the biggest ever in our country's history. But then there is a concern that the government will have to find a way of raising at least 1.1 trillion in terms of deficits. Part of which will come from domestic borrowing. Mr. Serem, does this translate to more taxes on the part of Kenyans, or how exactly is the government supposed to raise this amount of money?
Thank you. It's a critical component point in that budget, because we many a times when the government say we are borrowing domestically, it's like you are denying the business people access to credit from the banks. Because more often than not, the banks will go to the government because it's a single borrower. And of course, it is very cheaper to recover. And that translates to the business people denied credit from the banks, and the interest rates definitely will go up because if we use credit score and so on, the government is credit worthy. more than the business people. For in our case, we might not say it's from the taxes and so on. We are yet to see what is in the budget policy, but from our end, we believe that the government should reduce the domestic borrowing there to almost zero, so that we get credit as business people. Thank you.
Thank you, Bwana Serem. CC, your name, and just within 2 minutes, kindly tell us, at the county level, we know that you're also doing your part in terms of revenue collection. Is there something that counties can do to make sure that you can improve, bearing in mind that most of the counties are still lagging behind in terms of collection of revenue, to bridge the deficits that exists? He has mentioned issues to do with the pending bills, stalled projects. What exactly can counties do to do that which maybe the government, the national government, can't do, looking at the issues to do with the budget?
Thank you very much. Uasin Gishu County is one of the counties that has a service center where we are trying to concentrate and digitalize all our revenue collection. So I think one of the things that will help counties is to digitalize everything and to make sure that revenue is collected only at the service center. And this is one of the counties in Kenya that has gone ahead and done that. So the other challenges that are there is we reduce human intervention in terms of collection of revenue. We ensure that all revenue is channeled to one source. So, and the other thing is to try to deal with cartels. And I think as a CC, I think that's why I have come. I'll be very firm on any leakages that are there, because with the leakages, counties don't get money. So we ensure that we close all the loopholes, and we ensure that all revenue is collected, and our own source revenue in Uasin Gishu County is going to go up. So I think that's what we are doing, and that's why today we have an engagement with the Chamber of Commerce to ensure that we engage on ease of business in this city, the fifth city of the Republic of Kenya. We ensure that it expands and we get other relationships even outside the country for what we are doing.
Thank you. Bwana Chairman, I'm told I'm running out of time, but just in a minute. He talked of ease of doing business. How easy is it for someone who wants to start a business, to get going, the current environment? What would be your assessment?
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Willie Kene, Chairman, KNCCI, Uasin Gishu County. I want to say that in terms of ease of doing business, Uasin Gishu County has been scoring, very well, especially for the last 6 years. We've been actually number 2, if I'm not wrong, in terms of ease of doing business compared to the other counties in Kenya. Today we've come here to have the same discussion, especially with the new CC, Dr. Philip Chebunet, to ensure that we continue having the best environment to trade. In terms of doing business, I can say yes, there are challenges in terms of multiple licensing, in terms of assessing funding for startups and even for expansion, and in terms of general environment of doing business. And that is why today we actually come to meet the new CEC so that we can have those discussions and have a good solution for our business people to ensure that they're able to do their business here in this county and Eldoret City.
Thank you very much, Bwana Chairman. I know these are discussions that will be going on even as we look at the issue of the national budget. At this point in time, Mumbi, allow me to hand over to my colleague, David Kagina, who is at the National Parliament, to bring us more, interviews from members of Parliament as we wait for that moment when the country will get to know what the CS Treasury, John Mbadi, has actually prepared for the country in the coming financial year. Kagina.
All right, thank you so much, Timothy Simwa from Eldoret right there. Indeed, here at Parliament, the conversation continues as to matters budget and what we anticipate today. And so when we mentioned budget is what has been allocated to be spent, on the other side we have a finance bill, which is how the money to be spent is meant to be collected. Joining me to dive deeper on matters taxation is Kenneth Karoga, who is the tax and transfer pricing manager at PKF East Africa. Welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Often in this country since 2024, we've had the hashtag reject finance bill. People do not understand why I have to be paying more taxes. Probably we can start from there. How important is these taxes?
Absolutely. So thank you for that question. I think when it comes to running an economy, basically there are two ways of running it. You either need to collect the money or you go and borrow it. And so what happens is whenever a finance bill is brought forward, they usually have some revenue estimates that they expect to collect with the finance bill. And so what happens is in the case of a reject finance bill, it really puts undue pressure on the government in terms of trying to, where does the deficit of that, the collections going to come from? Yeah, and so that's where it is a really tough balancing act. You can see from this finance bill 2026, they have tried not to introduce significant new taxes, just trying to widen the tax base and give the commissioner more powers in terms of where he can access information in terms of trying to assess tax on you as a taxpayer. Yeah, but I think the common theme on the ground is that people feel overtaxed and people are barely getting by. And so whenever they hear the word finance bill, it's like, oh, no, not again. Do they want to, what is this that they want to take away? So there is that negative perception when people just hear the word finance bill. But unfortunately, on the other end, it's the only way we can proceed as a government. So if as a country, so if you do have a deficit, the only way you can bridge that deficit is you either cut down on expenditure or you increase collections, which means more taxes. Yeah.
There's the other question where Kenyans hear the government singing of a very good chorus that the economy is doing nicely. We see publications even overall saying that the economy is doing nicely. However, on the pockets of Kenyans, they are not able to spend as much. That's why they are resistant to this taxation. What could be the explanation?
Yes. I think the plan, it goes down to feeling the value for money. So in anything, whenever you go and purchase, maybe you go to a restaurant and buy a plate of food, whatever you spend on the money, you need to feel that you get that sense of derivation from the amount that you spend. So unfortunately, when it comes to matters of the economy, the feeling is always that, yes, we do produce the money, but at the end of it all, we don't get any service delivery. So you'll still find the potholes on the road, you'll still find no medicine in the hospitals. Yeah, and the truth is be told, you'll see that the economy is doing well because you see the big cars. So when the big potholes, you buy bigger cars so that you don't really feel the big potholes. Yeah, so there is that feeling that yes, we look at the revenue authority, it has actually been collecting and the collections have been increasing. So the truth be told is that there is actually money that's running in the economy. And the main point of where the issue comes about is that we do not feel the money going to sort our problems. We still have issues of crime. We still have issues of education not working well, healthcare, and amongst the list is endless. And that is the concern for the common mwananchi.
And now, as a tax expert looking at the Finance Bill 2026-2027 as we have it, do you have, what do you make of it? Do you have any reservations? Are there things in there that are actually good for the country?
Yeah, okay. Yeah. I think they're both, they're good proposals, and there are also some tough proposals. Maybe I can start with the tough proposals. Mm-hmm. First thing is the commissioner is actually, so there is a proposal to actually amend the Tax Procedures Act. And there was a provision there that limited the KRA from coming to collect taxes if you have actually gone to appeal a tax case. Mm-hmm. And so what happens is that provision, with it being removed in the Finance Bill 2026, it means that the commissioner will be empowered to actually issue an agency notice as soon as once the decision has been given at the very first. Before you can even appeal, they are going to go ahead and attach your accounts and collect the money. And the issue goes is once they have your money, how do you get it back? Yeah? Time value of money. Are you going to be compensated if they pick it up here? So those are some of the harsh proposals we are seeing. We are seeing them trying to minimize time in terms of how much time is given to the taxpayer to comply. So they want to reduce the filing timeline. So for nil file returns, they're giving you only 1 month. And for the rest of the companies, they have been given 4 months, which is actually a very, very steep undertaking. As we are speaking, the 6 months are already very difficult. For those people in the audit field, they do understand how much work it actually goes to getting the financial statements ready and actually having your returns filed. So over and above that, not only have they reduced the timelines, they've even made it more difficult for you, because now we are talking about pre-populated returns. And so as a taxpayer, your work is actually trying to reconcile, because they are telling you, you owe us tax of this amount. And so your work is to try and tell them, okay, I think I should owe this much because you need to provide a reconciliation. So it is becoming a very, very difficult task trying to manage tax compliance within the businesses.
All right, and even as we wrap up, what would be your take home from the entire budget and finance bill conversation 2026-2027?
Yeah, I think the bottom line is we need to tighten our belts. It's going to be a very difficult road ahead. We've seen some of the things like, so with the rise of fuel and having to reduce the VAT rate means that you collect even less in taxes, means that it is expected that the deficit will even grow larger. So I think we'll try and see how the balancing act is going to happen in the current 2026-2027 financial year.
Thank you so much for your time. That has been Kenneth Karoga, the Tax and Pricing Transfer Manager at PKF, weighing in on the issue of the budget as well as the Finance Bill 2026-2027. For now, we head for a short commercial break, but remember, the wall-to-wall coverage of today's budget reading continues. I'm David Kagina.
Meme TV.
Gharama ya mafuta inazidi kupanda na shinikizo ni kwa wanaotumia magari kwa shughuli za kila siku.
Nashaona tofauti ya kuendesha gari ya mafuta na gari ya gas.
Lakini sasa kuna uvumbuzi unaoshika kasi kwa hisani ya autogas.
Kutoka niwekewe gas niko na miezi 6 sasa, na kutoka nianze kuendesha gari ya gas naona iko na faida kubwa sana, manake gas ni nusu ya mafuta.
Magari mengi yakiacha petroli na dizeli na kuhamia kutumia gesi.
Pahali nilikuwa natumia petrol station nikiweka mafuta ya 4000, sasa hivi ninaweka 2000 na chapa the whole day.
Lakini je, teknolojia hii ni salama kiasi gani?
The safety of this system is too high compared even for that of petrol.
Na inaweza kuwa mustakabali kwa usafiri nchini Kenya.
Tunafaa kufanya kitu inaitwa education, just basic education about autogas, na to make sure kila mtu understand.
Usikose makala maalum kuangazia swala hili Ijumaa hii saa 3 usiku kwenye runinga ya Kameme TV.
Mtumaini Bwana kwa moyo wako wote, wala usitegemee ufahamu wako mwenyewe. Katika njia zako zote mtambue, naye atazielekeza njia zako. Mithali sura ya 3 mstari wa 5 hadi wa 6.
Ili kuset Mtumaini Bwana kama skiza tune yako, dial *811 *618#.
From 11 11th June to 19th July. Everything can wait. The FIFA World Cup 2026. Get DSTV access for as little as 1,450 Kenya shillings today.
Gatatu tariki 10 na kana tariki 11 June, kambuni ya Pwani Oil na Kameme Kayoka Mwige nitugacira matũra-inĩ ma Murang'a, Kĩgumo na Maragwa kunyitanĩra na arĩmi arĩa maigaga ng'ombe cia iria. Nĩtũgoka gũkuonia njĩra njega ya gũkama ũkĩhũthĩra maguta ma Sour Milk Jelly marĩa makoragwo marĩ soft na matigagĩrĩra atĩ ng'ombe yaku nĩ ĩrakamĩka na njĩra njega ũũ atĩ ndĩhithaga iria. Oho Pwani Oil nĩ makũreheire supplement ta Ama Energy, supplement ĩrĩa ĩteithagĩrĩria ng'ombe yaku ĩkagĩa na hinya wa mwĩrĩ na koguo ĩkongerera production.
Karibu! Leo pork ni poa kuliko mpoa wako na haiko ghost. Hii iko na protein safi. Unaanza na 4-pack, unaamka na 8. Hii imeenda. Pork iko na selenium, inalinda immunity kama bouncer. Na iko na vitamin B1, unaingia shift leo, unatoka kesho na nguvu. Ingia utoke na testimony. Ewa yote, wet fry, dry fry, stew, choma. Fuel ni pork, focus ni pork, boost ni pork, pork power. Pork safi, life safi. Wananiita Professor Power. Ukisikiza wengine utachanganyikiwa.
Jipatie power na Farmers Choice Pork inayopatikana kwa stockist, butchery au supermarket kote nchini. Farmers Choice Pork ni pork safi, life safi.
Thank you so much for staying here with us on K24 and Kameme TV. We continue to wait for the fiscal framework for financial year 2026-2027 from the government or Treasury CS John Mbadi later in the afternoon. And Andrew, I know you're in a hurry. You have to take care of some business. But before we let you go, we do want you to clarify something. You mentioned about the Abuja Treaty that required for African countries that did sign this treaty to allocate at least 15% of the total budget to healthcare. You know, the current allocation right now that the budget the CS is going to read this afternoon stands at 3.5%. I mean, it's actually the lowest in East Africa. Look at countries like Rwanda, Uganda, Tanzania, yet we pride ourselves as an economic giant in East Africa, Andrew.
Yes. Thank you, Mumbi. This brings a perspective on where we, as Kenyans, as we pride to be the giants in terms of economic power in the region, we sign treaties with friendly partners or nations in terms of looking at how are we taking care of certain sectors. Health is a priority, and we look at globally how other countries are doing. And when we came up with the Abuja Treaty in 2001, it was to ensure that we continuously improve our health sector. And therefore, it is just good manners to compare where are we right now.
Right.
And looking at our neighbors, we realize we are doing so bad. Even South Sudan, that is our young nation, has allocated more than Kenya has allocated their budget on health. Look at Rwanda, and when you look at the economic activity drivers that are making the to run the country budget, you realize you have various segments that you can rely on. And Rwanda is just doing basic service delivery in terms of ensuring transformation of the nation. And that is how they are prioritizing health and giving it at least, say, 12% in terms of allocation. Kenya, we stand at the worst scenario in terms of health priority, and it leaves Kenyans vulnerable. And we cannot even brag that we are now economic giants if we are not getting priorities, and this is a basic a need that government should prioritize to give Kenyans.
Right.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Andrew, for your time. As you make your final remarks, thank you for your contributions once again.
Thank you, Mumbi. Kenyans are looking forward to see how this trickles down to the common mwananchi. Where I come from, Malava Sub-County Hospital, we would be looking forward, especially the primary health care, of which this government has prioritized. We would like to see basic items being provided. There are no medicine in those hospitals. You go to dispensaries, you go to that level 2 or 3 hospital, there are no drugs. Patients are supposed to go and buy drugs from their pockets, yet Exchequer is committed that is funding this. Yesterday, the PS talked about surcharging those officers who will send patients away. We'd like to see this happening. The implementation of this mere rhetoric is what we'll be looking forward to. In terms of Kenya Kwanza agenda, then we wish them well, but it is a challenge based on the numbers that we have, if we are going to get it right.
Right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for making time for us, Andrew. Makaku Mulo Goli, who is a CPA and the audit manager and ISPAC member. Thank you so much, Andrew, once again for your contributions. And of course, we are continuing with this conversation with George Gibore, who is the SG and CEO of Kenya Union of Clinical Officers. And I do want to get your thoughts on, you know, what we've just talked about with Andrew Gibore. You know, Kenya priding itself as an economic giant in East Africa. You know, when you hear President William Ruto talk about infrastructure, the reason why fuel prices have to go higher is because we have to build more roads, you know, and so forth. So, Gibore, what do you make of this? 3.5%, yet the Abuja Treaty 2001 capped it at 15% at least.
Yeah, I think, Mombi, let me be clear without mincing my word. I will just call this misplaced priority, that our rhetoric does not match our actions. Because if you look at about whatever we are projecting versus the Kenya Kwanza promises to Kenyan in terms of the health, I think if I was the president, I will put more energy to ensure that health is working and working optimally to the extent that Kenyan can feel like this at least has worked.
Right.
And you know, this being one of the free, let me say, one of the last financial year toward the next election, I think those who are advisors of the president will have encouraged him to do at least much more. Away from the 170, I think I will want Kenyan to know the kind of allocation we have currently, the way it is broken down.
Yes.
Under primary health care, we have projected that we are going to finance primary health care services, and that's community health promoters included, because then we pay them under the same dispensaries and health centers. That's 19.1 billion. So we, under the Social Health Authority, we have 3 funds, but the other fund, which is going to get 4 billion, is the Emergency, Chronic and Critical Care Illness Fund. So that money is intended to cover the treatment for chronic and emergency and critical illnesses for all the patients across all facilities. So whether that is enough, I think everyone will understand that it doesn't really match the need.
Right.
And that's to mean then more Kenyans will be exposed by virtue of thinking that this can be able to suffice. But under the, you remember we have a total of 175. So we also have Global Fund programs. These are programs which are HIV, which were being funded probably through our friends, our partners, the HIV AIDS, TB program, malaria, and the malaria intervention that we normally have in our country. So all this is the money that now is projected to be in our sector. But the overall sector allocation, as I've already pointed out, is 175 billion, which focus to support the UHC, that is the universal health coverage, which is the biggest agenda, afya nyumbani, kama vile ambavyo serikali inatamka, a health system strengthening and a specialized care. So all that is the money. But we know the government has also projected through the mandatory, what we call mandatory subscription or contribution under the Social Health Authority, which those who are in formal sector, those who are contributing, we are going to, they are projected that we are going to raise around 174 billion. Realistically, so I wonder how that will be magic, because for the last years, of course, we have seen some increment. Previously, the first year of the Social Health Authority, we were doing between 60 to 70 billion contribution, and then we moved to close to around, I think we moved to around 100 and something billion, maybe very specific. Yeah, we moved close to around 142 billion. That's the close where we are. This is according to the report for the financial year 2025-2026 under the chief contribution now. We are now projecting that amount. The key thing that we need to notice between the financial year 2024-2025, those who are actively contributing shifted from 4 million to 5 million, the additional of 1 million. So there is an expectation that we may be having an additional contributors to this fund, because the total registered currently stand around 27 million. So out of 27 million, only 5 million contributing actively. What does that tell you? That we are not doing very well, and the government need to change their tax in terms of how do you ensure that people are able to willingly, even those who are not in formal sector, to contribute to support the service delivery under the Social Health Authority.
Thank you, Gibore. We're going to be crossing over to Kirinyaga County and speak to our reporter Wainaina Kiarie, who is speaking to the people there, getting their views, their thoughts ahead of the budget reading later today by Treasury CS John Mbadi. A lot of expectations. Wainaina Kiarie, if you can hear me, what are people saying in Kirinyaga County?
Saa 8 za mchana siku ya leo, macho yote ya Wakenya atakuwa yanatazamia bunge la kitaifa kuweza kusikiza waziri wa fedha John Mbadi akiweza kusoma bajeti ya mwaka wa 2026-2027 ambayo ni bajeti Wakenya watakuwa wanasubiri kwa sana ili kuweza kusikia ni mambo gani ambayo imewekwa kwa ile bajeti, ikikumbukwa kwamba Wakenya wamekuwa miezi kadhaa ambayo imepita, Wakenya wamekuwa wakilia kwamba gharama ya maisha imeweza kupanda sana, ikikumbukwa kwamba bei ya mafuta imeweza kupanda na kuweza tu kuadhiri bei za bidhaa zingine hapa nchini. Pia kwenye ile miradi ambayo iliweza kuanzishwa na serikali ya Kenya Kwanza, kuna ingine kwa mfano hapa kaunti ya Kirinyaga imeweza kusimama, ingine bado inaendelea lakini inajivuta kwa upole sana, na wakazi wa kaunti ya Kirinyaga wamekuwa wakilalamika sana kwa hii serikali. Kwa hivyo hii bajeti ambayo ni ya shilingi trilioni 4.8, Wakenya watakuwa nasubiri sana ili kuweza kusikia ni mambo gani ambayo imewekwa kwa hii bajeti. Ikumbukwa kwamba wakulima kuna zile ahadi ambazo waliweza kupewa na Rais William Ruto pamoja na serikali yake, watakuwa wanaweza kusubiria ili kusikia kama zile ahadi ambazo walipewa zimeweza kuwekwa kwa hii bajeti, na kama zile fedha ambazo waliambiwa zitakuwa zinawekwa kwa kilimo zimeweza kutengwa, na labda kama zitakuwa zinaachiliwa. Kwa hivyo kwa sasa tuweze tu kusikiza maoni ya wakazi wa hapa kaunti ya Kirinyaga kutokana na hii hii bajeti ambayo wanasubiria, labda wako na wanatarajia nini kutoka kwa ile bajeti ambayo itakuwa inasomwa siku ya leo?
Majina, mimi naitwa Peter Kiilu. Mimi ni manager wa Kena Sacco. Tuko hapa kuangalia hali ya budget. Pile budget inasomwa leo na ni lazima tuangalie tuone shida iko wapi katika budget, ama ni nzuri ama ni mbaya. Kitu wa kwanza, hii budget inaonekana ina kasoro nyingi sana. Kasoro wa kwanza ni ile pesa ziko hapo trilioni 4 na tangu wakati wa mzee Jomo Kenyatta haijaonekana kama hiyo. Kwa hivyo sisi kama wenye magari, kile tungetaka sana, hata ikiwa ule anaitwa Bati ndio minister wa budget aliandika na kapitisha, kitu wa kwanza ni petro disheri sianguke sote, kwa sababu hizo ndio sinapepa mwananchi wa kawaida. Angalia, kila mtu wa kulima anatumia dizeli, ule mtu mwenye magari anatumia dizeli. Saa hii ukiangalia katika stage kama hii ya Kirukuya tuko, gari zote zimerara. Kwa sababu gani? Kwa sababu ya dizeli iko juu, mwananchi ana pesa ya kwenda Nairobi. Na sisi kama watu wa magari hatuwezi tukaongeza pay, kwa sababu pay tukiongeza mwananchi hana pesa. Tuseme ipi? Budget ilipangwa ni Mbati ndio minister wa budget. Na hata tukiongea saa hii, naongea saa hii Ngiwa Kiilu saa hii, hakuna kitu kinaweza pandrika, walipitisha. Lakini tunasema hii serikali inapakiza mwaka, tutaondoa tuweke wale watu wazuri wanajarai maslahi ya wananchi wa kawaida. Saa hii ukiangalia hospitali, watanganya watu hospitali ina dawa. Ukienda hapa Kirukuya, hata pana ndo wezi pata. Nenda ile ingine, hata pana ndo wezi pata. Nenda kwa saa hakuna kitu inafanya. Mwananchi anaumizwa wa Kenya. Kwa hivyo tunaongojea mwaka mmoja ukiisha, watu wote wa mbunge, ma MCA, wale wengi maminista waende nyumbani. Kile kingi naweza sema, Mr. huyu anaitwa Rigathi ajipange na watu wake, wajipange vizuri. Tutawapea kura, tuwapee kura, hata wakitaka yangu leo naweza umpelekea nyumbani akae nayo. Kwa hivyo hakuna, hata budget inasomwa leo na hakuna kitu mwananchi atasaidika naye. Thank you.
Ruba Abdullahi, igomba hii serikali nakumbuka sana ikituahidi itakuwa kwa wananchi wale wako chini, lakini kufika saa hii hakuna maendeleo imefanya na hakuna kitu imefanya. Wasidanganya watu ati kuna kitu wamefanya. So ningependa kama ni budget inasomwa leo, wapunguzie watu wale wako chini. Watu wale wako chini, kitu ya kwanza ni kitu ya kukula. Kitu ya kukula watu hawana, ni watu wengi sana wanalala njaa. Na wako na serikali yao ile ambapo walichagua na kura yao. So wakumbuke watu wale wengi wanalala njaa. So wakikula wakichiba, wasidhani wengine wamekula wamechiba. Wanaongezea wananchi mizigo, so wapunguzie wananchi mizigo. Unaona, kama ni kwa hospitali wakuwe na madawa, wakuwe na chakula ya kukula. So mtu kama hana kitu ya kukula, hauwezi fanya kazi na hauwezi fanya chochote. Wapunguzie watu chakula, na chakula inawatumika kwa mafuta. Kama ni petrol imeongezewa, diesel imeongezewa. Na nakumbuka sana wakisema tukichagua hii serikali bei ya mafuta itakuwa chini. Sasa hii bei ya mafuta iko juu. Kitu haijawahi onekana, diesel iko juu ya petroli. Sisi hatutumiagi magari za petroli, tunatumiaga diesel. So haijawahi patikana kama hiyo tena.
Mimi naitwa Samuel Kamule, mimi ni mkaanji wa Kirinyaga County, na mimi ni mfanyi biashara, na mimi ni mkulima wa kahawa, wa majani chai na wa mchele. Nikiongelea kuhusu budget ya siku ya leo ambayo inasomwa na minister wetu wa finance Mr. Mbandi, naweza ongea kwamba Mr. Mbandi umekuwa umetusomea budget mbili. Hii ni budget yako ya pili na umetusomea vizuri sana. Makaratasi ndio uko na mingi ya kutusomea, lakini ile kitu tunaita implementation ya ile kitu unaandika hakuna kuimplement. Kama mambo na biashara ya watu wa magari, petrol station, mambo na petrol na diesel, inaona kila kitu ni kuongeza mafuta. Juzi mliongeza mafuta, mkapeleka wakubwa wa magari kwa country room, mkawaongeresha. Mkawaambia mtashukisha mafuta tarehe 14 mwezi huu, na tunaona hiyo yote hakuna kufukisha mafuta. Hiyo ni watu mlichukua pale, mkapeleka brokers, mkaingiza pale, ndio mundanganye wananchi wa magari ya kwamba kuna mafuta mnapunguza. Tunajua hiyo ni uongo, mkiongozwa na kiongozi Bwana Wandai. Jambo la pili ni kwamba Bwana Mbandi, tumezoeana na wewe tena. Mambo na majani chai, umekuwa ukindanganya wananchi ya kwamba majani chai utaangalia bei yake, utawashughulikia. Kumbe hiyo yote ni uongo na ni uongo tupu. Leo tunataka kuhesabu tena uongo yako. Ukinyima wana majani chai pesa yao ya bonus, na venye wako na majani chai mzuri na wao wanalima vizuri. Ukiangalia wale wazee ambao wanalima majani, wazee ambao wako na mashinda, wamama wanatoroka, manake hakuna pesa inaingia kwa mfuko, haswa wapande ya watu wa majani chai, manake umekuwa unapora kila kitu, unakata pale juu. Huyu mwanafunzi wa mfanyikazi wa mkulima wa wanachai hawezi pata kitu, manake ila pesa yake yote wewe unachukua.
Shukran sana. Ni baadhi tu ya maoni ya wakazi wa kaunti ya Kirinyaga wakiweza tu kupeana hisia zao kwa ile bajeti ambayo itakuwa inasomwa siku ya leo na waziri wa fedha John Mbadi, na labda yale tu wameweza kupeana ni baadhi tu ya maoni ya yale tu wanasubiria kuona kama yatakuwa yanasomwa kwa ile bajeti ambayo waziri Mbadi atakuwa anaipeana siku ya leo. Na kama vile umesikia kwamba ni Wakenya wengi wanaweza kulia kutokana na kupanda kwa gharama ya maisha, bei ya mafuta kupanda hapa nchini. Sasa hivi tu wanasubiria kuona kama serikali ya Kenya Kwanza itakuwa inazusha ule mzigo ili kuweza kuhakikisha hawa wa Kenya watakuwa wanarejeshewa ile furaha ambayo wamekuwa nayo hapo. Kwa sasa hivi niweze tu kurejesha upande wako wa studio.
Thank you so much, Wainaina Kerie in Kirinyaga, capturing the views of the residents of Kirinyaga County. A lot of them are, complaining about the current economic situation, the current government. We continue with, to talk to our reporters before we hear, of course, from Treasury CS John Mbadi later in the afternoon, who will be reading the budget for financial year 2026-2027. The highest yet in Kenya's history at 4.8 trillion shillings. We continue with this discussion right here. And here in studio with me, of course, once again, is George Gibore, who is the SG and CEO of Kenya Union of Clinical Officers. Gibore, when I was talking to some of the residents in Kirinyaga, there were, of course, grievances about lack of drugs in hospitals and whatnot. How much are governors to blame for all of this?
I think those are some of the issues that county government have been grappling with. When we were coming up with this constitution, the expectation of Kenyan was like once we devolve these services, then we will get services closer to us. And we must acknowledge what has happened at the county level. Most of the counties have actually increased the number of facilities, have established facility near to people, and it is shocking to note that some of those facilities have no healthcare workers. But even when they have, a majority of those facilities are not well equipped and do not have the requisite medication, medicine that people want. Laboratory are dysfunctional, and to that extent, then it doesn't serve the purpose. I must say that most county enjoy bricks and mortar rather than really the comprehensive package of the medical, the health sector. Health is a system which needs a lot of things for it to work. You need buildings, that's the infrastructure. You need equipment, you need drugs, you need healthcare workers, which is the pivotal role, who plays the pivotal role to ensure that services is happening. For service, so is a pipeline for service to be said to have been offered. You started at a certain point to bring everyone jointing and to ensure that now it can work like the way any other system can work. So with that, I think when people complain about lack of medicine in their hospital, they are sent to buy outside. It is true. Majority of the counties are affected with that, and that's why they are conflicted whether really the counties have a priority, have placed their priority right where Kenyan need it. And we talk about this because then we always compare private versus the public facility. These county governors, the governors, are in charge of the public facilities. Right. When we devolved this stuff, we were doing actually 60% in private, and then we went to 40% in public. Now we changed that matrix after 8 years of devolution to 60-40%. So 46 services in public facility, private facility, and 60%. That's the estimate. Now, what has not been appreciating is the budget allocation, which is not commensurating with the need that we have in the public sector. So the development and that we expected in the public facility has now stagnated, more of reaching our exponential stage where we cannot appreciate anything. But of course, there have been some hindrance where counties will cry of services without funding from the national government, which is also affecting the county. We must appreciate it that way, that there are counties who have goodwill. They are doing the right thing, but the resources that they have been given is not commensurating with the services they ought to give to Kenyan. And that creates a lacuna for them that they can't meet the expectation of their people.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, clearly health is devolved, and we have been under devolution for, since 2013. Would you say that, or according to your opinion, have past allocations translated into maybe better outcomes, or has it gotten worse?
Under the county?
Yes, under the counties in previous governments.
Yeah, there are indicators that clearly point to better results, but also because, like, if you look at assistant deliveries, I think we have been on the upper trajectory, and also early detection of condition, referral system. I think there have been some change, so to say. But I think there have been the biggest problem is about priority basis in terms of healthcare workers, who have said that they play a key pivotal role in terms of to ensure that county meet their target and also are able to. And there have been a lot of discordance between the national government and the council governors who represent the county. They are not able to read from one table. Now, when always they are not able to agree, the people who suffer most are the healthcare workers, and this also cascade down to the Kenyan who depend on those healthcare workers to offer services. So our feeling as the representative of the healthcare workers is that we need to do a comprehensive audit of our health system so that we agree what has worked under the county government, considering the time when we didn't have this, and now what is not working, what has hit snag, so that we can central, and more specifically as healthcare workers, we can be able to compound it in one statement, that we need a centralized management of the human resource for health. And I can point to a number of issues. Today, as you speak, there are counties that healthcare workers go more than 2 months without pay. They are still expected to be at work. And once you are not paid, there is a delay in terms of paying for third-party deduction. That is, your SHA has not been remitted, your KRA is not remitted, your pension is not remitted, and also even your loan have not been remitted. So you are in debt. you run in debt. So if you seek services by that time, you go to health, you have a cover, medical cover that has not been paid, it's not updated, so you don't get those services. So all those problems are things that point out to why we need a centralized management system so that all healthcare workers can be treated equally. We have counties since devolution, they have never promoted healthcare workers, including the Kirinyaga county government that we are talking about. Since the devolution, healthcare workers have never gotten benefit or promotion as much as the policies provide and how they are supposed to be moving and progressing professionally.
So healthcare should never have been devolved, according to you?
Yes, you know, health is a key function. It's, the way we consider security being a very key component, education, agriculture, all this. If you look at the level of centralized, of devolution for health and also agriculture, and that considering the two areas of security and also education, there is a way services is shared in all this, but health is totally differentiated because a majority of the facilities are under the county. Now, where you feel that I'm the one to give you the equitable funds for you to offer services, and to some extent there is a delay from the exchequer, then it cascades down to the employee. But at that time, on 28, prior to the next month, the staff under the national government are already paid. The staff under the national government are fully promoted up to date. A majority of the counties, even when you agree that this is the CBA for you to implement, it become a problem. They play politics rather than the administrative role that they are supposed to be doing.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't mean to get political, but of course the United Opposition has made recommendations, you know, given an alternative budget for financial year 2026-2027. And their recommendation is a reduction of this budget we are anticipating today to be reduced to by 500 billion Kenya shillings. Do you think they would do better looking at all facts, especially in the healthcare, the allocation? Do you think they would do better in this position?
Yeah, I think it is we expected that this is a very crucial time of our country, that we are coming up with a budget that is supposed to fund all our program and guarantee services to Kenyan within the next financial year, that is 2026-2027. So every Kenyan have a right to participate. And some of us, we don't belong to any political party. But as technical people, especially coming from the health sector, we look at the interests of the people in terms of how can we guarantee medical services as provided under the Constitutional Article 43.
Right.
So I look at the key issues that they are taken so that we have to be very objective. One of the issues that they talk about is high governance expenditure. Do we as professionals feel that that is a right, that is, they have brought an objectivity into our discussion.
Right.
I will totally agree that indeed, if you look, and I think we were talking about the money that has been allocated to State House versus what has been allocated to health, more specifically the public, the primary health care. I think there is a mismatch into that. And when you look also on the next item that they were talking about is the cost of living. Every Kenyans, you know, there are Kenyans that they wake up and every struggle and effort they are putting is to get something to put on the table.
Right.
They don't even think about their health. They could actually be sick, but they will postpone about seeking medication. They will postpone about everything, but they get something to eat. Education is not a priority to some of the community. And these are key issues that we feel that government need to prioritize. We don't need to be complicated. We need to focus on what are the key primary issues that Kenya need to see addressed. Health, education, and also the issues of food. These are crucial things that we need to see the government addressing so that every household is able to feel the government impact. But also they talked about the debt sustainability, which is everyone's concern. I've seen also Ndindi Nyoro was talking about it. It's a technical issue that everyone can focus on. But as we talk about it, I think I didn't see much of their talk about our bad manners of corruption, which I feel that even the previous government under Uhuru Kenyatta admitted that we lose close to 2 billion daily. And also this government, have seen, they also admit of corruption in the sectors. And we have been seeing institutions of the constitutional institution that have been mandated also to bring up, or rather to look into the issues of corruption, talking about and arresting people even with huge money at home. So what have we seen stringent measures being taken to tame corruption, bad manners by public servant? I think that's one of the key gap that we need to see everyone talking about. I think, and I do not want to dismiss, we should not be dismissive, especially when it is someone said to be an opposition. We want to encourage the government to consider and be objective in terms of the contribution and observation by all Kenyan, so that we are able to converge at a certain area, because this budget is not only for people in the government, but for all Kenyan who knows what is happening and those who don't know. Yeah.
Right. I want us to make a comparison, Gibore, on the education sector and of course the health sector. Looking at education, it's been allocated 781.4 billion shillings. Let me just briefly mention the specific allocation. For TSC, it's 421.9 billion shillings. Free day secondary education, 54.6 billion. Junior secondary school capitation, 30 billion. Free primary education, 7 billion. HELB, 56.7 billion. And of course, there is the conversion of 20,000 intern teachers at 4.9 billion shillings. National examinations at 9.9 shillings. Now, comparing that to what the health allocation is, in total, it's 175.5 billion shillings. You already explained, and then the highest being primary healthcare fund at 19.1 billion shillings. Quite low, but it is the highest. How do you make this comparison in terms of, did they balance what was really needed in terms of the education sector, the health sector? How do they balance? Because these are critical sectors. Is there any balance here?
Yeah, I think comparing the two sectors, I will say that I'm not really a technical person in the health sector, in the education sector, but I can appreciate that the government has been making a very good progress in terms of key specific issues which are visualized by everyone. Especially, I saw the last financial year, they were the last several financial years, they have employed more than 30,000 teachers, so to say. They already have a projection to employ close to around 12,000 teachers to absorb those who are on internship. And I have seen, comparing from the previous government, I think they have done better in terms of employing the teachers for more than the last two governments. That is Kibaki and the Uhuru combined. That is a heck for them. I think we appreciate that they have done that. But we must really talk about the difficulties that the education sector is going through. And more specifically the per student capitation for per student, it is still not commensurating with the need. At least I also chair one of the board of the school somewhere. I know the kind of compensation that they are getting. Really, the school are left without much to do. They have no money actually really to run schools. So we need to see this key sector getting the huge money so that then the children that we are bringing up from our primary school, secondary school up to the university, these are our future. If we have to get a better Kenyan for tomorrow, we must really seem to be investing a lot into them. Because there are schools that you go, especially for those who are local, are far-flung areas, they have not enough teachers. The students are sitting on the floor. Some have no classroom. And to that extent, they are actually competing students who are in most advanced places.
All right.
And when you talk about now the current system that we are using, there are schools without totally, they have no electricity and no Wi-Fi system. And you know this, the technology that they are adopting in our current teaching, it require Wi-Fi, it require electricity.
Right.
A laboratory are no longer there. It's
right.
actually something that we want the government to consider.
All right, thank you so much, Gibore. We continue with this conversation. But for now, of course, there are other factors and other areas, sectors rather, that we are going to be looking at later in the day. Agriculture, of course, there is the issue of seed subsidy that's been allocated 2 billion shillings. There is the issue of fertilizer subsidy program at 18 billion shillings. So right now, let's cross over to Murang'a County and speak to our reporter, Alfred Maina, where Pwani Oil, Sour Milk Jelly Company, is conducting a campaign there for farmers, talking to farmers. Let's cross over there and just hear what Alfred has to say. Alfred?
Thank you. Coming to you live from Milimani Estate in Murang'a County, where today we're visiting our farmers, especially who keep dairy cows. The most so is to hear from them and also hear matters concerning production of milk. And you can see it is in one of the farms that we're visiting today. And as we all are aware, is that it's a budget day. We get to hear what are the things that are affecting the farmers, especially the dairy cattle farmers, and how they would want it focused on. And also going to be hearing from some of the producers of sour milk and jelly. They tell us how is the market and how is it affecting the productivity, and how is the current economic status affecting the productivity. Karibu sana K24, you can tell us how are things in terms of production of this petroleum jelly.
Thank you. My name is Stephen Nganga Githenji. I'm a sales rep from Pwani Products Limited. And today we are here in Murang'a town. We've come to see the farmers and introduce them some of the products that we are currently that we currently have. Yes.
You can tell us what are you selling to them today, and how good is it?
Today we are here. We are visiting the farmers, and we've come to introduce the farmers sour milking jerry, one of our products. Yes.
You can tell us, because today we are having the budget day, and you know this is part of the agricultural chain, and cattle are part of it. How have you been doing it, and how are you expecting that to be boosted to ensure that you maximize on your sales and you maximize on our production of milk?
In terms of taxation, as we are all aware, when the taxes are high, it affects the whole chain. So we are also worried about the high taxation. The moment we have high taxes, the same products, our products will also, the prices will go up. It is also going to affect the productivity of the farmers. Yes.
If you can tell us, if you are allowed to sell this product to the market, what is the farmer expected to reap from this sour milking jelly?
One of the good things about sour milking jelly is that it's a natural product. It has no ingredient. We don't have any additives. It is food-based. When you say it is food-based, it is something that once consumed, it cannot harm your body. Yes.
Maybe you can tell us your expectations as the budget is being tabled today. It is 4.8 trillion, and you know agriculture carries a big part of it. What are some of the things you expect that will be put to stimulate this field?
In terms of our expectations, we are expecting that the farmers are going to be taken care of. In terms of their farm inputs, the moment the farm inputs, the prices go up, I think it is also going to affect their productivity. So we are hoping that the government, this time around, they're going to look at our farmers and the whole production chain. Yes.
Thank you very much. We get to hear from one of your team. You tell us, we've seen you with some energy, as it is called. What is it used for, and what is it expected target?
Okay, my name is Jane. I'm from Ama Farm Tribe. We deal with supplements, mostly dairy. And with me, I have a supplement called Ama Energy. It provides energy to the cow, especially lactating cows that are due 10 days before calving. They help the cow to get that energy that it requires during calving, and it will not develop the metabolic issues that come after calving. like milk fever. The cow may have challenges to stand, and also it will help the cow to have a peak in the early stages of lactation. Yes.
And we are aware that today we're having the CS table, the 4.8 trillion budget. Can you tell us, how do you expect that it will affect your productivity in terms of this energy?
Okay, it will affect the movement of the product, since when the prices goes high, when the taxes are implemented on the product, the purchasing power of the farmers will be affected. So the farmer who was able initially to purchase something at certain price will have a challenge acquiring it when the prices have gone up. Yes.
So tell us your expectations by the end of the day.
My expectation is there'll be more persuasion to the farmers, because to convince him or her to be able to take the product, and given that he or she doesn't have the purchasing power, it will be a bit shaky.
Okay, thank you very much. We get to hear from one of the farmers who is also a veterinary. You can tell us, how has it been in the past 1 year in terms of animal production, in terms of agriculture? How has it been, and how are you expecting that today's budget will impact this field?
Yes, I'm Kamau Joseph, an AHA from Murang'a, and from last year, we have been having a lot of challenges. One, when President was in Kirinyaga, he once said that the Siemens for inseminating will be from 800 downwards. But as the time goes by, the prices have been going up. For instance, the prices of petroleum have increased, and all over the country, people have been complaining. But on our side, we have been using a product by the name liquid nitrogen, and the price have been increasing month after the other. And we have a board, which is Kenya Veterinary Board, heard them talking about that issue. So, as today we are going to hear the budget, as the country goes, we know the agriculture is the main backbone of our country. So, we would like to hear them lowering at least the prices of the nitrogen and the products that usually facilitate the issue in inseminating. And afterwards, we'll see the prices of concentrates going down because the prices have been increasing always. And as we are moving, you can see the farmers are just closing their businesses because the prices are becoming unbearable. So, as we are talking today, we are just pleading with the government. Let them just look the common mwananchi. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Those are some of the views from Murang'a concerning the whole sale of sour milk in jelly, and also the expectations in today's budget, that is 4.8 trillion. We get to hear how it is going to benefit them as farmers and also as veterinaries. From Murang'a County, my name is Alfred Maina. Back to you in studio.
Thank you so much, Alfred Maina there, talking to residents of Murang'a County, courtesy of Pwani Oil, Sour Jelly, just talking to farmers where they're conducting a campaign. And of course, agriculture is a big factor that has been factored in this budget. We will be hearing later from Treasury CS John Mbadi. But as we are winding up, with me in studio, it's good to mention we have the SG and CEO of Kenya Union of Clinical Officers, George Gibore, who is here with us. As we wind up, Gibore, there seems to be an unwillingness from Kenyans to enroll, in SHA, maybe from a lot of them not getting adequate services as expected. So, what happens if this continues, if there continues to be a shortfall in enrollment in SHA?
I think every project you have to do monitoring and evaluation.
Yes.
You have to ensure that once you have initiated something or started something, you have to stop somewhere and look and consider all factors that I wanted to go from point A to point B, and I realized I'm experiencing some challenges.
Right.
And it is clear that there is a sharp difference between those who are actively paying versus those who have registered. As it is currently, a total of around 5 million are actively contributing, versus the total number of registered 29 million. So that is a difference of close to 24 million. So why is it that 24 million are not paying? So the people who are paying are actually the active paying agents. Those are in the formal sector, those who unakata kutoka from their pay slip. Now, what is the problem with those who are not in formal sector, those who are in the informal sector? And probably we normally apportion this to the issues of the mean testing tool that they are using, which is used to evaluate how a member of the SHA can pay using the household income, expenditure, outpatient, and the sourcing of livelihood, ownership of asset or property, household size and the composition, socioeconomic indicators. And the challenge Kenyans, some of those who call us will tell you, I used to pay 500 under NHF. Now, wakati nimeregister na hii Social Health Authority, nikajaza ile form, wananiambia nilipe 2,000, nilipe 1,500, na mimi nimeshindwa. And one of the guy who called me the other day, I believe he could be seeing, anaitwa Thomas Sagamo, he was telling me that when he registered, he used to pay 500. Now, when he registered, he's required to pay 2,700. And he's wondering how will he afford the 2,700, because for him, he doesn't have that active income annually. So it become a difficult thing, and we really need to look at the means testing tool, whether it is really favoring the informal sector, so that they can willingly pay. But more so, the Social Health Authority really need to be strategic to ensure that all Kenyans who are supposed to get services should not be exposed to out-of-pocket expenditures. It is really frustrating for someone who you have assured that they will not be asked for any money, to be turned away from any hospital, that you are not active, or even we can't give you services because I have not been paid by the Social Health Authority. You have a contract with this hospital, yes. You have not paid them several months running down. They are offering services very well, but it comes to a time that you are now questioning them, because they have now an AI tool that if then you are not, a patient with a hypertension was now supposed to be seen at a level 3. If you come there, without considering that the healthcare worker who is there has a capacity and ability to see that patient. If you flag that, if you see that patient, the AI flag you like you are doing you are actually stealing. So that one unakuja unafungiwa hospital. So that guy continue to suffer. So I think we have more problem that is emanating from the Social Health Authority and is affecting also the contribution that individual and household are supposed to make.
Thank you so much, Gibore. That's all the time we have. I would like to give you a chance to make your final remarks as we await that budget reading later in the afternoon.
I think for me, I need to speak on my own behalf, and of course the healthcare workers, the clinical officers to be specific, who I represent, that we want to see action into all the promises that the government is giving, and more specifically on the health sector. President William Ruto, through his manifesto, the blueprint, clearly indicated that he considered to employ healthcare workers who can now be able to work in those facilities that have no healthcare workers, and to build up on the others that we have. We need to focus and allocate resources that can give us an opportunity to employ healthcare workers, equip our facilities. And the talk about health is one of the key priority for this government. Need not just to be a rhetoric, but need to be actionable, need to be appreciated by the poor Kenyan.
All right, thank you so much, George Gibore, the SG and CEO of Kenya Union of Clinical Officers. Thank you so much for your time and for your contribution. Thank you so much for your time. We will continue to update you as we await that fiscal framework for financial year 2026-2027 from, of course, the Cabinet Secretary for Treasury, John Mbadi, later in the afternoon. Remember, our reporters are on ground in Parliament as well as Treasury to give you all the updates before that announcement or that reading in Parliament does happen. Thank you so much for your time. My name is Mombichege.
Meme TV, muthegi wa rũrĩrĩ.
Selenium inalinda immunity kama bouncer, na iko na vitamin B1. Unaingia shift leo, unatoka kesho na nguvu. Hewa yote, wet fry, dry fry, stew, koma, fuel ni pork, focus ni pork, boost ni pork.
Jipatie power na Farmer's Choice Pork ni pork safi, life safi.
Hihi wina kĩũria kana woni wĩgiĩ umemerekia wa Kameme TV? Twandĩkĩre woni waku kũhĩtũkĩra Facebook @Kameme TV Kenya, X @Kameme TV Kenya, na twandĩkĩre email kũhĩtũkĩra info@mediamax.co.ke. Kameme TV, mũthĩgi wa rũrĩrĩ.
Gatatu tariki 10 na kana tariki 11 June, kambuni ya Pwani Oil na Kameme kayo ka muingi nitugacera matũra-inĩ ma Murang'a, Kĩgumo na Maragwa kunyitanĩra na arĩmi arĩa maigaga ng'ombe cia iria. Nĩtũgoka gũkuonia njĩra njega ya gũkama ũkĩhũthĩra maguta ma Sour Milk Jelly marĩa makoragwo marĩ soft na matigagĩrĩra atĩ ng'ombe yaku nĩ ĩrakamĩka na njĩra njega ũũ atĩ ndĩhithaga iria. Oho Pwani Oil nĩ makũreheire supplement ta Ama Energy, supplement ĩrĩa ĩteithagĩrĩria ng'ombe yaku ĩkagĩa na hinya wa mwĩrĩ na koguo ĩkongerera production.
We ũkoretwo ũgĩthumbũrwo nĩ mwĩrĩ. Dr. Lea Mwangi wa Healing Path Herbal Clinic arĩ na kĩhonia gĩaku. Ũthondekagwo mathĩna ta enlarged prostate, gastritis, ulcers, arthritis, H. pylori, infertility, fibroids, diabetes, blood pressure na mĩrimũ ĩngĩ mĩingĩ. Tũtũmagĩra njĩra herbal gũgũcokereria ũgima waku wa mwĩrĩ. Nĩ tũrĩ na ndawa ta Nimax gũcokereria hinya wa ũciari na Super Pure Detox kũrĩ arĩa marenda gũtiga njohi na thigara. Iga cleanse mwĩrĩ kumana na chemicals na cholesterol. Cerera honge citũ Nairobi harĩa Afya Business Plaza hakuhĩ na Koja Stage, na kuo mwena wa Thika tũrĩ Equity Plaza second floor room 206 hakuhĩ na stage ya Matara. Tũingũraga daily kuma Monday nginya Kiumia. Ningĩ no tũceraga mataũni mwanya mwanya Kenya ng'ima o Kiumia, na consultation itũ nĩ free. Aranĩria na Dr. Lea Mwangi ũmũthĩ kũhĩtũkĩra thimũ 0726 04 1212.
Gatatu tariki 10 na kana tariki 11 June kambuni ya Pwani Oil na Kameme Kayoka Mwige nitugacira matura-ini ma Murang'a, Kegumo na Maragwa kunyitanira na arimi aria maigaga ng'ombe ciaria. Nitugoka gukuonia njira njega ya gukama ukihũthĩra maguta ma Sawa Milk Jelly maria makoragwo mari soft na matigagĩrĩra atĩ ng'ombe yaku nĩ ĩrakamĩka na njĩra njega ũũ atĩ ndĩhithaga iria. Oho Pwani Oil nĩ makũreheire supplement ta Ama Energy, supplement ĩrĩa ĩteithagĩrĩria ng'ombe yaku ĩkagĩa na hinya wa mwĩrĩ na koguo ĩkongerera production.
From 11th June to 19th July, everything can wait. The FIFA World Cup 2026. Get DSTV access for as little as 1,450 Kenya shillings today.
Kuma Kirinyaga, Kiri Biroiro, Kiajahi, Mutaburuko wa Nyandarua, Orerorera Kameme TV.
Now, it is a total expenditure of 4.81 trillion, a budget growth from the last time of 2.7%, meaning it has increased by 124.9 billion. The funding gap, or what you're calling the fiscal deficit, is of 4.4% of the GDP, which is 1.1 trillion. Welcome once again to the continued coverage of the special coverage, or rather, of the budget 2026-2027. My name once again is Brian Amwai, as we give you wall-to-wall coverage of this particular special day, awaiting the presentation of this particular budget to the National Assembly and the nation at large by the Finance Cabinet Secretary, that is John Mbanjeti, today in the afternoon, to continue making sense of this particular event and the budget itself. Joining me for this conversation is CPA Cornelius Ngetich. Thank you so much for making time.
Thank you for having me.
Awesome. And of course, we also have Professor Fred Ogola, presidential candidate, aspirant.
Why do you lower your tone?
Okay, no.
Boldly.
Professor Fred Ogola joining us at this particular moment, of course, also an economist, to try and make sense of exactly what is happening in the country and what the future looks like for us with a 4.1 trillion budget, all right? All right, continue engaging us on our socials at K24 TV, at Kameme TV, across all our social media platforms as we have this special conversation about budget 2026-2027 as it is presented before the members of the National Assembly and of course the nation, because we are bringing it live to you. We'll be crossing over later to the National Assembly once the Cabinet Secretary in the Ministry of Treasury, of course, presents this particular budget. But now we want to make sense of this budget first. I want to start with you, Prof, with the general question that everyone seems to be, having an opinion about. 4.81 trillion, that is the expenditure that we are talking about. What is your assessment of that first?
Thank you very much, Brian, for having me here and my colleague. I want to say, first of all, let's get the right language. I won't call this a budget. I'll call it expenditure. Because what's a budget? A budget should have inflows and outflows. And it does not answer that question of inflows and outflows. But basically, if you say budget, it looks like it's a good thing. We are going to spend, or we are projecting to spend, 4.81 trillion. That's what we're going to spend. So as expenditure, we ask ourselves, what is it going to do to people so that we can say whether it's good or not? Because that should be the main question. Because if we just call it a budget, why are we spending? What are we spending 4.81 trillion to get what? If you go to the negotiated dowry, you can pay 1 million to get a wife, isn't it? When you go to the supermarket and you spend 60,000 shillings, what do you get in the house? Salt, sugar, and the rest. So after spending this money, what do Kenyans get? That is the best way to assess this matter. And we want to assess in this way. One, does it increase productivity? Meaning, can the economy grow and give birth to jobs and the rest? Two, can it increase lower cost of living? Because Kenyans are really suffering. Thirdly, is it transparently knowing where this money goes? Because in the one for 2025-2026 budget projections, have we begun a report what it did? And also at the same time, does it increase trust of citizens? Because you've seen one of the projects being done in the finance bill asking how to tighten and force people to comply with taxes. Economists, we know a country where a government enforces compliance in taxation is a less transparent economy than where citizens willingly want to comply to pay taxes. So because of that, I want to say that as far as I'm concerned, and if I ask you clearly, looking at this budget, it can't take Kenya where Kenya needs to be. Because you see now, for example, they're talking about the largest budget expenditure there, isn't it? They're saying is education and defense, isn't it? And health.
Security.
But the truth is, the largest ministry in Kenya consuming the largest amount of money, I would call it Ministry of Corruption. Because Kenya do not have revenue problem or debt problem. Kenya has a problem of one, over expenditure, two, corruption, and non-priority. Where is this money going to do what? So in short, there's gross corruption here because statistics showing we're losing 4 billion shillings per day to corruption. As we are collecting 9 billion shillings per day. So 4 billion shillings is 42.1% of the entire budget. So 41.2% of 4.81 trillion is 2.02 trillion, which will leak in corruption. So without worrying too much about what we want to do, we can lower this budget to almost 3 trillion if we remove corruption and we spend properly, lower taxes on Kenyans, produce jobs, and make this economy breathe, because otherwise it's choked. The economy is choked. And I want to give a simple example. As a consultant, I used to have 50 clients per year who are my clients who could give me money when I do consultancy.
Right.
This has gone to around 10. You ask another lady, from a CPA lady called Mary CPA, Mary, who works with ISPAC. She told me she used to have 20 clients of those small businesses. She lost 20 of them because they have gone under. How can we tax in a way to bring those who have gone under come up? Was that not going to be what's called bottom up? Those who have gone chini ya maji, how can we lift their head above the water and breathe?
All right.
So for me, if this question is not answered, then literally the 4.82 trillion is for the government, but not for the citizens.
Not for the citizens. You mentioned something to do with losing 4 billion a day. The last time I checked, someone that was at the helm of this country declared it was 2 billion. When did we
No,
get
during Uhuru Kenyatta, he said himself, the president, that we are losing 2 billion per day. You know that figure? That's a fact, isn't it? The Nation Media Group came out with statistics showing corruption has doubled, isn't it? It's not Federal Gola statistics. That is now 4 billion. Lastly, Controller of Budget said we are budgeting for corruption, isn't it? So in this 4.81 trillion, we have budgeted 2.01 trillion for corruption. And that is the largest ministry, not defense, not healthcare, not education. And if we can do that, healthcare can be free, education can be free.
So to deal with corruption,
infrastructure can be built. That for me should be the biggest question.
Right.
And members of parliament listening to Mbadi, they should ask that question than telling us about deficit. Those are nonsense.
Okay. Cornelius, your assessment of the 4.81 trillion currently before we even move on with this conversation forward.
Okay. I want to agree with Prof here. It's a fairly steep budget. And when you look at the breakdown, ordinary revenue at 2.9, then with appropriations in aid comes to 3.6. And out of the ordinary revenue of 2.9 trillion, you are spending another 2.9 trillion in recurrent expenditure and the consolidated fund. It in itself is it's a one-to-one. And looking at it again in terms of you are a budget of 4.82 trillion. Development budget is 800 billion. It means when you look at those two numbers, it means therefore there is an element of borrowing that goes into recurrent expenditure, which is in itself illegal. Coming back to the fiscal deficit, you look at 1.1 trillion. We are broaching in our total debt as a country we are in the region of 68.2% against a legal requirement of a ceiling of 55% in the PFM Act. So we should be getting a clear direction, which we are hoping to see in this budget, where we are heading as a country and towards. Because when you look at 2022, we were at these regions in terms of fiscal deficit, you were at 5.66%. And in this medium-term expenditure framework, which is coming to an end in this financial year, the expectation was that we would be in the regions of 3.6%. Looking at that, it seems we have gone back when you look at against the original targets. Remember the recommendation even from bodies like IMF, and where you are looking at 3%, that's would make us as a country not strain so much. But now we are moving away from our initial target of 3.6%. So that itself shows we are heading in the wrong direction, and it's worrying. So there should be clear efforts towards fiscal consolidation, and just almost what my panelist has talked about, how it's not enough that we spend, but how well do we spend as a country?
How well do we spend?
Yeah.
And of course, you know, on your screen, you can clearly see that we are also outside the National Treasury, where I'll be joining my colleague Bataru, who is on the ground to bring us up to speed exactly what will be happening on that particular front once people sitting in that office start making their way to the National Assembly, of course, to present this budget to the people of Kenya. Dr. Fred, we seem to be, on issues to do with legality, we seem to be making a lot of mistakes as far as budgeting is concerned for this particular country. We're looking at 30% when it comes to matters allocation as far as development is concerned. Looking at this, we're looking at around 17.5% that will be going into matters development. How are we making mistakes? How are we going against what is provided for as far as law is concerned?
Yeah, first of all, where all these things starts is from the point of view that we have taken the interests of leaders at the forefront of the interests of citizens. Because if we go by citizens, the constitution speak. Do you know, first of all, our debt is illegal. Even by giving provision to borrow 1.1 trillion is illegal. Because by borrowing that money, we have gone against the budget, the debt requirement. This debt ceiling has been pushed. And we are living under illegality on regards to debt. Now, again, we are going into legality regarding borrowing and also regarding to the issue of development. Because, for example, we should never borrow for expenditure. We are doing that. We should never borrow beyond a certain percent of GDP. We're already doing that. We are not supposed to borrow without parliamentary oversight. We're already doing that. So it seems that we have entered in this sinful environment. Then we say, let us live in a sinful environment. It's like, I'm a Catholic, I should not have two wives. But once I have two wives, I'm allowed to live in sin forever. So then we start now to legitimize sinful economic.
So it is the normalization of the illegalities.
We have normalized illegalities, and people are saying, what will I do? Uhuru Kenyatta asked, what will I do? Isn't it? The current administration says, it's not us, it's the previous administration. And we are
Who is the problem though?
The problem is leaders, because what's happening is you can blame citizens. How much do they know these things? How much does my grandmother in Ugenya understand 4.81 trillion?
Okay.
So what I'm trying to say here is that we need stewardship. We need leaders who are fathers. In our culture, before the father and the mother eats, children's food are provided for. First of all, they sleep early, isn't it? But you have leaders who eat fast. After that, when they are snoring on the chair, then they ask kids, have you eaten? Now, this money, when it is received, we are seeing State House allocation, 17 billion, isn't it? The MPs are earning too much. Why don't we cap your earnings for this civil servant public service to GDP? When the salary is growing at 60-80% among them, the GDP is growing at 5%. Yet they are the ones making decisions to grow. Yet at the same time, they spend taxpayers' money to buy private services. Go to Member of Parliament passing this budget today. Medical insurance is not from SHA. State House, the president, deputy president, all ministers, their medical insurance is from private insurance. Yet Kenyans should consume what? SHA, which doesn't work. It is like, you see, these leaders sit in a 5-star hotel, eating a 5-star cuisines, but passing a bill to Kenyans who are eating in a kibanda to pay. So if you can eat in a 5-star, pay with your money. But citizens who are eating kibanda, they should also afford their money. We are living beyond our means. And that is why we are having, Charlie, I told you, over expenditure is the problem. Let me tell you, Bran, for you in your family, with your income, you live within your salary. You cannot go and say, I have a deficit, let me borrow. Who will give you the money? But these guys borrow at will, then pass to us that budget to pay for the rest of our generations. And that's where the problem is.
That's where the problem is. And of course, right now, I do want to cross over to Samuel Mbataru, who is outside our Treasury building, for an update on exactly what is expected from that particular front. Over to you, Sam. All right, Mbataru, I don't know if you can get me. What do we expect first? Just bring us up to speed with what you expect at this particular moment in regards to the Cabinet Secretary, that is John Badi, who will be making his way to the National Assembly today. Over to you.
And this is a budget that is Treasury Cabinet Secretary. some of the major beneficiaries of this year's budget. And first of all, we are along Harambee Avenue, and along Harambee Avenue, you can see it is a moment where the security officers and traffic department is trying to clear up the road. And on this road, Treasury CS John Buddy will come along with a number of officials from the National Treasury, including the PS in the National Treasury, Dr. Chris Kipto, amongst others. And this is after a period of preparation of the budget for the financial year 2026-2027. And a few minutes ago, we were at Treasury Building where we left the CS almost coming down the steps, the symbolic steps that we always cover each and every financial year and each and every moment that we're reading the budget. And among the key highlights of this year is that the MDAs or the ministries, departments, authorities and sagas are going to receive money according to the needs that they have. And we are seeing the Education Department or the Ministry of Education taking the lion's share of about 781 billion Kenya shillings. And among us, the division of this amount of money, these 781.4 billion Kenya shillings, the Higher Education Loans Board, the HELB, takes up the largest share of about 56.7 billion Kenya shillings. Remember, this is the cash that is needed for the university, for the student fees in the university, and also some tertiary institutions, including the TVET institutions. Also, we have about 4.9 billion Kenya shillings for the 20,000 intern teachers to be put on permanent pensionable terms. Also, we have the funding for universities and TVETs in other ways, also junior secondary schools and basic education programs that had stalled or that had not been actually implemented 100% even in the current financial year of 2025-2026. We can also see other departments getting, or other ministries getting quite a sustainable amount of money. For example, the Health Department taking about 175.5 billion Kenya shillings, and the major allocations include the Kenya shilling 19 billion for the primary health care fund, the Kenya shillings 4 billion for the emergency chronic and critical illness fund, and also Kenya shillings 18 billion for programs targeting HIV, tuberculosis, and also malaria diseases. And we are waiting to see what the CS expound more, especially on the revenue targets, the revenue targets that we have for this year. Remember, we have a revenue target of about 3.6 trillion Kenya shillings. This is to mean ordinary and non-ordinary revenues all encompass come up to about 3.6 trillion Kenya shillings. So Kenyans will be waiting to listen to the PS. What are the methods that the National Treasury will use or will employ to ensure that Kenya Revenue Authority is enabled, is empowered to reach these targets that have been set this year? Remember, in the previous years, we've seen KRA have a problem with charting their way in ensuring that the targets are met. It has been a challenge because KRA, on one way, has appeared to be struggling with the targets set by the Treasury. Remember, the Treasury is the one that set targets. Then KRA is left with the burden of implementing and actualizing this target. So the biggest question will be, will they be able to hack this amount, this 3.6 trillion Kenya shillings? And also remember, we are at a moment when Kenya is having or is recording the largest fiscal deficit. This is the largest as far as financial years are concerned, 1.1 trillion Kenya shillings, and not it's quite a lot of money. So this one will be accessed through one way, that is domestic borrowing, that will go to a high of up to 1.06 trillion Kenya shillings. So it means that the government will be looking for this money from the local banks and from the local investors who invest through T-bills and other ways that they invest through the Central Bank of Kenya. And also the remainder will be borrowed in foreign institutions, for example, the IMF and other institutions. Remember, this is a year that we've seen the government really shifting from financial borrowing externally, and they are maximizing majorly on the domestic borrowing. We will see if it will have a ripple effect to the Kenyan economy. Maybe we should change Kenyans in terms of accessing loans from the local banks, or what the situation will be. So at the moment, it is a wait-and-see situation where we are just along Harambee Avenue waiting for the Cabinet Secretary to make his way and to deliver his maiden speech in the National Assembly at the plenary. We'll just be waiting and to see what happens. And from us, I want to take you to David Kagina outside Parliament buildings. Kagina, if you can hear me, back to you.
Well, some minutes past 1 o'clock, actually half past, and we are still anticipating as a country, and still those who are covering here what is yet to be tabled as the highlights of the 2026-2027 budget right here at the National Assembly. And now joining me to get a feel more of how the government intends to collect these resources and even spend them is Gatanga Member of Parliament Wakili Mureu. Karibu sana K24.
Thank you very much.
Starting with the budget as presented and the finance bill accompanying it as what will finance it.
Yes.
Are you content?
Allow me first of all to elaborate to our viewers and Kenyans at large. Because when I go to the constituency, there is always a confusion. First of all, they hear there's a finance bill, okay. Then they hear there is budget, okay. They are not able to understand which is which. Because remember, they are used to the order, constitutional order, which only used to read the budget, and then there was no finance bill. But at the new constitution, the two goes hand in hand. And maybe a little explanation. The budget is a proposal on how the government want to spend the money.
Yes.
Is a proposal on how. Is a proposal on how to spend the money. The finance bill comes in to show where the money will come from. So it's how the money will be spent and where the money will come from. And that is very important because sometimes people wonder. So today, the Minister of Finance is coming to read the budget on how the government want to spend the money in the year 2026-27. And therefore, these are budget estimates in terms of where the money will be allocated. We will debate next week on where the money will come from, and that is the finance bill.
Yes.
And what I do know and what has come out clearly is that this budget is a 4.8 trillion budget. And out of that 4.8 trillion budget, there is a deficit. Money the government does not know where to come from of close to about 1.4 trillion. I've also seen proposals whereby money has been increased in State House, budget allocation has been increased in State House, budget has been increased in the Minister of Interior, money has been increased in the Department of Defense, and even money has been increased in what you call NIS and also what you call confidential vote. My only challenge with the budget holistically is number one, the budget has not been able to factor in the crucial elements, or rather the crucial elements of the economy. And what do I mean? Now, when you do a budget estimate which is beyond your level of income, because if you look at this financial year, the amount of money we are able to collect from in KRA is about maybe close to about 3 trillion. Now, it means that if you put the budget at 4.8 trillion, it means since you don't have that money, you must borrow that money. And the question here is, if you allocate more, if you go out to borrow more, are you making the Kenyans poorer or richer? Are you making the Kenya poorer or richer? So it's about the appetite to be able to do many things and the capacity to do it. Number two, the 4.8 trillion has the figures for development there is less than 50%. And therefore, 85% of that money is going to cater for recurrent expenditure. And the challenge with that is that money is going to pay for the civil service salaries. It is there to pay for their seminars. Is there to pay for their teas and coffees. Is there to pay for their travel, the per diem, gratuity, blah, blah, blah. All those what we call the fat of the civil service. And it's money which, if it is reduced, two things will happen. Number one, we will reduce the level of borrowing. And number two, we reduce the burden of the taxation in this country. I've seen proposals, for example, I've seen proposals like there's some money which they want to allocate to reduce the debt for the sugar farmers. But my only concern is that why borrow money from John to pay Paul? You are borrowing money to pay some debts of some certain organization, the sugar sector and this kind of thing. The question is, why borrow? Because you have to borrow. Today, there will be auction for treasury bills. And the proposed treasury bills on the 17th next week, it has gone up from 12%, 30%. The government is borrowing money in the bonds, in the bond auction at 15%. That's what they're proposing. So what does that mean? It means the government has more appetite for debt. It has more appetite to borrow money from the public to plug in public expenditure. And my only concern here is that the more we increase the debt, the more the poorer the country will become. We have examples on what happened to Ghana, whereby they overborrowed beyond their capacity to be able to repay. You found that everybody, including the salaries, people had a salary cut. The people who have bond holders and treasury bills, they had a cut, and this kind of thing. I don't think this country would need to go to that direction. And finally, when I look at the budget estimates, and they are proposing certain developments, but when I see where the money has been allocated, I'm clever enough to know if the money is allocated in State House, that's not money for development. When I see money being put in the Ministry of Interior, I know that's not money for development. When I see money in the defense, it's not money for development. When I see money in NIS and what you call confidential vote, I know that money is not for development. And I know my say that money is purely meant to go and bribe the Kenyans forthcoming election of 2027.
But how would you allude to that money allocated to defense?
Yes, you see that when you put the money in confidential vote, nobody ever asks a question how to spend that money.
How about
when
defense?
You put money, when you put money in State House, nobody come and ask you what you do with the money. You just go for the cash and go and pay. My point is very simple, and this is my point. There is no better campaign for a government to do other than doing what they promised the people they will do. Even if you give me 1,000 shillings or 200 shillings, and I don't have water, I don't have road, you still owe me. You still owe me. There's no better campaign a government can do than making the promises they made come real. You promised to reduce taxes, to remove the burden from the common man. Today, when I looked at the Finance Bureau proposal, they are proposing to increase the cost of making a phone call. They are proposed to increase cost of sending money to you, from me to you. They are proposing increasing the cost of bank transactions. Now, the question is, are you putting money in Wanjiko's pocket or are you
getting it out? Even as total time is not on our side, but what would be your parting shot considering all that you have said?
My parting shot is very simple. We have seen how the government spends money. 4.8 trillion. Almost a third of that money will go to waste, privilege, theft, and corruption. A third of that money. It will go to pay things which don't need Kenyans. Therefore, if I was the architecture of this year's budget, I will have, number one, cut all that fat, reduce expenditure on things which does not benefit Wanjiko. That's level number one. Because it has a direct impact on the finance bill. There will be I'll give people tax relief. The cost of doing business will become lower. Businesses will have more money to expand the capital and be able to absorb more people in employment. And therefore, And number three, which is very, very critical, we could reduce the borrowing, which now takes almost close to about almost 75 to 80% of all the revenues which are being generated, making the country poorer than it was before.
All right, well, that right there are the sentiments of Wakili Mureu, the Member of Parliament of Gatanga, who is currently among those who will be seated when the Treasury Cabinet Secretary will be giving the highlights of the 2026-2027 4.8 trillion budget. Back to you, Amwai. I'm David Kagina.
Outside Parliament buildings as we continue with the coverage of the 2026-2027 budget, trying to make sense of the numbers here on set and of course across the country, where my colleagues are actually stationed to try and understand what the people are saying, what leaders are actually saying, opinion shapers and of course also policymakers are trying to make just their opinion on these particular issues, of course trying to understand and just how to try and make sense of it. CPA, 1.1 trillion is the deficit that you're talking about here.
Yes.
What does this mean for us, for the common Mwananchi? We normally talk about Wanjiku. What does the 1.1 trillion mean for Wanjiku?
It basically means debt is becoming a dividing constraint. And you could see when Parliament was debating on the proposals, there is no wiggle room. What they could do is move numbers from one vote to the other. You could even see the strain in the mediation committee on the county allocations. A very huge strain, despite the fact that the Constitution requires us to use to do at least 15% of the last approved accounts. We are using 2020, 2021 audited accounts, 5 years down the line. If we were to be true to ourselves and use the most recent as last year, because the Auditor General finished the audit for 2020, ending 2025, that's 2024, 2025, that figure for the counties would be much higher. So in itself, debt, the 1.1 trillion shows we are going in the wrong direction. And we are breaking the law in all manners.
And we've spoken about legality and the kind of laws that we are breaking, and you're quite a number, and we seem not to care. If someone is watching us this particular afternoon and hear us talking about the 4.81 trillion and 1.1 trillion when it comes to matters deficit, we need to make sure that we fill this particular deficit and we have to borrow and all that. Why should they care? Why should they give a damn about this number?
I think this is where the budget, the appreciation of the budget, especially at the Mwananchi level, together with appropriations. What we call the budget estimates is the revenue side. It is the raising of revenue, and I think Prof has tried to make that clear. There is the other leg of the budget, the expenditure side. It's called the appropriation. That is still missing in the Kenyan conversation, and that needs to feature prominently, just the way the revenue conversation in terms of budget estimates is happening right now. We need to get to Wananchi the appropriations bill and detailed enough for us to appreciate where every coin is going, and understand where we are spending. But the only solution towards this is, as I said earlier, how well do we spend? Fiscal consolidation and a clear plan towards achieving the targets.
Okay. Prof, there's some question I'm going to ask you. Looking at the recurrent expenditure, we'll be looking at 2.1 trillion, which is 42.6% of this 4.82 trillion, this budget of 2026-2027. A Kenyan citizen right now, why should they care about these numbers? Should they bother about listening to the cabinet secretary, that is John Badi?
They should be very concerned. And why they should be very concerned is because there are two economic models that I want them to just understand, but in a very simple way. There's what we call economic growth. Our budget is growing, and I call it expenditure, But is development growing? Because economic growth is about how much can government collect and even borrow. But economic development is how much do people gain goods of life. Goods of life is education, healthcare, food security. I call them social investment. Social investment is what affects the people in their daily lives. So if you are having recurrent expenditure of keeping people in office who literally can't do anything. You saw last time when the president was out of the country, people are saying, we are waiting for the president to make a decision on the fuel, isn't it? But he has all the ministries, you have all the departments, you have all bodies earning money that should be tackling the fuel. Even if we have IPRA, they can't do anything. So this cost of a heavy government is like an iron head standing on clay. Iron head, your head is iron, being held by clay. Why do I say that? We have a heavy government that is pressing on Kenyans, increasing its weight every day. In 2022, the budget was 3.1 trillion. Last year, it was 4.2 trillion. Now, instead of increasing, it is now 4.8 trillion. Let me give an analogy here.
Should it be reducing or increasing?
Should be, no. No, we are not reducing, but let's look at this logic. You are in hospital and your blood pressure is very high. Your blood pressure is being caused by the fact that you are broke, isn't it? Then somebody adds another reason why you should be more broke by slashing more money from you. So you move from general ward to high dependency unit, isn't it? Then that same person again adds another tax on you so that you go to ICU. Is your blood pressure going to go down? So the Kenya's economic blood pressure is increasing while the government is increasing the pressure. And therefore, Kenya general ward, high dependency units and the rest. And why should they be concerned? How much of that money is going into education? How much money is going to healthcare? And then how much money is going into food security? But not allocation. We are talking about actual money going there. I just said...
So what is the difference when you say, education has been allocated 781 billion
but
and it gets the lion's share
money,
like some was actually
that money
reporting.
is not going to classroom. You don't consume education because your PS education is being paid money. You don't consume education because you are a teacher in class and they are chalk in class, there's a laptop there. When I used to be in high school, I was in St. Mary's Yala. One day we went to a school called Gotagulu. They had never seen what a pipette is, but we are sitting for the same exam. What's a pipette? You understand me? What's a Bunsen burner? How many schools in Kenya have a Bunsen burner? But how many but who will be in a campaign the eating of the taste of the food is tested in the eating. When you go to school and find teachers, classrooms well built, you find infrastructure for school. When you go to a hospital, there's a doctor, you can get medicine. That is the allocation. But here allocating money because you are paying government officials who have been turned to a campaign managers for a government doesn't help you.
So, so when we say it is 781 billion, chances are we might not see what this money is
No,
actually
because
doing.
I've told you, let me give you history here. Moi used never to read budget. Government of Moi never read a budget. They read price list. They used to read saa moja jioni, sivyo? Leo budget imesomwa, unga itakuwa shilingi 8. Mkate shilingi 5, sivyo? Everything, milk shilingi 2, sivyo? That was what was read. That was more helpful to wananchi than this one we are reading. Even if it was not a budget, but at least CPA you can agree, you knew how it's going to affect you. But now,
so it touched on the common man.
Yeah, but now when you tell us that you have a budget of 4.81 trillion, but I don't know how my bread will cost tomorrow.
Okay.
My transport will be affected tomorrow. I know you talk about VAT and the rest. Citizens don't want to know about VAT. Those are your terms in your office.
Okay.
What you want to know is, can I afford bread? My mother used to put a banana in my bag. How will the banana be? A potato. How will it be? Nduma. How will it be? That's what you need to want to know. For example, body should go and tell parliamentarians, after this budget is read, unga will be this. Bread will be that.
Okay.
Ungangano will be this.
All right.
But reading for us the price does not help. Then lastly, Kibaki read for us budget estimates. We are still reading budget. What's an estimate? Estimate is money which will not come. Because how comes counties shout, pesa haijafika? Schools are counting, pesa hajakuja. When I was an economist in European Central Bank, whenever we did a budget, if we say schools will receive 200 billion, there was an account created where that money will sit at. Then the school will withdraw according to compliance.
Okay.
Not waiting for a president to press a button. Have you seen people going to State House? Nimeenda kutafuta maendeleo. When a governor, you are allocated 10 billion. What are you coming to State House?
Okay, so
the money should actually go as per budget after approval.
Okay.
And then lastly, the government should give us their scorecard. How much money was allocated in school budget? Actual, this one reached.
Okay.
So what is the difference? Is this one?
Okay.
Here we give these guys 4.2 trillion last year.
Okay.
They never told us what they did with it. They are coming back to look for 4.8 trillion.
Yeah.
This is not small money. Can you give someone 4.2 trillion? They have not told you what they did. Then they come back and tell you they want 4.8 trillion, and Parliament and continue approving it.
Okay,
Parliament should be the mouthpiece of the normal Mwananchi Wanjiku and tell these people, today you asked for 4.2 trillion. What did you do with it? Even Jesus in the Bible was asked, I gave you 2 talents. What did you make it? I gave you 3. What happened?
Okay.
I gave you 5. What did you get? And then some were punished and some were rewarded.
Okay. I'm going to come to you in regards to what exactly should come first. Do we do the budget and do the estimates, or should we collect the money and say, now this is what we have, let's work with this? CPA, we have a 4.82 trillion budget currently at the moment, and we have a deficit of 1.11 trillion. And you're saying this deficit is against it's 5.4% of the GDP. And we have when it comes to matters recurrent expenditure, 2.1 trillion, which makes it 42.6%. Development, 845.2 billion Kenya shillings, 17.5%. Which this one we are calling an illegality. And you're saying there's quite a lot of illegalities in this particular budget. What will be the impact if we had to balance this and say, the law says supposed to be 30% instead of 17.5%. If we went ahead and made this 30%, what would be the impact?
It would mean, first of all, to Mwananchi, we wouldn't have the pressure. It would ease the pressure off our shoulders as a nation. It would cut the borrowing. But then we would, in terms of the operations of the government, it would mean a lot more of explained and clear expenditures and understanding where every expense line actually costs. And most importantly, we will start seeing value for money, because what it would mean is you spend exactly what the market spends, not any extra coin, but you get greater value for your money.
So we can actually make this development expenditure or allocation 30% of the total budget.
Yes, we should be able to operate within the law.
However, we are making it 17.5%.
Yes.
So what is preventing us from making it 30%?
I think it's a matter of priorities. And again, when you come to look at it closely, you start seeing from the reductions on the roads budget and all that, what could be missing here is the fact that the National Infrastructure Fund, which somehow is not in the budget. So the thinking, when you look at this reduction on the line of in the Ministry of Roads, most probably the government intends to actually grow out funds using the infrastructure fund. and spend on infrastructure.
Okay.
But when you look at it globally, the bigger picture is still the debt. It's still debt.
Okay,
We'll still have to repay.
I want us to because you see, this is the budget that is going to be read in the National Assembly.
Yes.
That is where laws are passed. And we are saying the National Assembly will listen to the Cabinet Secretary and pass this budget, right?
Yes.
I'm right when I say that?
Yes.
Good. It is an illegality from what we are discussing here.
Yeah.
That is the legislative arm of government.
Yeah. But Brian, why are we asking this question? Okay. This parliament do not have a brain of its own. Ruto said, in the presence of former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, I know for me he has been my president for some time, sorry for my bias. But they said in Karen that these MPs decide based on who pays them, isn't it? And the MPs are continuously passing things for them, which means they were right. So these MPs we look at, okay, citizens, they are shouting at them, they need money from them, isn't it? On this side, government is giving them money. They'll pass it so that the government gives them their envelope and they pass it. Envelopes are already moved. They have moved already. To impeach Gachagua, MPs were paid. Junet on one side, the other side was Ichungwa. We said this with you here on television. These are not science. How can a member of parliament who is given the task, one, legislation, two, oversight and representation, make decisions which is illegal against their employers, who are the citizens, isn't it? Two, against the constitution which they uphold, and then their duty. They will be doing it depending on who pays them. I was told by one of my senior guys in parliament, who was in parliament for some time, told me, Fred, what happened in parliament is horse trading. So our members of parliament in there, do you have Wanjiko with a check in parliament telling MPs, reject the budget, I give you X, or only one person can pay them? So these members of parliament, they have done everything wrong. They passed the finance bill when citizens asked to reject. When the president rejected to sign, they celebrated. They don't have a brain of their own. This has been confirmed over and over again. But let me try to answer the fundamental question you are CPA. To get the budget right, the issue is what is our approach? Okay. What's the best approach? We should start budgeting from county by county to look at the needs of different regions. The needs of Mombasa are not the same as the needs of Kisumu, not Nairobi, not Kirinyaga. Then you build it bottom up. Then once we have done that, then the parliament will only look for how now to prioritize priorities from the regions. For example, Masai Land, what are their priorities? What is the one of Mandela Wajir? That's the time when the marginalization will end. But they talk about national budgeting approach starting from top down, isn't it? By talking about national priorities, which for me are political priorities. Because the president doing a political budget. This is among his last budgets before the election. So you want to appease 1, 2, 3 things, but forget on what actually the priority for turning around the Kenyan economy. Okay.
Now there goes the man of the hour, John Mbanjeti, the Cabinet Secretary, Treasury, of course, with that particular briefcase that you normally get to see every time you're going to be doing the budget in the National Assembly, ready to present it to the members of the public and, of course, the members of parliament past this particular budget. And now we get to understand exactly how do we get to finance. Cabinet Secretary John Mbanjeti, where with outside National Treasury buildings, of course, with the briefcase. In any moment from now, he'll be making his way to the National Assembly for this particular presentation that, the country has been waiting with bated breath for the better part of this particular week. He's, of course, accompanied by his principal secretary.
But Brian, why are they not in a yellow tie?
Chris Kipto. Why are they not in?
I'm wondering because there are traditions of this thing. Mbanjeti is in blue, isn't it? Last time, which was the color of the tie, it looked yellowish, isn't it? Now they are both adorned almost blue. They're like in uniform, isn't it? The ties are not the same. Before it was more or less yellow. They are complying to the UDA policy. At the same time, I could see that there's another person who has come with black. Last time it looked more uniform. It looked more like they were complying to the UDA. What's happening this time? Is it not a bottom-up budget or what?
Let me ask you, what do you think is the guiding principle, or maybe just the guiding philosophy that for this particular budget, now that we have the Solomonic economic,
You see, normally, budget reading is a tradition. Remember, we are reading this budget in the whole of East African community. And that's why I was trying to say, in Solomonic terms, we could have been reading a budget knowing that there are investors in New York, in London, in Brussels, looking at East African community reading a budget. They're looking at Tanzania reading a budget, Uganda, Rwanda, and Kenya. So they're looking for, where do we take money? So this budget was supposed to be read in a way that can attract foreign direct investment to come to the country to lower the pressure on taxation. You understand me? So that could have been a spotic approach. I would have loved when the headline on Newspaper Tomorrow says, Kenya seems to woo investors to Kenya and wins against Ethiopia, wins against Tanzania and Uganda. That could have been a fantastic
Do you believe our budget will not be, inclined
I've looked at it, they don't know how to do that. Because they have added taxes. We were here with the Africa-France Summit. Dangote said, I'm willing to set up a cement factory. Why don't this budget make Dangote believe he can do it? We increase the cost of power, isn't it? Cost of energy. We are adding taxes on different things. How will Dangote come? So the question is, you are this attractive woman in East Africa that all the men globally are looking for. Do we look like that in this budget? That's how I look at it solomonically and with evolved ideology. That you are the most attractive woman that all birds want to land to. This tree that is admired by all birds want to land on it. We should have positioned ourselves like that.
Allow me to disturb you a bit. You see, you are talking about uniform. The last time, the kind of colors that we had as far as ties are concerned. Today we are seeing what...
mix and match.
Okay, it's a mix and match. However, there's something that, do you call it a flower, or what do you call that? What's the representation of that?
No, that one, you see, budget reading is a very elegant thing. And the flower has always remained. It was done. Mudavadi used to have it. Kibaki had it, isn't it? Even Professor Juguna Ndungu had the flower. It's a tradition, a celebration. It's a celebration of work. Let's not even put cynicism aside. I'm not a cynic person. Whether you like it or not, this budget has been done for 1 year. After Mbadi reads this budget today, on 1st of July, he begins another cycle budget. It will be a 1 year work. So there's sweat here. Do you know that even to fail, you need to sweat? Even to fail, you need to sweat. Some people work so hard to fail. So they have worked hard. So today is a celebration. This is the fruit of their labor. Remember when Uhuru Kenyatta read the budget for some time, he said there was a typing error. So today we are hoping there's no typing error. These guys have sweated their way to give us a budget. No matter how you like it or not, these guys have toiled. Maybe Mbadi didn't sleep much last night. Maybe there are some things to work around. Maybe the PS Treasury was called at last minute. Let's shift this and that. I'm sure they had a lot of call with the president, with the public service. They did a lot of consultation because they don't want to shame their boss. So today they said, we have done something, and the boss has said, now you can go. And remember, you may not know what happened in the background. So they have to celebrate it. They can put on those flowers. But are citizens seeing a flower in their pocket, in their hospitals, in their schools? That's the main question.
CPA, the kind of vehicle that you're using this time around, I think it's different from what we've been able to witness before. Most of the time, the significance of this car, or rather the design, mostly we normally talk about a Passat. This time it's different, it's not a Passat.
This looks like a pusher. I think when the pronouncement was made for the change of vehicles, the size of vehicles at that time, it was about the size of the engine. It was about, it was an austerity measure. It was a time when Uhuru, the former president, was actually, I think, in finance. He was the finance minister. What we remain to see is, we don't have my details, but the assumption would be most probably it's the same size of engine, a smaller size of engine, to just show the willingness of government to reduce expenditure. But also, I've seen a lot of...
but is it the right representation, though, in terms of reducing expenditure?
It, unfortunately, over time, since it started, it has always seem symbolic, a mere symbol, a mere gesture, rather than real action. And that's why we really insist. we really insist that there needs to be clear fiscal consolidation. Because what we see is only today, the following day you are seeing our CSS in the latest Toyota SUV.
Okay.
In town, yeah.
All right, now we've also seen the briefcase with the Cabinet Secretary John Mbadi, and of course it is celebrated as a symbol of issues to do with fiscal responsibility, also transparency and the economic direction of the country. And of course, you're saying that it was actually inherited from the British colonial tradition that holds, of course, the budget statement, which details the country's revenue targets, spending plans, and overall economic policies for the coming financial year. There's somebody that used to joke and say that they thought the briefcase did actually have money.
Paper money.
It has the
Excel sheets.
The statement the statement that the Cabinet Secretary will be presenting before the National Assembly, of course, just to indicate issues to do with fiscal responsibility, transparency, and the economic direction for the country of Kenya. All right. The last time the Cabinet Secretary walked to the National Assembly, I'm not sure whether that is the same tradition that you're going to use this time. Of course, we wait to see whether that is what you're going to do, or we are actually going to get into this.
No, they're going to take a ride.
They're going to take a ride?
Yeah, because maybe you see also some of these things we do can be very risky. There's a time when a former president of the US thought that people loved him too much that they can't touch him, and he was shot. So also, we cannot go against national security just because we want to do PR.
But
so
it's just closer.
No. I mean, anything can happen. Muffin law says if anything can happen, it will. So you don't go against that. I don't want PR on walking. I want that to be seen in the numbers, in how they are crunching things to help wananchi.
Okay.
Does my grandmother in Ugenya care whether you walk or they care about price of unga? Because this PR is what Bishop Muheria said, governmentizing. You are just doing PR to look good. A husband who walks to work but drinks all the money in the bar is as useless as the one who actually drives the fuel guzzler. Maybe the guy driving the fuel guzzler is having fun, but you cannot be saying you are saving by walking to Parliament, but then you are throwing money into this. And let me give you another spin. State House spends expenditure projection shows 17.5 billion shillings, isn't it, per year? Do you know that it was 5 billion before? And why is it this way? State House is 740 acres. State House Nairobi is 740 acres. Someone lives in a 740 acre. Is that not a waste? Is that not mismanagement of funds? When I become president, I'll ensure that there's no living in such a flamboyant environment. I currently live in an apartment, which I am very comfortable with family. In fact, it's cozy, closer to kids and wife, isn't it? Why should you go and live in a 740 acre, which is even a problem? Remember, if you go to Kenyatta JK University, to move from one building to another, you need to drive in the compound. Why don't you live in a compound where you can just walk and make a phone call, climb stairs, and climb the lift? Why do you complicate your life whereby you need to move 740 acre needs you to move around with a vehicle? Why do you need that? Your wife lives in another wing. Your children live in another wing. Does that make sense?
That is the procession there, of course, heading to the National Assembly, guarding the budget.
The budget briefcase.
And of course, of the country that is going to, give us a direction in the next financial year, and of course, beginning the month of July. Officials there with the Cabinet Secretary, that is John Mbadi, and of course, that particular vehicle that you're talking about. And just a little bit of history when it comes to this particular briefcase that we are talking about, and what exactly it actually means. Like we said, it was actually inherited from the British colonials, and of course, because we are...
How much will it cost now if you want to buy it in the market?
I wouldn't know.
Yeah, you count the number of years when it was bought under appreciation. I'm sure it will cost a lot of money, but I'm sure who wants to have it. I think this briefcase is symbolic on what has been the pain and the joy of Kenyans, because different people carry this briefcase. There are people who brought joy with it. There are people who brought pain with it. Muiraria carried this briefcase as a finance minister under Kibaki. This briefcase delivered free primary education. This briefcase delivered all the Thika highway. It delivered the SGR. This same briefcase has made life good for Kenyans and rough bad for Kenyans. This briefcase has led to bloodshed, but also joy. So it's a mixed bag of things. So that makes it a very special one. And I think that tradition is important. I'm a Catholic. We believe tradition is very important. But the most important thing is, for me, This briefcase should become a symbol of joy for Kenyans when you see it. It's like the day you see your wedding ring. It's like, for example, the day you see your degree certificate. But how come this is, people just look at it with cynicism? People wonder, is it carrying money or carrying piece of paper? Should this briefcase disappear now? Can we read the speech? Yes, we will. It's on iPad, it's on some tablet, it will be read anyway. So, but the tradition is important, but I want to pray for one day. When you see that briefcase, you see your heart warm with joy. You see that there's somebody thinking about you inside that briefcase. But here, if it's just used for symbol and for paraphernalia of entertainment, then it will never look good. Because some people, when they see their wedding ring, they cry. Others, when they see their wedding ring, they smile.
They smile.
So which one do you want to have? Choice is yours.
All right, looking at still talking about the briefcase, of course, it was first used by the finance minister, that is James Gishuru, to table the 1963 national budget, which was worth 280 million Kenya shillings. Dr. Fred and CPA, if the first budget was 280 million, right now we're talking about 4.82 trillion. We really have grown as a country, haven't we?
Yeah, of course.
63 years later, don't we?
Yes, it's a mixed bag. We have grown. I mean, the tarmac roads network at that point, at this time, the education, universities, each county now looking like they have a university or two in some cases. Medical facilities, and now we have the county devolution and all that. I think the thing now always goes back to, as Prof has really emphasized, which is the largest ministry. In other words, how well do we spend? Because as long as Mwananchi sees the budget today and the stomach crumbles, doesn't feel comfort, then we still have a long journey to walk. As long as we have all these irregularities, illegalities in the budget, the widening of the fiscal deficit, a lot of borrowing, we are importing inflation in terms of the imports we are bringing in, and we have no measures to ease this inflation locally for the Mwananchi, then it's a problem.
But you see, Brian, if you want to, we should not be leaders just criticizing. We have a technology called blockchain technology. If you take this budget and put legal structure in it where you are not allowed to do beyond that, isn't it? Blockchain cannot allow it. Technology can address this matter instantly. We just want to do the wrong thing. Not that there's no solution. Why are other countries complying and we can't comply? For example, you talk about the issue of Solomonic economics. We talk about digital ledgers. You know what ledgers are? If you create digital ledgers which must comply to a model which must be compliant to a legal infrastructure, PMF Act, Financial Management Act. You talk about the issue of parliamentary acts. You put all that in a blockchain model. AI will tell you, here you can't do. This one you can't do. Then you comply. We don't need a lot of things here. We don't even need to hire a consultant. This thing, if you talk to Gen Zs, young people, you can put 2 young people in an office, give them a budget of 10 million shillings to come out with the they'll do it. They'll do it and surprise you. So we are not supposed even to look at what is US doing. I don't know, we are going for what you call benchmarking learning. Those are just a waste of time. The solution is right here. Whenever there's a will, there is a way. Do they want to do the right thing? No, they don't want to do the right thing. Let me give you an example. When Bitangen Demo was PS for ICT, went to his office here in Delta Towers. We presented Bitangen Demo a blockchain solution to do free and fair election. We also presented to him on how to do proper budgeting and oversight with blockchain. Do you know what he told us? Fred, sorry. You are offering a solution they don't want. They told me all these politicians don't want a free and fair election. All of them. None of them wants free and fair election. Because they say
whichever side of the political divide.
Whichever side. They told me, they begin by asking, how can I steal? Or how can I avoid having a competitive process? Then budget also, they don't want to know what they're doing. They just want to see that briefcase. Then what happens around the briefcase is them who knows. So solutions are there, Brian. What we need to do is, do we have a leader who will show goodwill to do the right thing?
All right. And of course, just, and it's still an update that the briefcase was actually replaced during Amos Kimunya's tenure in office after the previous one, of course, was wearing out and, of course, had become old. So we had to replace that so that we continue with this tradition. Professor Fred, we're talking about tradition, and you say you're Catholic and you believe in these traditions. Initially, when we were walking to Parliament the last time, we thought that now could be the new tradition, that we don't need to have this kind of procession. We'll leave the car aside, walk to Parliament, go present the budget. We seem to have deviated from that and left that tradition that we seem to initially we had, enticing the public with, and gone back to do the same thing.
You see, the Catholic Church has 3 pillars. One is the Word, which is the Bible. The second one is the tradition. And the third one is the majesty, which is the person in power. So every time any decision made in the church should have those 3 things, whereby you comply with the Word, which is what Jesus and God said. 2, what has been practiced over time. And 3, the leader can come up with something to say. A leader can come with something new, which does not contradict the Word of God, which is superior, and to the tradition. Should the leader disagree with the tradition, the Word of God prevails, because the Word of God is above all. So that structure allows things to happen. But here, if he becomes yes tomorrow, you can say you are going with the border. You will go. You understand? No one will stop you. But these traditions are not written in a rock. I believe what is the best tradition is read Mwananchi budget, which is good for people. That will be the best tradition, that every time you work in the best interest of the citizens, not in your own self-interest. I would appreciate that, but this PR, anybody can do. I see men who cheat on their wives at home, kissing and even carrying water for their wives to the bathroom. But what they do when they're in the bar, you don't even believe it. So we don't want PR, we want actual delivery. And at the same time, what benefit does this help? Losing tradition also is bad because our children will never know what happened. And I also want to add another twist. Last time, this briefcase, Boniface Mwangi, was it Boniface? Oh no, there's an activist who jumped on this briefcase right at Treasury and causes mayhem. For him, this briefcase was a symbol of oppression. It was a symbol of corruption. It was a symbol of bad governance. And he caused drama. I'm sure you remember that scene. So at the same time, you see now they are guarding it with policemen everywhere because they don't want any incidents to take place. And I'm sure all security operators, the NIS and everything else, want this ceremony to go so smoothly that does not cause any disruption or lax time. And that's why you see everybody walking there, all those policemen. If it is a good briefcase, why do we need all that security? If it means well for Kenya, why should we have all that? You know, there are more Wanjikus in the street, there are more policemen there than even the media. There is no normal Mwananchi there. Who should escort the people? Mama Mboga, Boda should be escorting the briefcase if at all it means good for them. For me, a symbol of good governance means citizens don't have to have too much security presence, authorization. When I was in the US, you could see a minister walking with the 2 people to go and read budget. I was in Brussels. EU budget is a budget of over 20 countries. We used to walk to read it. I never saw all this drama. But for us here, all this money to get these policemen here, some police stations have no police at the moment. Some property are suffering somewhere. I'm just analyzing. We don't need all this drama. That work should take 5 minutes and go.
The argument could be we are guarding something, the future of the country for the next financial year. So it's very important to actually bring all the resources. I want us to look at, because I know any minute we'll actually be crossing over to the National Assembly to listen to the Cabinet Secretary. However, yesterday there was an alternative budget that was issued to the public by the United Alternative Government, I'll call it that, trying to, it was a 4.3 trillion kind of budget with a deficit of, just slightly above half a billion, I believe. What do you make of that compared to what we have here? Could it be adopted for the country, or we are totally, in dreamland?
Unfortunately, and I'm sorry to say, I didn't see much difference with what we are seeing, because they reduced the headline by half a trillion, but they still left a deficit of about $1 trillion. And remember, we are missing the key, the fiscal framework. We don't have the full view. They just share the headline numbers, the high-level numbers. And so I am not convinced that would be the real alternative, so to say. It's a different forest, if I may say so. And I think we need to hear more about the spending side. As long as our leaders are just speaking to revenue, to the tax measures, the revenue side, and they are not very clear on how they will achieve their development agenda and how the mwananchi will get services, then there is a mismatch. Because then, just as Prof has said, to have a full budget, you must have the fundraising side, that's the revenue side, and the expenditure side. So long as someone wants to excite us with the revenue side, that I will cut this revenue, I will not touch, I will not take a housing levy from you, and then how will you fulfill your agenda? Okay. That's the key thing. And
so it is not solution oriented in terms of if you're going to remove this, then tell me exactly how you're going to,
Because I still want service. I want to go to the hospital tomorrow and find medicine. Okay. I want to go to see our roads being maintained. So that has to be explained also.
Okay.
But Brian, if you want to understand why I am still not happy with the budget, there's
is this the alternative one that was issued?
Yes. No, there's a fundamental structure of this budget which is wrong. Because we have 4 problems that this budget should not have. The first thing is this budget bases on high debt. At the same time, this budget should address the issue of pending bills. At the same time, this budget is having a challenge of raising revenue. At the same time, this budget proposes selling of assets. You cannot be a president or a husband for that matter, whom you are borrowing a lot, isn't it? Your salary is being increased. You get me? You are not paying anybody at home, like your household is not being paid, children's hair is not being paid. All suppliers are complaining about you. At the same time, you are selling sofa sets, you are selling microwave, you are selling mattresses, you are selling beds. Because you cannot be like, for example, this government raising debt, isn't it? For 1.1 trillion, they are going to borrow, isn't it? They are going to increase our debt to around 4.1 trillion. 2, they are having more tax addition to add more tax revenue, tax target. The same government is having huge pending bills they have not paid, and the budget does not address the issue of the pending bills. Lastly, they are selling Safaricom. They are selling Kenya Pipeline. I believe that is a mad way to run government because it does not make sense. You cannot have 4 problems in one person. At least you can say, I have low debt, but I'm not paying people. Or at least I'm paying people, everyone has been paid, but I have high debt. You cannot have revenue increase, debt increased, pending bills increasing, and selling the assets. You cannot do that at the same time. And that's why I'm telling Buddy, who is my brother, isn't it? As an expert, this is where we separate. But as a brother, you're a brother. You are a Kenyan like me, we love you, but we love the truth more than we love you.
There was an alternative government, I beg your pardon, alternative budget that was issued by Kalonzo Musyoka and the likes of Rigathi Gachagua yesterday. Does it solve the problem that the Kenyans are facing?
I'm very sorry to say this. Kalonzo is a well-respected Kenyan. He has been a vice president. Even Gachagua isn't it? Even Wakena Matiang'i and those whole alternative government, isn't it? Let me tell you where we differ. Kalonzo, in the budget for 2025-2026, he asked for his pension to be increased. In fact, from 6 guards to around 8, isn't it? From around 500 million to around 700 million. So Kalonzo himself is increasing his own pension. At the same Kalonzo is telling government to cut expenditure. It's hypocrisy. I'm sorry that Kalonzo is my friend, and I think we even caught with him together defending the sale of Safaricom together. He's a good friend, isn't it? But at the same time, a good friend tells a friend the truth. I didn't attend that function because I know that we can't stand by telling Kenyans, let's lower the budget. At the same time, your pension is increasing. Is Kalonzo willing enough to tell people, I will lower my pension by this amount, isn't it? So that Wanjiku, Mora, Onyango, Tieno, Awino can lower their cost of living. Because on this side, we can say, I'm increasing my own, but other people should cut theirs to lower the budget. I like honest leaders, isn't it? And in God, we trust. Let's bring data. I look at what Kalonzo asked for. I can send you a document. It's in Treasury, asking for his pension to be increased. And that's what I'm telling you, my brother. With all due respect, these leaders who are reading those budgets, they're part of the problem.
Part of the problem.
They can't solve the problem.
All right.
Albert Einstein says, you can't solve the problem with the same tools and people who have created that problem. So according to me, let them leave room to new leadership. New blood, fresh blood like us. Because if they are still there for five decades, where will we lead? And their years are retarded, they are tired and retired. We need new thinking. They don't have it. They don't have the software. They tell us the same thing which was said before. I believe that Kalonzo would be a good advisor to somebody with experience who can lead. That's why Obama took a younger person, like an older person like Joe Biden to help. They cannot lead at the moment. And I'm sorry, with their alternative, I don't see a solution to the problem.
Of course, our live pictures coming from all angles and, of that around Parliament buildings, trying to bring you a 360 kind of coverage in regards to this particular conversation that we are having as we make our way to the National Assembly for the presentation of the budget statement for the financial year 2026-2027 by the Cabinet Secretary for Treasury. That is John Mbadi. He's in that car, of course, escorting him slowly through.
What about the horses?
It's security.
It's a tradition, isn't it?
It's security. Of course, security, quite maintained.
But
there.
you know, a horse is more expensive than a briefcase.
But that briefcase is carrying the future of the nation.
It depends on... Brad, I agree with you that... Well, I'm saying it's symbolic. Just like... but you see, the ride of a bridegroom is cheaper than the bride. But I'm looking at, you see, when you take out the entourage of the bridegroom or the bridegroom is more valuable than the ride, isn't it? But here, is it Mbadi being carried with the briefcase? I'm just saying, how much are we spending?
It is the briefcase and the person that is actually
the
custodian of that.
Do the policemen own horses? No, they don't, isn't it? They have had these horses. Go and check, how much does it cost to hire a horse per day? What are we doing all these paraphernalias? The people we are borrowing money from to finance this budget don't use horses to read their budget. I'm just sorry to say that.
Prof, let me ask this as, because we'll be crossing any minute from now. What should come first? There's been an argument that the finance bill should come first, then we do the budget later. We see the budget, then we figure out exactly how do we go to finance. Is it even possible to have a finance bill before the budget?
Yeah, actually, we begin by budget policy statement and projections. And on that basis, we now do a finance bill to help us finance the budget. But remember, the finance bill must be passed fast. Because then if you propose revenue collection using the budget without passing the finance bill, then actually you can end up into illegalities. So the finance, the budget projected, budget policy is done, then finance bill is proposed, then passed before passing the budget.
There he is, the Cabinet Secretary, John Mbadi. Are already entering Parliament buildings for the presentation of the budget statement for the financial year 2026-2027. Of course, ready to give us some of the allocations, who are the biggest losers, who are the biggest winners when it comes to matters allocation. And also, after this particular statement has actually been given to the public and the National Assembly, then we start figuring out exactly how do we get to finance it, because we're talking about a deficit of 1.11 trillion. Cabinet Secretary being received by Junaid Mohammed, who is the minority leader in the National Assembly. Of course, Gladys Bosch-Sholei there, Deputy Speaker. We also have Silvana Sosoro, the Chair of the Budget Committee, Samuel Atandi, of course, the Chair of the Finance Committee, Kimani Kuria, and of course, there. We also have other leaders who are accompanying the Cabinet Secretary, or rather accompanying the Speaker of the National Assembly when it comes to receiving the Cabinet Secretary, that is John Mbadi. He'll be making his way there, try to take pictures before he actually makes his way to the National Assembly to present this budget to the people.
That's also a very traditional and symbolic picture. No. But you see, when you talk about winners and losers, you guys look at winners and losers in a very different way.
How?
Ministry versus ministry. Let me tell you how to look at it. The winners and losers between the citizen and the state. Who are the winners? It's the state. The citizens are the losers, because there's no money for development. Talk about 17%. If you look at it from the point of view of Mwanjiku, Mwanjiku is looking from the point of view, have the government given me or taken away?
But if the government is allocating different ministries, is it not to facilitate smooth delivery of services to the people?
The issue here is about Mwanjiku. If the government is feeding itself this taffy with 4.81 trillion, yet Wanjiku is only getting 17% of the share.
All right.
Yet for them, they are getting others.
A photo session there, the Cabinet Secretary with Gladys Boss-Chalet, Stuart Matai, of course, Jeanette Mohammed, and Sylvanas Osoro, of course, taking a photo there before we actually head into the National Assembly.
With the majority leader?
Majority leader is Kimani Ichung'wah.
But he's not there. Symbolic again, right? Or unsymbolic?
Well, we haven't finished the procession, so let's wait and see whether he's waiting for him somewhere different, or maybe at the entrance.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, Chris Kipto there, the Principal Secretary, the Minister of Treasury. Yes, Prof, you're saying something? As the photo session continues.
Yeah, what I was trying to say that the issue here we should be looking at is the state is dividing money with the citizens, because it's Kenya versus the state. So if Kenyans are getting 17%, yet the state is getting 83%, because there's money they are spending on themselves, then this loser is Wanjiku. So the question will be, is this a Mwananchi budget or not?
Okay, is it a Mwananchi
budget? The
budget?
alternative government try to answer the question, what call Mwananchi budget, isn't it? They never got the allocation on how much goes to Wanjiku as opposed to how much goes to the state.
Okay.
And if they don't answer that question, then the loser is Wanjiku.
Okay. When we came to power, when they came to power, they're talking about Mama Mboga and Boda Boda and all that. Does this represent Mama Mboga and Boda Boda to some extent?
All indicators...
Or maybe we should have done a little bit of PR and have Mama Mboga and Boda Boda actually taking a photo with the Cabinet Secretary.
Or carrying the budget.
I think all indicators seems to suggest otherwise, because start with the pending bills. You have almost half a billion, 574 billion overall. And when you look at it keenly, counties have pending bills of 173 billion thereabout. And what does this mean to small businesses, which is basically the people who did work to government, to counties, and they are not being paid? It means the economy is stuck. These people are suffering at that level. And it is, it's not one person. If a business is suffering, businesses are closing, there's a problem. You look at the compliance point of view in terms of revenue collection, there is a lot that needs to be done.
Right, that is the governor of the Central Bank of Kenya.
Very important.
You say it's very important for the...
Yeah, because you see when the person who stands to you really matter. Because this is the guy who governs Central Bank. Central Bank. That's very important for him to be there. It means that it's the symbolic saying, I accept, my input has been taken care of. And he's saying that Kenya is safe with this budget. You see, that's a very symbolic thing.
Okay.
When you're reading a saying about health and the doctor is right next to you, it means that what you are saying legitimizes. So I'm just trying to say, in a symbolic manner.
You had asked for the...
Yeah.
There he is.
Yes, there
the
is
leader, majority leader in the National Assembly.
But it was really set out, it was ruled in Parliament that it is actually Junet. It's controversial who is majority leader and minority leader. It's controversial.
Okay, both of them are there then.
And both
there's the majority and the majority.
So what we know, there's both majority and minority, but whom we don't know.
Yeah,
but
so both of them are there.
I was just saying to canvass this idea that as our country goes forward, we need to have the professional input into what we do. And that's why when you see Joe Biden, when he was reading about health, Dr. Fauci will stand next to him and talk about COVID, isn't it?
Yeah.
When you want to talk about the Air Force, you need to have an aeroplane aerobatic engineer standing next to you. So when you see, for example, the central bank governor standing next to Mbadi, he's saying something very symbolic. I know what is inside there. I was consulted. I endorse it. When you see minority leader, majority leader, Atandi being there, all these people are saying, we were part of this thing and we are supporting it. So today Mbadi is going to have his field day because Mbadi is the man of the moment. Today is his day. Whether you like him or not, that is his day. So today Homa Bay is shining, isn't it? So let them shine. But the thing is that...
just a moment again, of course, we've mentioned quite a number of these leaders, and of course, Samuel Njoroge, who is also the clerk of the National Assembly, has also taken a photo for the photo session, of course, with the cabinet secretary, and he was among the people that actually did welcome him to Parliament today.
There's another briefcase also there. Carrying another budget.
That's a different one. That could be carrying something different. Yeah. So yes, Prof.
So what I'm trying to say is that if they're standing next, if you go to this tradition when I was working European Central Bank, when the governor of European Central Bank stands next to the person reading the budget, it confirms that he agrees with it and supports it. But that should not just be by symbolic, intellectually, and with all the due respect from Thurge. Does he believe this is the best budget that goes to Kenya? That's what should mean. Because if you don't believe in it, then you should stay away. CPA, if at all a budget will be read in Kenya and you're supposed to stand next to the state treasury, will you stand if you believe this budget does not help Kenya? I won't. No. And I remember that what I've been telling people, Kenyans have some of the smartest intellectuals in this country. But do they use their intellectual competence for the good of the country? Or for self-benefit, or for other benefits?
CPA, we've spoken about the briefcase and the importance of it. Yes, we've spoken about the briefcase. I'm sorry about that. Spoken about the briefcase and the history about it. However, every time we're taking a photo, we have to lift it up. Talk to me about that. I want to cross over to the National Assembly.
I think that's just a posture, just to make it. Lift it up for Kenyans to see.
Good.
And be able to accept.
Okay. Now, the Cabinet Secretary, John Mbadi, is making his way to the National Assembly. The Speaker of the National Assembly, that is Moses Masika Wetangula, is already in the House. We are now crossing over to the National Assembly for the presentation of this particular budget by the Cabinet Secretary, John Mbadi, to the people of Kenya and the members of Parliament. Of course, it is a 4.82 trillion budget with a deficit of 1.1 trillion, which some people argue that by the time we're done with this, we'll actually have increased to 1.4 trillion shillings. The budget growth at this particular moment compared to what we had last year, it is 2.7, meaning it has increased to with 124.9 billion Kenya shillings. The deficit is 5.4% of the GDP. And when it comes to matters with current expenditure, looking at the budget, you're talking about 2.1 trillion, which makes 42.6%. Of course, development has been allocated 845 billion, which makes about 17.5% as opposed to the 30% that is supposed to be according to the law. Right now, we cross over to the National Assembly. Thank you once again, my guests, for making time for this conversation and making sense of this, to now experience the full presentation of the budget by the Cabinet Secretary for Treasury, that is John Mbadi. Thank you.
Thank you.
Much.
Have we been helpful?
Very, extremely.
On the appointment of additional senators to the mediation committee on the Cooperative Bill, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2024. Members, you recall that on Tuesday, 9th June 2026, I notified the House of the appointment of 5 senators to the Mediation Committee on the Cooperative Bill, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2024. I wish to inform the House of the appointment of 4 additional senators to the said Mediation Committee. They are Senator Daniel Kitonga Manzo MP, Senator Professor Margaret Jepkoech Kamar EJH MP, Senator Hamida Ali Kibwana MP, and Senator Betty Batuli Montet MP. Honorable members, the appointment of the additional senators brings the Senate representation in the said mediation committee to parity with that of the National Assembly appointed on 22nd April 2026. The committee is now fully constituted in terms of Article 113 of the Constitution and may commence the mediation process on the bill in earnest. The House is accordingly informed. Thank you. Next. Next.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions.
Members on their feet, take your seats. Honorable members, I have a petition regarding the establishment of a national police firearms digital detection and traffic tracking system. Honorable members, Article 119 of the Constitution accords any person the right to petition Parliament to consider any matter within its authority. Further, Standing Order 2252B requires the Speaker to report to the House any petition other than those presented by a member. In this regard, honorable members, I wish to report that my office has received a petition from Mr. Emmanuel Kelly Ojo, identification number 2607, calling for the establishment of a national police firearms digital detection and tracking system. Honorable members, while the petition acknowledges the provisions of Article 243 and 244 regarding establishment and functions of the National Police Service in the Constitution of Kenya, the petitioner is concerned that several security incidents, including attack on police posts and stations in some parts of the country, where officers who were reportedly ambushed and firearms forcefully taken, has exposed vulnerabilities in current firearm storage, monitoring, and rapid response systems. Honorable members, the petitioner contends that the theft or unauthorized removal of police firearms places police officers at heightened operational risk, endangers civilians, and undermines public confidence in national security institutions. The petition observes that the firearm issuance and armory management systems in many police stations remain largely manual and lack immediate electronic detection mechanisms capable of flagging unauthorized removal or tampering in real time. Further, the petitioner notes that there is presently no mandatory nationwide encrypted and automated alert system that instantly notifies command structures upon irregular firearm movement, thereby delaying rapid response and recovery efforts. Honorable members, the petitioner therefore prays that the National Assembly intervenes to amend the National Police Service Act, the Firearms Act, and related legislation to establish a secure national digital firearms detection and tracking system within the National Police Service. This, the petition asserts, must include biometric controlled smart armories, encrypted real-time tracking and alert mechanisms, safeguards for operational confidentiality, dedicated budgetary support and statutory protections to ensure officers are not unfairly held liable for systemic technological failures. Honorable members, having established that the matters raised in the petition fall within the authority of this House and that they are not pending before any court of law or constitutional body, I hereby commit the petition to the Public Petitions Committee for consideration pursuant to the standing orders of the House. The committee is required to consider the petition and report its findings to the House and the petitioner in accordance with Standing Order 2272. I thank you. Yes, KJ.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, because our standing orders do allow for comments to petitions. And Mr. Speaker, what has been brought forward, though it goes to the petition committee, it also does involve the committee led by Honorable Tongoyo, and it also speaks to some issues in the committee for communication. That today's technology, Mr. Speaker, allows for effective tracking, and we must thank the petitioner for bringing this to the House. And Mr. Speaker, it is to request your office to allow for some engagement with the Committee on Communication and also some engagement with the Committee for Internal Security led by Honorable Tongoyo so that we may be able to put our word on this petition. But Mr. Speaker, Dagoretti South, having suffered some brunt of this theft of police equipment and attack on police stations, also sees some input, some interest in this petition, Mr. Speaker, and we must thank the petitioner even as this goes to the petition committee. It is a new world, Mr. Speaker. It is requiring for us to make use of available technology even in public policing and in security. So, Mr. Speaker, we must thank the petitioner for this petition, and I hope that my committee and that committee of Honorable Tongoyo shall be involved in prosecuting this petition. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, Milemba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. That petition will grow that space of security, especially the issue of firearm movement. And the petitioner, as I thank him, he has opted to talk about one side of it where the policemen will lose their firearms because they have been attacked, like the examples he has already given. But there are situations whereby the policemen themselves could hire out guns and firearms illegally for criminal activities, something that has been spoken to several times. I think this is a very good petition, and therefore both the committees that have been given that opportunity to look at it should be careful to develop it in such a way that it brings a law which can digitize movement of firearms from both police stations, police posts, and any other spaces where we have firearms. And this will go a long way in making sure that firearms are with the correct people and they can be tracked anytime. Honorable Speaker, yesterday I was at Kenyatta National Hospital, and I noticed they have digitized everything. They can see the money movement, the movement of patients, and virtually everything is now digital. I think this is one space where the Ministry of Interior can actually use this leverage to make sure that we can track the movement of firearms and even later the bullets. And that will really save us a lot of trouble. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Order, honorable members. I agree with KJ and Milemba. Majority Leader, you look at this petition, and I direct that you find a way of fusing the committees of ICT, security, and the petitions committee to look at it and see how you can engineer some legislation. It makes a lot of sense. Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Chairperson, Committee on Members' Services and Facilities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg you to read the following paper on the table of the House. Today, last day, 11th June 2026. Report of the Committee on Member Services and Facilities on its inspection visits to constituency offices in Nakuru County.
Thank you. Next.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Washira Karani. Washira Karani. Chair, Committee on Member Services.
Correct. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of Committee on Member Services and Facilities on inspection visits in constituency offices in Nakuru County, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 11th June 2026.
Thank you. Next.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The usual Thursday statement on behalf of the House Business Committee, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2a, I rise to present the following statement. Honorable Speaker, the House Business Committee met on Tuesday, 9th June 2026 to prioritize business for consideration during the week and the business coming before the House in the following week. Honorable Speaker, as members may have noticed from the order paper today, the House Business Committee approved very light business for the sitting. This is intended to allow the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning, Honorable FCPA, John Mbadi, EGH, to make a public pronouncement of the budget highlights and revenue-raising measures for the national government for the financial year 2026-2027, commencing at 3 p.m. Honorable Speaker, with regard to business scheduled for Tuesday next week, the House is expected to undertake the following business. 1, the second reading of the following bills. 1 is appropriation bill of 2026. 2 is a finance bill of 2026, if public participation will have been concluded on this bill. 3 is a sovereign wealth fund bill of 2026. 4 is the Central Bank of Kenya Amendment Bill of 2026. 5 is the Kenya Revenue Authority Amendment Bill of 2026. 6 is the Plant Protection Bill of 2025. And 7, the Competition Amendment Bill of 2026. And just to remind the Chair Finance and the Chair Agriculture that we are still waiting for them to table the reports of those 2 bills. That's the Plant Protection Bill from the Chair Agriculture and the Competition Amendment Bill from the Chair Finance. 2, Honorable Speaker, there will be committee of the whole House on the following bills. Honorable Speaker, if you can protect me from the impeacher.
For Gatundu South, is it? Go on.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The consultations were too loud. And the consultations were coming from the corner where the Honorable Mwengi Mutusa is seated. And when there's a cabinet secretary or cabinet secretaries in the House, you never know what Mwengi Mutusa could be planning. Honorable Speaker, I was on the committee of the whole House on the following bills. 1 is the Appropriation Bill of 2026, and 2, the Fisheries Management and Development Bill of 2023. Honorable Speaker, debate will also be undertaken on the following motions. 1, report on inspection visit to the East African Science and Technology Commission and the East African Health Research Commission. 2 is report of the Kenya delegation to the 151st Assembly of the Interparliamentary Union, IPU, and related meetings. 3 is a second report on the status of reports on petitions and resolutions. 4, report on consideration of a petition regarding the proposal to amend the Consumer Protection Act. 5 is report on the audited financial statements of selected state corporations in the roads and transport sector. And 6 is the 8th report on audited financial statements of 6 state corporations. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, the House business shall reconvene again on Tuesday, 16th June 2026 to schedule business for the rest of the week. And I wish to lay this statement on the table, Honorable Speaker, and as I've indicated, Honorable Speaker, today the House business had approved. Within the next 10 minutes, the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning, the Honorable FCPA John Mbadi, EGH, to make his pronouncement on the budget highlights and revenue-raising measures for the national government for the next financial year. Honorable Speaker, I'm re-emphasizing that, Honorable Speaker, Because I know, Honorable Speaker, you are a senior counsel. And your predecessor, the Honorable J.B. Muturi, was not a senior counsel. But I know also the former Vice President, Kalonzo Musyoka, is said to be a senior counsel. And I saw them yesterday, Honorable Speaker, purport, together with other people out there, that the Cabinet Secretary was coming to read out the budget. You know, Honorable Speaker, I wondered, least of all, I can forgive Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka, because the last time you held public office was under the old constitution. And therefore, he's still living in the past of the old constitution, where cabinet secretaries would come and read budgets to the country. But for the Honorable J.B. Muturi, my friend, who sat in your place as a speaker, under this new constitution, and knows very well that the cabinet secretary does not come here to read any budget. We have in fact concluded with the budget estimates. All that remains is for us to consider the appropriation bill that I've just read here, which we will consider next week. And all the cabinet secretary is coming to do is to come and give his public pronouncement or his statement on budget highlights and revenue-raising measures. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I would urge the country to forgive these people. In their confusion, they are still living in the past. That is why, Honorable Speaker, we tell them, if you live in the past, you cannot forge or fashion an agenda to move the country forward. As we welcome the Cabinet Secretary, I took liberty, Honorable Speaker, to inform those confused leaders out there to stop living in the past, to come to the present world under the new constitution, where Parliament and indeed the National Assembly is the one with the power of the past. Finally, Honorable Speaker, because I have listened to them, in their desperation, they are all telling the country, let us reject the finance bill. None of them has come out to tell Kenyans what particular clause in the finance bill do you have a problem with. But unlike in 2024, Honorable Speaker, when Kenyans largely did not understand that following public participation, a report will be tabled here by the chair of the Finance and National Planning Committee, and many of the concerns that Kenyans have raised, they can wait for that report next week, and they will see the Finance and National Planning Committee has taken into account the concerns of the people of Kenya. And we shall amend the finance bill and pass a finance bill that is in the best interest of the people of Kenya, and not to serve the political interests of those confused people who don't even know whether we are reading budgets or making public pronouncements. Honorable Speaker, thank you for that.
Next, 2 minutes or 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to add my voice to what the majority leader said. Mr. Speaker, I know we are in the era of misinformation and disinformation. But Mr. Speaker, when that misinformation is coming from high level, senior members of the society, some of them who have been speakers in this house, Mr. Speaker, then it is worrying. Mr. Speaker, I heard the former speaker saying this is the first time a budget is being read when the president is not around. The last president who attended this house when we were reading budget was Mwai Kibaki, Mr. Speaker. Under the old constitution. Looks like these people don't know what's happening in the country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think they have no agenda to tell Kenyans, so they are scavenging for anything. Even when the president travels is a problem to them, there's a minister in charge of treasury who should come to the house and read the budget, not the president, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, secondly, who is an expert? Mr. Speaker, secondly, they have spoken about the finance bill. First, they said that the finance bill has a clause that says all freehold titles will be changed to leasehold titles. That lie has been demystified. Now they have nothing else to say. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I want to remind the House and Kenyans that the person who is coming to read the estimates today is a former chairman of ODM. Can you repeat after me? ODM. Can you repeat after me? ODM. Thank you very much.
Order, honorable members. Order. Junet, you are out of order for conducting an illegal choir on the floor of the House. Honorable members, order. 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 Honorable members, for avoidance of doubt, the point made by Honorable Junet and Honorable Ichungwa, the President of the country is under no obligation to attend Parliament on the day when the Cabinet Secretary for Treasury and Planning comes not to read a budget, but to make a statement and give to the country his revenue-raising measures. Indeed, if the President chose to come, which he can, he will sit in the Speaker's row. He will not sit where I'm sitting, where he comes to sit to address the House. So there is no such thing as a crisis because the President is out of the country. Budget is a preserve and an activity of National Assembly, exclusively. Exclusively. Next order.
Order number 8, motion. Report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Agricultural and Livestock Extension Services Bill, Senate Bill number 12 of 2022. Question to be put and that reading.
Members on their feet, take your seats. Honorable Kainan, take your seat. Honorable members, Honorable Muliro. Honorable members, I'll now put the question at order number 8, which is that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Agricultural and Livestock Extension Services Bill, Senate Bill number 12 of 2022. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover. Justice Kemei, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the Chairman of the Agriculture Committee, I beg to move that the Agricultural and Livestock Extension Bill, Senate Bill number 12 of 2022, be now read a third time. I also request Honorable Susan Ngugi to second. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Susan.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I second.
Thank you. Members on their feet, Ndengu, take your seat. Honorable members, I now propose the question at order number 8, which is that the Agricultural and Livestock Extension Bill, Senate Bill number 12 of 2022, be now read a third time. Do I put the question? Honorable members, I now put the question at order number 8, which is that the Agricultural and Livestock Extension Bill, Senate Bill number 12 of 2022, be now read a third time. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of Parliament to provide for agricultural and livestock extension services, establish the Agricultural and Extension Service, and for connected purposes.
Majority Leader, is now 3 o'clock. Will you search, find, and bring to the chamber the CS for National Treasury and Planning? Yes, order. Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, as you directed, I did not have to search for the minister. He was well within the principles of Parliament and on time. Honorable Speaker, it is now my pleasure and honor to present to the House and to the country, and to yourself, Honorable Speaker, the Minister for the National Treasury and Planning, FCPA, John Mbadi, expert.
Hold on, Minister. Take your seat. Honorable members, I have a short communication in relation to this agenda on order paper. Honorable members, as you are aware, the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning is to make the public pronouncement of the budget highlights and revenue-raising measures for the national government for the financial year 2026-27 and the medium term during this afternoon sitting. In this regard, and in accordance with the standing orders, I have designated a suitable place in the chamber for that purpose. Honourable members, it is in the tradition of this House to recognize invited guests seated in the galleries of our hallowed chamber. I therefore wish to recognize the presence of the following members of the Cabinet. Honourable Kipchumba Murkomen, EGH, Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Administration. Honorable Geoffrey Ruku, Cabinet Secretary for Public Service, Human Capital Development and Special Programs. Honorable Soipan Tuya, EGH, Cabinet Secretary for Defense. Honorable Alice Wahome, EGH, Cabinet Secretary for Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development. Honorable Aden Duale, EGH, Cabinet Secretary for Health and Majority Leader Emeritus of this House. Honorable Julius Migos Ogamba, EPS, Cabinet Secretary for Education. Honorable Mutai Kagwe, EGH, Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture, Livestock Development, a former colleague of mine in the Senate and my yearmate at the University of Nairobi. The Honorable Salim Mvuria, EGH, Cabinet Secretary for Youth Affairs and Sports. The Honorable Opio Wandai, EGH, Cabinet Secretary for Energy and Petroleum and Minority Leader Emeritus of this House. Mrs. Hannah Wendot Cheptumo, Cabinet Secretary for Gender, Culture and Arts and Heritage. Honorable Dorcas Oduor, Senior Counsel, EGH, the Attorney General. Mrs. Mercy Wanjao, EGH, Secretary to the Cabinet. Honorable members, I also acknowledge all Principal Secretaries and their accompanying officials. I accord special recognition to the Principal Secretaries for the National Treasury and Economic Planning, Dr. Chris Kipto, CBS, Mr. Cyril Odede, and Dr. Boniface Makoha, who work closely with the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning. Honorable members, we are also joined by the following judges of the Superior Courts. Honorable Justice Hilary Chemitei, Judge of the High Court. Honorable Justice Muhammad Kulo, Judge of the Environment and Land Court. Honorable Justice Onesimus Macau, Judge of the Employment and Labor Relations Courts. They are accompanied by the Deputy Chief Registrar of the Judiciary, Mr. Paul Ndemo, OGW. I also wish honorable members to recognize the heads and members of the constitutional commissions and independent officers, as well as the leadership of state corporations who are in attendance. I further wish to recognize the distinguished members of the diplomatic corps and who have graciously joined us for this event. I also acknowledge the presence of the chairperson of the Council of Governors, His Excellency FCPA Ahmed Abdullahi, EGH, Governor of Wajir County. Honorable members, on behalf of the House, I extend a warm welcome to all our invited guests. The National Assembly is honored by your presence on this auspicious occasion. Your continued partnership and support to the work of Parliament is duly noted and valued. Honorable members, I now interrupt the business of the House to allow Honorable FCPA John Mbadi, EGH, the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning, also former leader of the minority party in the National Assembly, to make public pronouncement of the budget highlights and revenue-raising measures for the national government for the financial year 2026-2027 and the medium term. The Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury, Honorable FCPA John Mbadi, EGH, you may now proceed with your afternoon job.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and honorable members of the 13th Parliament of the Republic of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, it is my honor and privilege to present to this august House and to the people of Kenya the budget statement for the financial year 2026-2027. I make this statement in fulfillment of the requirements of Section 40 of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 412A, and Standing Order number 241 of the National Assembly. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, this is the first budget since the passing of the late Right Honorable His Excellency Raila Amolo Odinga, who is fondly remembered as a patriot and national hero, and who steadfastly championed economic justice, democracy, and equal opportunity for all Kenyans. His legacy continues to inspire and guide us as we transform Kenya into a newly industrialized and middle-income economy. In honor of his immense contribution to our country, I would politely request and invite members of this esteemed House to observe a moment of silence, which will take 1 minute.
Members be upstanding, guests in the galleries be upstanding.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga was a key partner to His Excellency the President, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, in the broad-based arrangement. Mr. Speaker, this budget captures the ideals of the two great leaders, especially on the aspiration to transform our economy from its current status to a more developed nation status, a path to Canaan through Singapore. The extensive public participation throughout the budget process presents a solid basis and foundation for what is clearly the people's budget. Mr. Speaker, public participation is a constitutional imperative. In compliance with this requirement, I personally led extensive public engagements with Kenyans from across the country in the last 1 year. This was meant to get their views and inputs to the budget that I am presenting today. For example, I met youth and business community, particularly boda-boda operators, Juakali artisans, leadership of the Mitumba sector, and scrap metal dealers. I also engaged extensively with members of the Fourth Estate, and in the process, launched their Financial Journalists Association. Additionally, I traveled to various regions and conducted numerous regional dialogues. These include Kilifi in December 2025 for the Coastal Region Dialogue, Migori in Nyanza, Kakamega in Western, and Eldoret and Nakuru in Rift Valley regions in the month of January 2026. Mr. Speaker, in February 2026, I traveled to Kiambu and Meru counties, while in May 2026, I met the youth and the business community from Kajiado and Nairobi regions. The month of May and June 2026 have been very intense in terms of engagement. Mr. Speaker, besides these regional dialogues, I joined Bunge la Mwananchi community at Jivanji Gardens, Nairobi, and Gumzo la Uchumi Mashinani in Busia County for conversation with faith-based organizations in May 2026. I have also on numerous occasions appeared in a number of television stations expounding on what we are doing and what we intend to do as a government. Further, in the same month of May 2026, I returned to my alma mater, the University of Nairobi, where I had a dialogue with comrades at the Chandaria Auditorium. Mr. Speaker, in my engagements with Mwananchi, I walked into a couple of shops to directly engage with the mobile phone dealers on the proposed tax changes, that is excise duty on mobile phones. Additionally, last Thursday, 4th of June 2026, I joined a panel of eminent professionals on the Citizen Digital X Space in unpacking the Finance Bill 2026. The eminent professionals included FCPA Professor Elizabeth Kalunda, the chairperson of Institute of Certified Public Accountants of Kenya, Mr. Fred Kimodo, Deloitte Tax Policy Lead, Mr. Raymond Mulenje, the Chief Executive Officer, Kenya Bankers Association, Mr. Tobias Alando, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Kenya Association of Manufacturers, and Mr. Kwame Owino, the Chief Executive Officer, Institute of Economic Affairs. A total of 15,847 Kenyans tuned in, while live listeners topped 14,249. Mr. Speaker, the message from Kenyans across the country, from our rural villages to our bustling towns and cities, the ordinary Mwananchi is clear and consistent in their messaging. They have genuine expectations from the government. Kenyans want an economy that works for them, an economy where the cost of living is manageable, where opportunities for employment and businesses are expanding, and where the benefits of economic growth are shared widely across society. Mr. Speaker, Wananchi want to see a government that listens to their concerns and responds with policies that promote opportunity, fairness, and prosperity. They want to see a government that protects their livelihoods, a government that supports farmers and small businesses, empowers the youth and women, and ensures that public resources are used prudently and transparently. Above all, the people of Kenya want assurance that their hard-earned taxes will translate into tangible improvements in their daily lives. Mr. Speaker, the main feedback from all these engagements was that the government should reduce the overall cost of living by lowering the tax burden on essential commodities, tame wastage of public resources, and decisively deal with corruption. Mr. Speaker, among the concerns and anxieties raised by Kenyans is the fear of potential outbreaks of infectious diseases, including Ebola, given the reported cases in some countries within the region. And so, Mr. Speaker, I wish to underscore that while Kenya is currently free of any confirmed Ebola virus disease, the government has activated the National Ebola Incident Management System to coordinate surveillance and response. Already, enhanced screening is taking place at all the points of entry, especially the airports and border points. The government has, in the meantime, trained over 1,000 health workers and put together a reserve team of 241 experts in epidemiology, laboratory services, and emergency response who remain on standby for rapid deployment. The government has also designated isolation and treatment facilities across the country, including at Kenyatta National Hospital and the National Police Service Hospital. The Ministry of Health is working closely with regional and international partners, including the World Health Organization, Africa CDC, IGAD, and the East African Community on this matter. Mr. Speaker, these efforts are further supported by our development partners. Already, the government of the United States of America has committed approximately $13.5 million towards health security interventions, including disease surveillance and emergency preparedness. In addition, the World Bank has mobilized resources under the Regional Recovery and Resilience Operation program, which will support, among others, interventions in strengthening the health systems. Mr. Speaker, these resources, complemented by domestic budgetary allocations, will significantly enhance Kenya's capability and capacity to prevent, detect, and respond to Ebola and other epidemic-prone diseases while safeguarding livelihoods and maintaining economic stability. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, this demonstrates that this government is listening and responding to the concerns of citizens. On other concerns Kenyans raised with me during the public engagements I highlighted above, I will be elaborating on interventions that the government is putting in place to cushion Kenyans and improve their livelihoods. Mr. Speaker, the budget for financial year 2026-2027 will prioritize various interventions under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda that promote private sector-led growth, expand employment opportunities, and enhance delivery of public services while preserving fiscal sustainability and building resilience against emerging economic challenges. Mr. Speaker, this budget is being presented at a time of heightened global uncertainty arising from the ongoing conflict in the Middle East. The conflict has disrupted global commodity markets and supply chains, weakened investor confidence, and tightened financial conditions. These developments have heightened risks to growth and inflation, increased pressure on public finances, and created uncertainty in global markets. For a developing economy such as Kenya, the impact is being felt through higher pump prices following a steep increase in global oil prices from an average of $63.06 per barrel in February 2026 to $94.4 per barrel by end of May 2026. In addition, tighter financing conditions, weakening export demand, slower investment flow, and rising cost of living continue to exert pressure on economic activities. Yet, even in this environment, new opportunities are emerging. Countries that strengthen competitiveness, deepen regional integration, and build resilient productive capacity will be the ones that will thrive. Mr. Speaker, it is against this backdrop that Kenya's economic journey over the past 3 years stands as a story of resilience. Difficult but necessary choices were made, delivering a steady recovery. Faced with significant domestic and external pressures and shocks, the government took difficult but necessary decisions to restore macroeconomic stability, strengthen public finances, and lay a firm foundation for sustainable growth. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, the hard decisions are bearing fruits. Under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, we have recorded clear gains. First, the Kenyan economy has remained resilient and registered an average rate of 5% in the period of 2022 to 2025, outperforming the average global growth rate of 3.4% and that of sub-Saharan Africa of 4.1%. Importantly, macroeconomic stability has been preserved. Confidence in our economy has actually strengthened, and the foundation for sustained growth are now firmly in place. Macroeconomic fundamentals such as inflation and exchange rate have strongly rebounded and are projected to remain stable. Interest rates have declined, supporting growth in private sector credit from the banking industry. We have also accumulated the highest levels of official foreign exchange reserves of $13.2 billion, which is equivalent to 5.6 months of import cover by May 2026, providing adequate cover and a buffer against short-term domestic and external shocks. Mr. Speaker, let me mention some of the key achievements. Since the rollout of BETTER, or Bottom-Up Economic Transformation Agenda, the agriculture sector has registered key gains that include the following: reduced fertilizer costs through government subsidy programs, increased marketed agricultural production, expanded food security interventions, and strengthened farmer support services targeting both smallholder and commercial farmers. Specifically, fertilizer disbursements under the fertilizer subsidy program have increased substantially to 21.3 million bags in 2025 from, listen to this, 1.4 million bags disbursed in 2022. While the cost of a 50 kilogram bag of fertilizer declined from 7,500 shillings per bag to 2,500 shillings per bag. As a result of this, farmers realized estimated savings of approximately 105 billion shillings over a 2-year period, enabling increased investment in production. Agricultural production has increased significantly between 2022 and 2025. For example, maize production almost doubling to 67 million bags in 2025 from 34 million bags in 2022. While maize imports have declined substantially to 3.3 million bags from 9.9 million bags over the same period, reflecting improved domestic efficiency. The increased production contributed to a decline of retail prices of a 2 kilogram packet of maize flour from an average of 250 shillings to an average of 165 shillings over the same period. Paddy rice production also increased significantly to 303,724 metric tons in 2025 from 192,299 metric tons in 2022. To support expanded cultivation, the area under rice production in public irrigation schemes increased from 48,324 acres to 71,624 acres. Potato production increased to 2.5 million tons in 2025 from 1.8 million tons in 2022. And milk production increased to 5.5 million liters in 2025 from 4.6 million liters. Let me repeat that. Production of milk has increased from 5.5 billion liters in 2025 from 4.6 billion liters in 2022. The increased production has improved food security, reduced dependence on food imports, and contributed to more stable food prices and higher farmer incomes. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, farmers across the other sector, various value chains, have enhanced production and benefited from higher earnings. Tea production has grown to 550.4 million kilograms in 2025 from 535 million kilograms in 2022, while tea export earnings rose significantly to Kenya shillings 187 billion from Kenya shillings 163 billion over the same period. To support rehabilitation of aging plantations and expansion of coffee acreage, the government distributed coffee seedlings progressively across the years, including 85,000 seedlings distributed in the financial year of 23-24, 809,000 seedlings in financial year 2024-2025, and 3,127,769 seedlings in financial year 2025-2026, and a further 2,242,769 coffee seedlings under the March to May 2026 long-range program. As a result of these interventions, the area under coffee has increased from 115,500 hectares in 2025 from 109,385 hectares in 2022. In the edible oils industry or sector, the area under edible crops increased significantly to 114,350 hectares in 2025 from 60,000 hectares in 2022, reflecting growing farmer participation and investment in the subsector. Further, Mr. Speaker, interventions under the sugar sector has led to significant growth in both cane production and processing capacity, with the area under sugarcane cultivation increasing by 19.4% and the national sugar production rising to 815,454 metric tons in 2024 from 472,773 metric tons in 2022. Mr. Speaker, having spoken about agriculture, and you can see the kind of improvement that has taken place in agriculture, let me now turn to healthcare. Access to healthcare has expanded substantially through far-reaching reforms aimed at strengthening primary healthcare, improving service delivery, and ensuring sustainable health financing. A total of 31.2 million Kenyans are now registered under the Social Health Authority, compared to about 8 million under the defunct National Hospital Insurance Fund, while 228 primary care networks have been established and operationalized. A total of 107,831 community health promoters have been recruited and trained, while 16,810 medical interns have undergone internship, bringing healthcare services closer to communities. Mr. Speaker, the government recognizes the critical role the contracted healthcare facilities play in the delivery of healthcare services to Kenyans. It is with this in mind that the government in the current financial year of 25-26 allocated 4 billion for settlement of outstanding National Hospital Insurance Fund pending bills. And going forward, we will settle the balance of the bills that are owed under the defunct National Hospital Insurance Fund and which span over the years. Mr. Speaker, this allocation is specifically designated for settlement of NHIF pending bills owed to contracted health care facilities in accordance with the presidential directive that prioritized the clearance of outstanding obligations for facilities with claims not exceeding 10 million shillings. The claims earmarked for settlement under this allocation have been duly verified and adjudicated and will be fully paid before the close of this financial year, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the government will subsequently prioritize payment of the outstanding claims exceeding the 10 million threshold once verified in the next budget. Mr. Speaker, the government has accelerated implementation of the Affordable Housing Program to address Kenya's housing deficit, create jobs, stimulate local manufacturing, support MSMEs, strengthen county economies, and improve the quality of life for millions of Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, through the program, number one, a total of 277,281 housing units have been completed or are under implementation nationwide as at May 2026. Two, the program has also successfully aggregated demand through the Boma Yangu platform, where more than 1 million Kenyans have registered their interest in home ownership, demonstrating both the scale of housing demand and growing public confidence in the government housing agenda. And I hope they will not listen to other voices outside there. Number three, to improve living conditions for students and support the expansion of higher education, the government has packaged 177,686 students' beds for development across universities, while 22,512 institutional housing units are under construction for our disciplined forces, teachers, healthcare workers, and other public servants. Number four, the program has also created over 640,442 jobs across the housing value chain through construction activities, professional services, manufacturing, logistics, and supporting industries. And of course, these are Kenyans who would be jobless if we didn't have their housing program. And number five, under the Modern Markets program, a total of 476 markets have been packaged for development nationwide, with 354 already under implementation. This will provide dignified trading spaces and support entrepreneurship, and that is the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, the government continues to implement a number of interventions to empower our youth. And in particular, the government has, one, constructed 4 youth empowerment centers in Mwea, Chepalungu, Dagoretti North, and Mandera South constituencies. In addition, 25 youth empowerment centers have been equipped, bringing the total to 156 youth empowerment centers across the country. Number two, the government has also enhanced skills development and wealth creation through provision of loans to 93,559 youth entrepreneurs through the Youth Enterprise Development Fund. Additionally, 91,253 youth have benefited through startup grants under the National Youth Opportunity Towards Advancement (NYOTA) program. The NYOTA program has also supported 51,604 youth through on-job experience in 26 counties across the country. And number three, government has also implemented Vijana Vuka na Afya project in Nairobi, Kisumu, and Mombasa, where 72,623 youths have benefited from subsidized sexual reproductive health services. Mr. Speaker, in support of the creative economy, the government has established 3 film hubs in Dedan Kimathi University in Nyeri, and also in Bomet and in Migori counties, and fully equipped them with film production equipment. Additionally, a cinema theater has been established at Dedan Kimathi University of Technology with a capacity of 150 audiences. Further, to reach more youth, particularly in rural areas, a cinema Mashinani program has been rolled out. The government has also facilitated the production of 1,745 local and foreign films in Kenya and trained 1,847 filmmakers. Mr. Speaker, to further empower the youth, the government, in partnership with the United Nations Development Program, has developed the NextGen.ke initiative that will provide recently graduated youth with paid internship opportunities in the private sector, enabling them to acquire practical workplace experience and market-relevant skills. And I personally led the negotiation on this scope. To support this intervention, the government has committed an initial allocation of 2 billion towards its implementation. Mr. Speaker, given the scale of the youth employment challenge, the government further calls upon development partners, the private sector, philanthropic organizations, and other stakeholders to join this national effort, acknowledging that the task of creating opportunities for Kenya's youth extends beyond the capacity of government alone and requires a broad-based partnership for sustainable impact. Honorable members and Mr. Speaker and honorable members, to support MSMEs, the government has moved deliberately to put affordable credit, market and shared infrastructure directly into the hands of the enterprises and the young people at the base of the economy. To expand access to affordable credit, the government set up the Hustler Fund in 2022. Since then, the fund has actually disbursed 87 billion Kenya shillings to 28 million accounts and given 4.5 million people previously unscored or blacklisted Kenyans a formal credit history for the first time. Mr. Speaker, under the NYOTA program, more than 5.6 billion has been invested in business skills training, mentorship and startup capital, benefiting at least 84 youths in each of the country's 1,450 wards. And to promote value addition, the government has equipped 214 industrial development centers in our constituencies and opened regional markets to more than 1,100 of our enterprises, creating over 23,000 direct and indirect jobs. This is the bottom-up transformation at work, and in the coming year, we will scale it further. Mr. Speaker, the sustained investment by the government since 2022 has improved infrastructure development, thereby enhancing connectivity, boosting manufacturing, facilitating trade, and enhancing access to markets and essential services. Key achievements in this sector include the following. 1. Expansion of road network across the country, with over 2,669 kilometers of roads constructed and more than 132,000 kilometers maintained. Number 2, increase country's installed electricity generation capacity to 3,272 megawatts as at April 2026, with additional capacity expected from the 35 megawatts Globek power plant. To improve energy security and reliability, the government has modernized substations, strengthen the national grid, reduce system losses, and enhance regional power interconnections. As a result, 73.45 kilometers of transmission lines and associated substations were constructed, while 200 kilometers of transmission lines were energized, including the Lesos, Kabarnet, Kitui Wote, and Sondu Homa Bay lines. In addition, 330 kilometers of distribution lines and 7 associated substations were also completed. Mr. Speaker, during the same period, access to electricity expanded significantly, with the number of customers connected rising from 8.9 million to over 10.2 million Kenyans. And number 3, industrialization is currently gaining momentum, with 10 county aggregation and industrial parks constructed over the last 3 years to support value addition and create employment opportunities across the counties. Mr. Speaker, we have also invested heavily in critical social sectors and supported the vulnerable in the society. And as a result, our social protection program have been strengthened, with 1.2 million vulnerable Kenyans currently supported under the Inua Jamii program, helping to improve household resilience and protect the most vulnerable members of our society. And access to education and skills development has expanded through the implementation of far-reaching reforms across the education sector, including successful implementation of the competency-based curriculum. Number 2, rollout of the student-centered funding model, through which nearly 500,000 university and TVET students have benefited from scholarships and loans based on need and merit. Number 3, recruitment of 100,000 teachers to strengthen teaching capacity and improve learner outcomes, a record in the history of any government in this country. Number 4, timely and consistent release, and I want to repeat, timely and consistent release of capitation funds to support learning in basic institutions. Number 5, construction of over 23,000 classrooms and commencement of 1,600 laboratories in partnership with the National Government Constituency Development Fund, which continues to do a good job and deliver services to this country. Revitalization of technical and vocational education and training, with enrollment increasing from 562,499 trainees in 2022 to currently 825,484 trainees in 2025. Mr. Speaker, access to clean and safe water has improved, with an additional 6 million Kenyans gaining access to water services through investment in key projects, thus enhancing public health and supporting economic activity. This comes as no surprise, considering that Kenya is a leader in designing innovative, paradigm-shifting, locally led climate action. Take the FLOCA program, for example. It has broken the barrier in financing locally prioritized and locally led resilience investments in 1,380 wards across 45 counties, benefiting more than 2.5 million beneficiaries. Mr. Speaker, key among the FLOCA gold standard investments are the 58-kilometer rehabilitation of the Colonial Yatta Canal in Machakos County, a reverse osmosis water treatment facility in Makueni, and the Kolanya water project in Busia County. As a matter of fact, Kenya is the leading beneficiary of the Green Climate Fund, with a total of 37 projects approved and with a portfolio of more than $1 billion, a remarkable achievement that led Kenya's identification as the host of Green Climate Finance Africa Region Office. Mr. Speaker, the government has made strides in the blue economy. Gains made under it includes fish landing sites. 5 coastal counties have modern landing sites under development. Mwape in Kwale, Kenya shillings 255 million. Kidongo in Mombasa, 175 million shillings. Kilifi Central, 275 million. Kipini in Tana River, 151 million. Mokowe in Lamu, 239 million. Each of the sites includes ice and cold storage facilities, boat docking areas, processing points, abolition blocks, market stalls, and waste management system, supporting fish preservation, trade, and employment. These projects are scheduled for completion by June 2026. Also included in these gains is the lake sites. There are 4 fish landing sites, 9 sites along Lake Victoria, including Asat, Ogal, Bumbe, Wichlum, Asembo Bay, Wakula, Mainuga, Nyandiwa, and Gorkachola at 1.49 billion by end of June 2026. Along Lake Turkana is also the Kalokol fish landing site, 182 million. Contractor on site includes docking facilities, cold storage and ice plants, fish processing areas, and market support infrastructure. There is also Lower Engak Fish Market, 185 million. Contractor on site features cold storage, hygienic market stalls, and processing facilities to support fishers and traders. This is the inclusion that we need in this country. Mr. Speaker, the arid and semi-arid lands in the northern Kenya region has historically been marginalized. And to drive inclusion and transform the region, the government is implementing various interventions targeting infrastructure development and social inclusion programs. These include construction of a 750-kilometer northern Kenya gateway corridor that connects 3 expansive counties of Isiolo, Wajir, and Mandera to boost regional connectivity and trade. Under this, there are various ongoing roads that government is implementing with the support of development partners. Mr. Speaker, the government is also implementing various water interventions in the region through drilling and equipping of boreholes, construction of dams and water pans, and expansion of bulk water supply systems. Further, key interventions in the education sector include recruitment of 5,000 teachers in the hard-to-reach areas, integration of alternative learning systems like Duksi or Islamic religious schools and madrasa into formal education framework, construction of low-cost boarding facilities and dormitories in this region, provision of scholarships to protect vulnerable students from dropping out, and implementation of TVETs to equip pastoralist youth with hands-on skills. Finally, Mr. Speaker, devolution has been strengthened through the consistent and timely disbursement of resources to county governments, ensuring continuity in service delivery and implementation of county development programs. Since 2022, funding to county governments has steadily increased, with equitable share to counties increasing from 370 billion shillings in financial year 2022-23 budget to 428 billion Kenya shillings in the financial year 2026-27 budget. Total county allocations that include shareable revenue and additional allocations from the national government allocations, as well as donor proceeds, has therefore increased from 392 billion to 502 billion over the same period. This reflects government's unwavering commitment to safeguarding and strengthening devolution as a key pillar of inclusive national development. Mr. Speaker, while we take pride in these achievements, we cannot afford complacency. Global uncertainty persists, high cost of living continues to affect many households, youth unemployment persists, and climate-related shocks continue to affect livelihoods and production. Mr. Speaker, our task is therefore clear: to solve the many problems facing Kenyans by sustaining targeted interventions and better in order to accelerate job creation for our youth, grow investment and trade, and deepen economic resilience. Accordingly, Mr. Speaker, we chose the theme of the financial year 2026-27 budget as sustaining the bottom-up economic transformation agenda for resilient and inclusive growth amid global uncertainty. This theme aligns with the current challenges and priorities of the government. And Mr. Speaker, as we move forward in implementing the government's transformation agenda, we remain mindful of all the concerns raised by Kenyans on the prevailing fiscal environment and the need for continued prudence in the management of public resources. The current fiscal position that is characterized by narrowing fiscal space calls for careful prioritization and disciplined execution of government programs. Mr. Speaker, let me speak plainly about the fiscal reality we face. Kenya's infrastructure financing deficit stands at approximately $5 billion every year. That's about 650 billion Kenya shillings. Our development budget, while growing, cannot close that gap alone. The era of financing every road, every power line, and every dam through government borrowing and taxation is over. Not because we lack ambitions, but because we have learned from the consequences of that model. Debt finance infrastructure has left us with more debt service obligations that crowd out the very spending our people need most on health, education, and social protection. So, Mr. Speaker, we are going to build better. We are shifting from a model where government borrows to build to enhanced use of the public-private partnership and the recently established National Infrastructure Fund in funding priority infrastructure through private sector finances. That is the foundation on which this government's infrastructure program rests. Mr. Speaker, the Rironi-Nakuru-Mau Summit Expressway stands as proof. Construction of the expressway is now underway, and Kenyans will be driving on a modern 4- to 6-lane expressway once completed. Thank you. What makes this project truly historic is not the speed of delivery, it is how it was financed. Through the participation of the National Social Security Fund, both as a debt and equity investor, alongside international investors, a major national highway is being built with Kenyan capital by Kenyan workers and for the Kenyan people. Mr. Speaker, beyond the Rironi-Nakuru-Mau Summit project, the government will continue executing an ambitious infrastructure development plan through the National Infrastructure Fund. The fund will leverage on resources from privatization proceeds from mature national assets to attract private capital, domestic pension funds, and climate finance. Mr. Speaker, the rest of my statement now will present the economic context underpinning this budget, followed by the policy priorities, fiscal framework, expenditure proposals, and taxation measures for the financial year 2026-2027. I now turn to economic policy context, and I want to speak about the global context. Mr. Speaker, this budget, as I said earlier, has been prepared amidst heightened uncertainties associated with ongoing conflict in the Middle East. The conflict has disrupted critical energy infrastructure and major shipping routes, including the Strait of Hormuz, thereby exerting upward pressure on prices of energy and food. Mr. Speaker, against this backdrop, global growth is therefore projected to slow down to 3.1% in 2026 and 3.2% in 2027, from the average of 3.4% in both 2024 and 2025. Domestic economy. Back home, Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding the challenging global environment, the Kenyan economy has remained largely resilient, and the economy grew at an average of 5% in the period 2022 to 2025, outperforming the average global growth of 3.4% and that of sub-Saharan Africa of 4.1%. This performance reflects sound macroeconomic policy management, particularly prudent monetary and sound fiscal policies, sustained structural reforms, and the increasing diversification of the economy, which has enhanced its capacity to withstand severe shocks. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, the economy grew by 4.6% compared to a growth rate of 4.7% in 2024. This growth was supported by positive growth in all the sectors. All the sectors of the economy at least registered positive growth. The outlook for 2026 has been revised downwards, however, to 5% from the earlier projection of 5.3%, reflecting the adverse impact of the ongoing conflict in the Middle East to domestic economic activities. The economy is projected to maintain the momentum in 2027 with a projected growth rate of 5.2%. So, Mr. Speaker, macroeconomic indicators remain broadly stable through the emerging external pressures, though the emerging external pressures continue to impact domestic prices. And in particular, overall inflation increased to 6.7% in May 2026 from 5.6% in April and from 3.8% in May 2025 due to higher energy prices arising from the elevated global oil prices, but remained within the target range of plus or minus 2.5% over and above 5%. Inflation is expected to remain within the target range in the near term, assuming a de-escalation of the conflict in the Middle East and supported by appropriate monetary policy actions and government interventions. Expected stability in food prices due to favorable weather conditions and the stability in the exchange rate. Mr. Speaker, in April 2026, the government has deployed targeted stabilization measures to cushion consumers from the full impact of rising global fuel prices. These interventions include use of resources in the Petroleum Development Levy Fund to subsidize the fuel pump prices. And in addition, the government lowered the VAT rate on petroleum products for 3 months from 16% to 8%. Mr. Speaker, monetary conditions have eased considerably. This follows reduction in the central bank rate from 11.25% in December 2024 to the current rate of 8.7%. And I'm happy the CBK maintained the same rate for the time being. As a result, interest rates have declined over the same period. The 91-day Treasury bill rate declined about 8.3% in May 2026 from 10.3% in December 2024. Similarly, average commercial banks lending rates declined to 14.5% in May 2026 from 16.9% in May 2025 and 17.2% in November 2024. Reflecting the decline in the lending rates, credit to the private sector expanded by 9.3% in the year to May 2026 from 2% in the year to May 2025 and a contraction of 1.4% in December 2024. The external sector remains resilient despite emerging risks. The current account deficit is projected at 3% of GDP in 2026 compared to 2.1% of GDP in 2025, reflecting the higher international oil prices, lower receipts from services, slower growth in remittance inflows, and reduced exports. This is due to the adverse impact of the ongoing conflict in the Middle East. At the same time, official foreign exchange reserves remains adequate, as I mentioned, at USD 13 billion in May 2026, equivalent to 5.6 months of import cover, and continues to provide adequate cover and a buffer against short-term domestic and external shocks. The exchange rate has also remained broadly stable, averaging 129.4 shillings per US dollar in May 2026. And activities in Nairobi Securities Exchange have improved over the past 1 year. The Nairobi Securities Exchange 20-share index rose by 59.9% to 3,491 points in May 2026, up from 2,183 points in May 2025, while market capitalization expanded by 61.6% to 3,412 billion from Kenya shillings 2.11 billion over the same period, trillion over the same period. However, between February and May 2026, the Nairobi Securities Exchange 20-share index declined by 5.5% as investors became cautious of the rising global uncertainty associated with the conflict in the Middle East. Mr. Speaker, the fiscal policy stance for financial year 2026-27 and the medium term is anchored on a fiscal consolidation strategy that advances the priorities of the bottom-up economic transformation agenda while safeguarding debt sustainability and provision of essential public services. The strategy will be supported by continuous domestic revenue mobilization and expenditure rationalization through targeted tax and expenditure reforms. As a result, the fiscal deficit, including grants, is projected to decline gradually from 5.5% of GDP in the financial year 26-27 to 3.3% of GDP in financial year 28-29. Risks remain though. Domestically, climate-related shocks could disrupt agricultural production and infrastructure, while externally, geopolitical tensions, commodity price volatility, weaker global growth, and tighter financial conditions continue to adversely affect inflation, exports, and capital flows. The government will continue to monitor evolution of these risks closely and deploy timely policy intervention to safeguard stability, strengthen resilience, and sustain inclusive economic growth. Mr. Speaker, I will now turn to the policy priorities and strategic interventions that will underpin the budget for financial year 2026-2027. policy priorities, and structural reforms. It will be anchored on bottom-up economic transformation agenda. Mr. Speaker, the economic context I have outlined is a clear reminder that we are operating in a period that demands resolve, discipline, and decisive actions. The convergence of global shocks and domestic pressures calls not only for incremental adjustments, but for bold and well-coordinated policy responses. In this regard, the government has taken and will continue to take firm and where necessary decisive actions to consolidate recent gains, safeguard macroeconomic stability, protect livelihoods, and strengthen economic transformation. Mr. Speaker, our focus is not only on navigating the immediate challenges, but also on accelerating structural transformation, creating jobs at scale, and ensuring that the benefits of growth are broadly shared among all Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, these interventions are being implemented within a coherent and forward-looking framework anchored on the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. Better remains the government's principal vehicle for translating policy into tangible outcome, and at the household level by aligning investments, reforms, and institutions around the goal of inclusive growth and shared prosperity. Through the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, 5 core priority pillars, the government is scaling targeted interventions that address binding constraints to productivity, expand economic opportunities, and strengthen resilience across sectors. These priority pillars are deliberately structured to reinforce one another, ensuring that progress in one area catalyzes gains across the broader economy. Mr. Speaker, the government also continues to implement complementary cross-cutting policy interventions to sustain economic resilience, accelerate inclusive growth, and improve business environment. This will create a seamless transition to the next frontier of economic transformation. These interventions include the following. 1. Strengthening fiscal and monetary policy coordination to safeguard economic stability and reinforce investor confidence. 2. Enhancing fiscal sustainability by expanding domestic revenue mobilization and improving efficiency of public expenditure. 3. Modernization of strategic infrastructure in transport and logistics, energy, and water sector to improve productivity, connect markets, lower the cost of doing business, and enhance competitiveness. 4. Supporting industrial development, trade, tourism, blue economy, MSMEs, and innovation to accelerate job creation, broaden economic opportunities, and transform Kenya's economy to a net exporter of goods and services. 5. Strengthening environmental conservation and climate change, mitigation and adaptation measures to promote sustainable development and resilience. And 6. Supporting human capital development through continued investment in quality education, universal health care, and well-targeted social protection interventions. 7. Advancing youth empowerment through targeted investment in skills development, entrepreneurship, digital opportunities, and access to affordable financing. And 8. Strengthening governance reforms to enhance public service delivery. Now I want to talk about evidence-based decision-making. Mr. Speaker, as we implement this budget, the government reaffirms its commitment to strengthening economic planning and development as the foundation of sustainable growth, prudent resource allocation, and improved service delivery to our citizens. In the coming financial year, we will intensify efforts to institutionalize evidence-based planning and decision-making across all levels of government. This approach will ensure that public resources are directed to interventions that deliver the highest economic and social returns, aligning with the national development priorities. To achieve this, the government will accelerate the finalization and implementation of a comprehensive economic planning policy and an economic planning bill. These two instruments will create a coherent, transparent mechanism for identifying, prioritizing, and sequencing government policies, programs, and projects based on rigorous economic analysis, affordability, and measurable impact. Mr. Speaker, we will also continue to invest in national statistical system, policy research, data analytics, and monitoring and evaluation to provide timely, reliable evidence for decision-making. Integrated planning and data management system will be rolled out to improve coordination among ministries, departments, agencies, and even county governments. Mr. Speaker, through these measures, we will foster a culture of evidence-based policy making, strengthen public accountability, and ensure that every shilling spent delivers maximum value to the people of Kenya. On the policy and legal and institutional reforms front, Mr. Speaker, to strengthen economic stability, the government continues to roll out targeted structural, institutional, and regulatory reforms to improve the business environment, boost public services efficiency, and reinforce accountability in public finances. In building resilience against climate change, Mr. Speaker, the government has continued to make concerted efforts to strengthen disaster risk management. The recently enacted National Disaster Risk Management Bill, which is now an act of parliament, and I thank this National Assembly, provides a legal framework for coordination of disaster risk management activities across the two levels of government, supporting prompt responses when disasters occur. Mr. Speaker, to further strengthen the country's preparedness and response to climate-related risks, the National Treasury is spearheading the development of a new disaster risk financing strategy for the period 2026-2030, since the earlier strategy for the year 2018-2022 came to an end. Mr. Speaker, and in response to changes in climate, the government will continue to implement the Financing Locally Led Climate Action Program, a transformative initiative that has unlocked green investments at the county level, empowering local communities to adapt to impacts of climate change. Mr. Speaker, to finance large-scale climate and environmental projects, the government will establish the Kenya Green Investment Facility in line with the Kenya's commitments under the nationally determined contributions to the Paris Agreement. To further scale green financing, the government is finalizing the framework for issuance of sustainability-linked bonds with targets in forestry and rural electrification expansion. Mr. Speaker, Kenya secured the hosting rights for the Green Climate Fund Regional Office for East and Southern Africa in Nairobi, reinforcing the country's position as a regional green finance hub. Further, the National Treasury is at an advanced stage of accreditation as a direct access entity to the Green Climate Fund, enabling the country increase public sector-driven climate investments and opportunities. Mr. Speaker, the government will host the African Green Investment Forum in October 2026. And this forum will serve as a flagship continental initiative designed to mobilize substantial green finance, accelerate sustainable investments, and advance Africa's leadership in this domain. On public procurement reforms, Mr. Speaker, to operationalize procurement reforms and eliminate manual inefficiencies, the government officially launched the rollout of an end-to-end e-government procurement system in July 2025. The system has now shifted procurement processes from fragmented and manual processes to a fully digitized procurement platform. The platform has been integrated with core government systems, including IFMIS, Business Registration Services, and ITAX, with initial onboarding prioritizing national government ministries, departments and agencies. State corporations and county governments will then follow. Significant progress has been made, and to date, 1,543 procuring entities have been registered, over 40,000 suppliers registered, over 22,000 staff trained, over 12,000 suppliers or contractors have also been trained. 652 annual procurement plans have been published and over 8,000 tenders published. Mr. Speaker, going forward, the next steps will include full rollout of the system to all schools and other procuring entities that are yet to onboard to the EGP system. Continuous user training and change management to improve adoption and system utilization will be conducted. Further, Mr. Speaker, beginning July 1st, 2026, there will be no exemption. There will be no exemption to procure outside the system. Together, these measures will ensure that every shilling allocated through this budget delivers maximum value to Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, during the implementation of the EGP system, we have experienced challenges which have hindered Thank you. Mr. Speaker, during the implementation of EGP system, we have experienced challenges which have hindered the seamless implementation of the system. Some of these challenges include resistance from users and litigation in the courts. Mr. Speaker, to further strengthen our procurement framework, the government developed the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Bill, Amendment Bill 2026, among the key reform areas in the bill, which include mandatory disclosure and reporting requirements, promotion of local content, and preference and reservation schemes, especially for youth, women, and persons with disabilities, and provision of a stronger legal basis for electronic procurement and framework contracting. Mr. Speaker, I submitted this bill of 2026 to Parliament for consideration and approval. I urge the House to favorably consider the bill. I want to now speak about the reforms under the state corporations. Mr. Speaker, state corporations remain a cornerstone of Kenya's development architecture, delivering essential public services and catalyzing strategic investments. Mr. Speaker, I mentioned in my statement last year that the government embarked on a comprehensive reforms which target to streamline mandates, strengthen governance, enhance accountability, and improve operational efficiency of state-owned enterprises. Mr. Speaker, the implementation of the reforms is ongoing through a multi-agency technical working committee. In the first phase, the committee considered 23 mergers, 16 dissolutions, 7 transfers of functions back to ministries, departments and agencies, and the declassification of selected state corporations. Mr. Speaker, under phase 1 of the reforms, the committee has finalized the review of enabling legislations of the affected state corporations and drafted appropriate bills where necessary. Review of the staff complements, skills and placement deployment of those affected so as to facilitate a smooth transition and documentation of assets and liabilities of the entities identified. I submitted to this House the draft bill supporting the implementation of the reforms under phase 1, and I urge the honorable members to favorably consider the bills to enable timely implementation of the reforms. Now let me speak about the new kid in the town, government-owned enterprises. Mr. Speaker, further, as part of the reforms, the Government-Owned Enterprises Act number 25 of 2025 was assented to by His Excellency the President on 21st November 2025 and came into effect on 5th December 2025. The Act provides a modern framework for the ownership, oversight and management of commercial state corporations. The implementation of the Act is underway, with the reforms being rolled out across 65 identified government-owned enterprises and 18 statutory entities. As a requirement under the Act, the Independent Search and Selection Panel has begun the process of recruiting independent directors of the Board of GOEs. All the government-owned enterprises are required to operate as commercial entities, that is for profit, be self-financing, be self-sustaining, and accountable to the public through the National Treasury. Let me now speak about National Infrastructure Fund. Mr. Speaker, in March 2026, the government established the National Infrastructure Fund following the enactment of the National Infrastructure Act of 2026. The NIF is an innovative mechanism for scaling up infrastructure development by mobilizing private capital and expertise to execute commercially viable infrastructure projects while reducing reliance on taxation and debt. The fund will promote growth of infrastructure projects by pooling capital from diverse sources, which include pension funds, sovereign wealth funds, private equity, banks, development finance institutions, among others, to finance large-scale and long-term projects. In this respect, Mr. Speaker, the proceeds from privatization will be channeled into the fund, that ensuring transparent revenue flow in financing national priority projects, including national highways, airports, seaports, electricity generation, ICT, water and irrigation, and agribusiness. As a start, the proceeds from the March 2026 IPO of Kenya Pipeline Company of 106 billion Kenya shillings, as well as the expected 204 billion Kenya shillings from the partial divestiture of the government's stake in Safaricom to Vodacom, will form the seed capital to the fund. Under Sovereign Wealth Fund, Mr. Speaker, to complement the National Infrastructure Fund, the government has submitted to this August House the bill to establish the Sovereign Wealth Fund with 3 distinct components. The first component is the stabilization component, then there is the strategic infrastructure investment component, and finally, the future generation, also known as URIDI component. And this fund will bring into operation Article 201 of the Constitution on intergenerational equity by ensuring that natural resources resources well is invested productively and spread equitably to both current and future generations. Let me now talk about speak to sugar reforms, or the reforms in the sugar sector. Mr. Speaker, the government has also taken practical steps to deliver its promise to modernize the sugar mills and transform these once struggling factories into productive, sustainable enterprises. The sugar sector reform program has been significantly progressed following the implementation of the government leasing framework for state-owned sugar companies. The leasing process has since been successfully concluded, with investors having fully taken over operations of the sugar factories, namely Chemelil Sugar Company, Moroni Sugar Company, South Nyanza Sugar Company, and Zoia Sugar Company. Mr. Speaker, since the resumption of operations, substantial investments have been undertaken towards rehabilitation and modernization of the factories, resulting in significant revamping of the mills and improvement of operational capacity. These initiatives are expected to enhance efficiency, restore profitability, and protect the livelihoods of farmers. Mr. Speaker, these are not isolated transactions. They are proof that when governance is strengthened, when mandates are clarified, and when institutions are held to account, the corporations can be genuine engines of growth. The government will press forward, deepening these reforms and ensuring that every public enterprise earns its place through performance, transparency, and value created. Now let me speak to national assets and inventory management. Mr. Speaker, to strengthen national assets management, the National Treasury has operationalized the assets and inventory management modules in our IFMIS, providing real-time visibility of public assets across all levels of government. An analysis of the asset registers shows that ministries, departments, and agencies collectively hold assets valued at approximately 4.9 trillion Kenya shillings, underscoring the importance of robust asset management. To strengthen transparency and support the transition to accrual accounting, the National Treasury has developed a government asset valuation policy framework and a public assets tagging framework. Mr. Speaker, to unlock greater value from these assets without placing additional pressure on public finances, the National Treasury is developing an asset optimization framework and a leasing framework to attract private capital and expertise while supporting infrastructure development and improved service delivery. Now let me speak to digital e-signatures in government. Mr. Speaker, in line with the digital transformation agenda, the government has also embarked on reforms to modernize and harmonize the legal and regulatory framework governing secure digital identities, electronic signatures, electronic seals, and time stamping services. Excuse me. Mr. Speaker, to make this a reality, I will in the next financial year submit to this House necessary amendments to the Public Finance Management Act and Kenya Information and Communications Act, as well as the attendant regulations. This will make use of electronic signatures, electronic seals, and time stamping services a reality in government, thereby creating efficiency in service delivery. Mr. Speaker, let me speak to something that has been troubling, the pending bills. Mr. Speaker, as I informed this House in my statement last year, the pending bills verification committee was established in November 2023 to review and validate outstanding claims and provide a credible basis for settlement. The committee has since concluded its work and analyzed a total of 91,911 pending bill claims valued at over 637 billion shillings. Following this verification exercise, 29,885 claims amounting to 235.6 billion have been recommended for settlement. Of these amounts, Kenya shillings 80.3 billion has already been settled through securitization in the road sector, leaving a verified outstanding balance of 155.3 billion Kenya shillings for other sectors. Mr. Speaker, to settle the verified outstanding balance of 155.3 billion Kenya shillings, the National Treasury has proposed a balanced and sustainable settlement strategy, which includes a combination of direct budgetary allocations and securitization. The proposal is to settle the verified outstanding balance of 155.3 billion over 2 years, starting with the financial year 2026-2027. Mr. Speaker, in the financial year 2026-27, the National Treasury is proposing a budgetary provision of 68 billion to settle the verified pending bills to suppliers and contractors owed by the government for amounts of up to 100 million shillings. This provision will also partly settle suppliers or contractors whose pending bills exceed 100 million shillings, ensuring that no supplier is excluded. With the settlement of this 68 billion worth of claims, the government will have settled 99% of the verified outstanding pending bills, representing 63% of the total value, a tremendous progress. Now, in terms of numbers, this will be 99 of the bills. But the remaining 88 billion worth of claims will be addressed through other budgetary provisions and instruments. Mr. Speaker, the deliberate policy of settling pending bills of up to 100 million Kenya shillings, while individually smaller in value, accounts for the majority of suppliers and have the highest multiplier effect on economic activity. This is to ensure that the micro, small and medium enterprises are not starved of the essential working capital, which is critical to the sustainability of their businesses. Financial sector reforms. Mr. Speaker, Kenya's financial sector remains strong and continues to support households, businesses, savings, and investment across the country. Mr. Speaker, today, the banking sector remains strong, very stable and profitable, supported by adequate capital and liquidity buffers. In the year to March 2026, total banking sector assets grew by 13.8% from 7.7 trillion to 8.7 trillion, and profitability increased by 13.6% from 73 billion Kenya shillings to 83.5 billion. Mr. Speaker, to strengthen the banking sector's resilience, deepen competition, and improve access to credit for households and businesses, the government is implementing the following reforms. 1. Progressive increase in minimum core capital requirements for commercial banks from 1 billion to 10 billion by December 2029. 2. Lifted the moratorium on licensing of new commercial banks effective 1st July 2025. 3. Implementation of the revised risk-based credit pricing model anchored on the Kenya shilling overnight interbank average to enhance transparency and fairness in loan pricing and strengthen monetary policy transmission. And number 4, implementation of the Banking Penalties Regulations 2025 to strengthen enforcement, governance, accountability, and compliance in the banking sector. Mr. Speaker, to strengthen banking sector's resilience and stability, the Business Laws Amendment Act of 2024 requires commercial banks to progressively raise the minimum core capital from 1 billion to 10 billion Kenya shillings by 2029 through targeted milestones. Mr. Speaker, while the government firmly upholds the strategic necessity of raising the minimum core capital, it is prudent that this transition be managed in a manner that is least disruptive to credit access and financial services delivery, particularly to the micro, small, and medium enterprise segment and other niche markets currently served by the banking industry. Mr. Speaker, to allow flexibility in achieving this objective and following wide consultation, especially with Kenya Bankers Association, I will be proposing amendments to the timeline specified in the Business Laws Amendment Act of 2024 to allow commercial banks raise the minimum core capital to 10 billion by 31st December 2032 without their new annual milestones. This will provide the flexibility necessary for institutions to pursue measured, commercially sound, and market-sensitive capital-raising strategies in a manner that preserves shareholder value and sustains investor confidence. Mr. Speaker, to make it easier and cheaper for Kenyans and businesses to send and receive money across East Africa region, partner states are working to connect their financial system as per the East African Community Payment System Master Plan of 2025 so that transactions are faster, more affordable, and more efficient to support trade and regional integration. Mr. Speaker, to safeguard the country against illicit financial flows, the government has, over the last 2 years, undertaken far-reaching reforms aimed at strengthening our anti-money laundering, counter-financing of terrorism, and counter-proliferation financing framework following the country's placement on the Financial Action Task Force Grey List in February 2024. These reforms include the adoption of the Virtual Asset Service Providers legal framework, strengthening beneficial ownership transparency, enhancing risk-based supervision across financial and designated non-financial business and professions sectors, improving interagency collaboration, and increasing investigations, prosecutions, and asset recovery efforts relating to money laundering and terrorism financing offenses. Further, Mr. Speaker, reporting institutions have continued to enhance compliance with AML and CFT obligations, thereby reinforcing the integrity and resilience of our financial system. Mr. Speaker, Kenya has actually made substantial progress in addressing the action items under the FATS Action Plan, with only a few outstanding measures remaining as we approach the conclusion of the implementation period. The government remains fully committed to finalizing the remaining reforms and securing Kenya's exit from the grey list at the earliest opportunity. These achievements demonstrate our unwavering resolve to align Kenya with the international best practices, safeguard the country against illicit financial flows, and strengthen investor confidence in our economy. And Mr. Speaker, the government is also supporting innovation in financial services through the implementation of the Virtual Asset Service Providers Act of 2025. And in this regard, we have developed regulations to govern virtual asset service providers. The regulations framework ensures that new technologies operate in a safe and regulated environment that protects users, strengthens financial stability, and encourages responsible innovation. Under capital markets, Mr. Speaker, I have the following to say. The government continues to implement measures to deepen and broaden capital markets in order to mobilize savings for productive long-term investment. These efforts have continued to yield results, with the Nairobi Securities Exchange recording exceptional performance in 2025. Mr. Speaker, the capital market supported the recent initial public offering by the Kenya Pipeline Company and its subsequent listing at the Nairobi Securities Exchange in March 2026. Further, the capital market supported recent issuances by various companies to raise capital. These include 44 billion Kenya shillings, Sharia-compliant leasing bond for infrastructure financing. The Safaricom's Kenya shillings 20 billion green bond to support 5G expansion. The East Africa Breweries PLC Kenya shillings 16.8 billion medium-term note program, and the Kenya shillings 3.4 billion by Spearhead Africa Infrastructure Fund to support long-term infrastructure financing across the region. Mr. Speaker, innovation in market access has advanced significantly with the launch of ZD trading application integrated into the M-Pesa platform. And this groundbreaking platform enables Kenyans to conveniently buy and sell securities through their mobile phones, marking a major milestone in financial inclusion and retail investor participation. Mr. Speaker, Kenya is emerging as a key player in the carbon credit space, leveraging its rich natural resources and a strong base in renewable energy to participate in global climate markets. To actualize formal trading of carbon credits, the government is preparing carbon credit regulations, and these regulations will allow the government and private sector players to benefit through trading of carbon credits generated in Kenya and the region. And Mr. Speaker, in my recent public engagements, coffee farmers raised concerns of continued exploitation by middlemen in the marketing and pricing of their coffee. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure Kenyans that through the reforms the government is implementing at the Nairobi Coffee Exchange, the exploitative middlemen have been eliminated, ensuring farmers retain a much larger share of the export price of their coffee. Farmers today are able to sell their coffee directly at the exchange, supported by their various brokerage firms, majority of whom are owned by the farmers through their cooperative societies. The Nairobi Coffee Exchange has also enabled price discovery, thereby improving earnings by the coffee farmers. And to further support prompt payment of coffee sold through Nairobi Coffee Exchange, the government introduced the direct settlement system that has reduced payment delays across the coffee value chain. Mr. Speaker, coffee's traceability is today a reality. Through the Nairobi Coffee Exchange trading platform and the direct settlement system, cataloging and invoicing, every coffee lot has a unique identification, milling data, warehouse records, auction sales, and buyer data that can be accessed, allowing traceability of coffee from the farm to the buyer. This has created greater buyer confidence of the origin, quality, and authenticity of Kenyan coffee by eliminating coffee laundering. On pension reforms, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, delayed pension processing has for long been a source of frustration and hardship for retiring public servants. A civil servant who has dedicated their career to public service deserves timely and dignified access to their retirement benefits. Mr. Speaker, to hasten the processing of pension claims, I launched the e-pension management information system on 1st June 2026. Following this launch, we have now discontinued manual submission of pension claims unless expressly authorized by the National Treasury. Mr. Speaker, to ensure this reform delivers a lasting impact, ministries, departments and agencies are now required to initiate pension claims at least 9 months before a public officer's retirement date. This will facilitate resolutions of late or incomplete submission of pension claims ahead of the retirement date for our employees. Further, the National Treasury, in collaboration with the Kenya School of Government, will institutionalize electronic pension management information system training as part of a continuous capacity building program to ensure sustained competency in pension administration across the public sector. Insurance reforms. Mr. Speaker, to expand access to insurance, the Insurance Regulatory Authority licensed 5 micro-insurance companies in financial year 24-25. This has increased access to affordable insurance with over 11 million lives covered as of 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, to strengthen climate resilience, the government is promoting agricultural and index-based insurance products. Through the drive, which is de-risking, inclusivity and value enhancement, livestock insurance project over 2.7 million livestock valued at 29.3 billion have been insured, while payouts exceeding 648 million have supported pastoral communities affected by drought since 2023. Further, the government has initiated amendments to the Insurance Act to establish agricultural insurance as a standalone class of insurance business. This reform will strengthen the regulatory framework for agricultural risk management and support food security, financial inclusion, and sustainable agricultural development. And Mr. Speaker, to deepen local insurance capacity and retain insurance premium within the domestic economy, the government will effective 1st July 2026 require all importers to obtain marine cargo insurance cover from insurance license under the Insurance Act prior to customs clearance. Fiscal policy framework. Mr. Speaker, the implementation of financial year 25-26 budget has remained broadly on course despite emerging pressures on revenue performance and expenditure demands. These developments have necessitated measured adjustments while at the same time informing a more deliberate and responsive fiscal policy stance for the financial year 26-27 and the medium term. And Mr. Speaker, on the revenue front, performance has fallen short of target in the financial year 2025-26. This is due to slower than expected tax receipts, largely driven by administrative constraints and a slowdown in economic activities. At the same time, expenditure pressures have intensified. The implementation of pending and newly negotiated collective bargaining agreements has raised the public sector wage bill beyond initial projections, thereby constraining fiscal space. In addition, emergency interventions in response to floods and droughts have required additional resources. As a result of these developments, it became necessary to introduce targeted adjustment through supplementary budget number 1 of financial year 25-26. Mr. Speaker, to enhance tax administration, including upgrading of critical systems and strengthening of compliance efforts, the Kenya Revenue Authority was allocated additional resources in the supplementary budget number 1 for financial year 2025-27, to be exact 17 billion. These interventions are expected to improve efficiency and support a recovery revenue performance. The supplementary budget 1 also reflected additional expenditure of 368.6 billion compared to the original budget to cater for the emerging expenditure pressures. In this regard, the fiscal deficit, including grants, is now projected at 1,199 billion, equivalent to 6.4% of GDP, compared to 901 billion or 4.7% of GDP in the original budget estimates. Mr. Speaker, fiscal policy is not merely about balancing budgets. It is about creating conditions for sustainable growth, protecting the vulnerable and securing prosperity for the future generation. Accordingly, the fiscal policy for 26-27 and the medium term will be anchored on a growth-supportive consolidation path aligned to the government's priorities under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda and the fourth medium-term plan. The policy will prioritize enhanced domestic revenue mobilization, strengthen expenditure control, and strategic reprioritization of public spending. This approach aims to reinforce public debt sustainability and safeguard essential public service. Now let me turn to domestic revenue mobilization. Mr. Speaker, every shilling of development begins with every shilling of revenue collected fairly, efficiently, and transparently. To boost revenues, the government will continue to strengthen implementation of the national tax policy and medium-term revenue strategy, aimed at simplifying tax laws, rationalizing tax expenditures, and creating a fair, predictable, and efficient tax systems. Mr. Speaker, the Kenya Revenue Authority has intensified reforms to modernize tax administration, enhance compliance, and improve service delivery through technology and innovation. Notable progress has been made in expanding the electronic tax invoice management system, with over 655,000 taxpayers now onboarded, significantly enhancing transaction visibility and strengthening VAT compliance. Integration between iTax and customs systems has improved end-to-end taxpayer visibility, while the rollout of the electronic rental income tax system has simplified. I want to repeat that. While the rollout of the electronic rental income tax system has simplified compliance with the rental sector. So we have already implemented a system that I think some people are still dreaming about out there. Mr. Speaker, the Kenya Revenue Authority has also strengthened enforcement through data-driven compliance strategies, artificial intelligence, and non-intrusive cargo scanning technologies, enhancing the detection of illicit trade and reducing revenue leakages. As a result, the active taxpayer base increased by 82,000 to over 6.6 million taxpayers as at March 2026, from 6.5 million as at March 2025. Reflecting a growing voluntary compliance and improved taxpayer engagement. And I want to thank Kenyans for this. Mr. Speaker, service delivery and trade facilitation have equally improved through initiatives such as Huduma Popote and enhanced customs systems, which have reduced cargo clearance times and improved operational efficiency. Mr. Speaker, in the financial year 26-27, Kenya Revenue Authority will intensify reforms to strengthen revenue mobilization, modernize tax administration, and improve taxpayer experience through the following measures. Number one, roll out integrated digital tax administration and revenue monitoring systems, including the domestic tax administration system, expanded electronic invoicing, virtual electronic tax registers, enhanced point-of-sale integration, and the e-customs mobile application to improve efficiency, compliance, and real-time visibility of transactions. Number two, implement device identification and registration and strengthen exchange of information frameworks to combat tax evasion, illicit trade, and cross-border revenue leakages. Number three, simplify taxpayer processes through pre-populated returns, streamline digital payment solutions, and expanded digital service delivery platforms to reduce the cost and burden of compliance. And number four, expand taxpayer outreach and support through initiatives such as Ushuru GPT, Omni-Channel Customer Engagement System, Huduma Popote, and Ushuru Mashinani to enhance accessibility and responsiveness. Number five, strengthen enforcement, compliance, and revenue assurance through advanced data analytics, artificial intelligence, and integrated investigation and case management system. And number six, invest in core ICT infrastructure, integrated enterprise platform, and cybersecurity system to safeguard the integrity, resilience, and efficiency of revenue administration. So, Mr. Speaker, the government will continue to scale up non-tax revenues by strengthening the capacity of ministries, departments, and agencies to efficiently generate income from public services while enhancing their operational systems to improve efficiency and overall revenue performance. Now, I want to speak to improving efficiency of the public expenditure. Mr. Speaker, raising revenue is only half the equation. Ensuring that every shilling delivers maximum value is equally important. And in order to improve the efficiency and value for money of public expenditure, the government is implementing targeted reforms to strengthen expenditure controls, enhance transparency, and improve public sector efficiency. These reforms include the full rollout of e-government procurement, completion of key treasury single account reforms, and transition to accrual-based accounting to strengthen cash management, fiscal oversight, and financial reporting. The government will also deepen public financial management reforms through the entrenchment of zero-based budgeting, digitization and automation of pension and payroll administration, and strengthen human resource management system to enhance efficiency, accountability, and service delivery across the public sector. Further, the government will optimize the management of public assets and liabilities, accelerate state corporation reforms and targeted privatization, and scale up the use of public-private partnerships to provide private sector or private capital, improve efficiency, and support delivery of commercially viable projects. Mr. Speaker, allow me now to expound on some of the expenditure reforms that we are implementing. 1. Migration to accrual accounting. Mr. Speaker, effective public finance management begins with what we own, what we owe, and how public resources are being utilized. To improve cash management, the government is implementing one of the most significant financial management reforms in Kenya's history. The transition from cash basis to accrual basis of accounting under the International Public Sector Accounting Standards. Following Cabinet approval of the transition roadmap in March 2024, implementation commenced in financial year 2024-25 through a structured 3-year phased approach led by the National Treasury. Mr. Speaker, this reform fundamentally changes how government accounts for public resources. For the first time, Kenya's financial statements will present a complete and accurate picture of the country's financial position, capturing not just cash flows, but all public sector assets, liabilities, revenues, and expenditures. Public debt obligations, infrastructure assets, inventories, receivables, and payables will all be recognized and reported transparently, giving Parliament, citizens, and investors a true account of the nation's financial health. Mr. Speaker, implementation is progressing as scheduled across 3 phases. The first phase addressed financial assets and liabilities. The current phase incorporates inventories and prepayments. The final phase will bring in all remaining assets and liabilities, culminating in full consolidation of public sector entities. That is, consolidation of financial statements. To support this transition, the government is upgrading IFMIS and related systems, strengthening public sector asset management frameworks, undertaking asset identification and evaluation exercises across ministries, departments and agencies, counties and other public entities, and building capacity among public officers to sustain the reform beyond its implementation period. Mr. Speaker, this reform is not just about accounting standards. It is about accountability. It's about ensuring that those entrusted with public resources can be held to a higher standard of transparency and reinforcing public confidence in the stewardship of national resources. Number 2 is the Treasury single account. Mr. Speaker, as I had informed this House in last year's budget statement, the government has been implementing the Treasury single account framework to strengthen cash management and improve efficiency of public financial operations. Following the successful rollout of the Treasury single account to all ministries, the government has reduced the cost of overdraft financing from Central Bank of Kenya by 61% in this financial year, translating into substantial savings. I want again to pause there. I saw some people talking about reforming this so that there can be savings. I want to repeat that the government has reduced the cost of overdraft financing from Central Bank of Kenya by 61% in this financial year, translating already into substantial savings. So the work that you intend to do is actually already done. Mr. Speaker, the implemented Treasury single account model directly links invoices to specific batches submitted by ministries, departments, among other enhanced features. These Treasury single account reforms have substantially improved the efficiency of government exchequer operations, delivered transparency in exchequer and cash management, and ensured that public funds are released only against verified and approved obligations, thus laying the foundation for managing pending bills, and there is going to be no more cherry picking of invoices for payments. So, Mr. Speaker, building on this momentum in the financial year 26-27, the government will expand or extend the Treasury single account framework to county governments by completing the automation of county exchequer requisition processes, after which counties will progressively migrate to a Treasury single account architecture mirroring that of the national government. And two, operationalize in collaboration with the CBK a granular data integration system to deliver real-time visibility of the cash and liquidity positions of state corporations and semi-autonomous government agencies. Mr. Speaker, taken together, these reforms represent significant modernization of our public cash management architecture. They are already delivering measurable savings, deepening fiscal transparency and strengthening our capacity to deliver value for every shilling of public money. Let me now talk about strengthening the internal audit oversight and fiscal discipline. Mr. Speaker, every shilling entrusted to government must be accounted for and deliver value to the people of Kenya. The recurrence of audit queries and delays in implementing audit recommendations across public institutions continue to expose public resources to fiscal risk and weaken service delivery. And Mr. Speaker, to strengthen accountability, fiscal discipline, and support the government's zero-fault audit initiative, the government will introduce amendments to the Public Finance Management Act and related regulations to strengthen the mandate of the Office of the Internal Auditor General, and enhance oversight across the public sector. I am strengthening the Office of the Internal Audit. The reforms will establish a framework for tracking the implementation of audit recommendations and resolutions issued by Parliament, the Office of the Auditor General, audit committees and other oversight institutions, with clear accountability mechanisms for non-compliance. The government will also strengthen internal audit functions across public entities, roll out integrated internal audit management system, and enhance the adoption of enterprise risk management to improve the identification and mitigation of fiscal and operational risks. Mr. Speaker, these reforms will strengthen transparency, internal controls, and prudent management of public resources while improving accountability and service delivery across government. Now let me turn to revenue projections for 2026-2027. Mr. Speaker, our fiscal projections reflect a careful balance between ambition and realism, ensuring that we live within our means while investing in our future. Based on the outlined policy measures, total revenue collection, including appropriation in aid, for the financial year 2026-27 is projected to be 3,630.5 billion, which is equivalent to 17.4% of our GDP. Of this, ordinary revenue is projected at 2,985.7 billion, equivalent to 14.3% of the gross domestic product. And ministerial appropriation in aid is projected at 644.8 billion, equivalent to 3.1% of GDP. Grants are projected at 43.6 billion, or 0.2% of GDP. Expenditure projections. Mr. Speaker, total expenditure in the financial year 2026-27 budget is projected at 4,820.4 billion, equivalent to 23.2% of GDP. And of this, recurrent expenditure will amount to 3,568.4 billion, which is equivalent to 17.1% of GDP, and development expenditure, including allocations to domestic and foreign finance projects, contingency fund, and equalization fund, will amount to 750 billion shillings, which is equivalent to 3.6% of GDP. Total allocation to county governments is projected at 502 billion shillings, of which 428 billion is equitable share, and 74 billion is additional allocations from the national government's share of revenue, and loans and grants from development partners. So 16.6 billion national government, and loans and grants 57.4 billion. Financing deficit, fiscal deficit and financing. Mr. Speaker, the resultant fiscal deficit, including grants, is projected at 1,146.2 billion, equivalent to 5.5% of GDP. The fiscal deficit will be financed by net external borrowing of 116.2 billion, equivalent to 0.6% of GDP, and net domestic borrowing of 1,030 billion, which is equivalent to 4.9% of GDP. Public debt management. That leads us to discussion on public debt management. Mr. Speaker, debt is a tool for development, but only when managed prudently and sustainably. To preserve debt sustainability and strengthen economic resilience, the government will continue implementing fiscal consolidation measures anchored on enhanced domestic revenue mobilization, strict expenditure controls, and improved efficiency in public spending. Given these reforms, the present value of public debt to GDP is projected to decline steadily towards the approved debt anchor over the medium term. Mr. Speaker, in pursuit of the strategic objective of strengthening debt portfolio diversification, the National Treasury is actively advancing a range of innovative financing instruments. These initiatives are designed to broaden the investor base, optimize the cost-risk profile of public debt, and enhance overall resilience in debt management. In this regard, the government is considering thematic and liability management instruments such as debt for food swaps and debt for development swaps. These instruments provide an opportunity to convert external debt obligations into targeted investments that directly support national priorities, including food security, sustainable development, and social infrastructure, while simultaneously easing debt service pressures and reinforcing fiscal sustainability. Mr. Speaker, further to this, the government is also evaluating opportunities to access new and diversified international capital markets. This includes the potential issuance of samurai bonds in the Japanese market, and a lot of progress has been made in this area, and panda bonds in the Chinese domestic market. By tapping into these markets, the government stands to benefit from deep and diversified pools of capital, secure potentially competitive financing terms, and promote currency diversification within the debt portfolio, thereby reducing reliance on traditional funding sources. Mr. Speaker, complementing these efforts and in recognition of the growing global demand for ethical and faith-based financing, the government is considering the introduction of sukuk instruments. These Sharia-compliant securities, which are structured on asset-backed or asset-based principles, will enable the government to access liquidity from Islamic finance markets. This will not only expand the investor base to include investors with Sharia compliance mandates, but also promote financial inclusion and contribute to the deepening of domestic and international capital markets. Collectively, these initiatives underscore a forward-looking and proactive approach to public debt management, one that emphasizes innovation, prudent risk management, and alignment with both domestic development priorities and evolving global financing trends. Mr. Speaker, to further strengthen transparency, coordination, and efficiency in the implementation of externally funded projects, the National Treasury has spearheaded the development of the Development Project Management Information System. This innovative digital platform will serve as a centralized repository for real-time tracking of project implementation, monitoring of disbursement, and alignment of outcomes with national development priorities. By enhancing project oversight and accountability, this system represents a significant step towards ensuring that externally mobilized resources are utilized effectively and that every shilling delivers value for money and tangible impact for our citizens. Let me now talk about public-private partnership framework. Mr. Speaker, the scale of Kenya's development ambitions demands that we leverage not only public resources but also the capital, innovation, and expertise of the private sector. Public-private partnerships have therefore become a central pillar of our development financing strategy. Beyond mobilizing additional resources, public-private partnerships enable the government to harness private sector innovation, technical expertise, operational efficiency, and risk-sharing arrangements that enhance project delivery while preserving fiscal sustainability. Mr. Speaker, the government continues to strengthen public-private partnerships program as a key instrument for delivering strategic investments under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. In this financial year, we have so far mobilized approximately 96 billion private capital investment in PPPs. This being the CRBC/NSSF investment for the Rironi Gilgil, which is A8, and Nairobi Mai Naivasha A8 South, sections of the Nairobi-Nakuru Mau Summit Highway. Building on this momentum, the government targets to mobilize at least 70 billion through PPP investments in the financial year 26-27. across the energy, transport, water, housing, health, and digital infrastructure sectors. Mr. Speaker, other priority projects besides the Nairobi-Nakuru Mau Summit project include the Nairobi-Mombasa Expressway and the Mau Summit Eldoret-Malaba Highway, which will strengthen regional connectivity and facilitate trade along the northern corridor. Mr. Speaker, in ports and logistics, the government is leveraging private sector capital and expertise for the development of container terminals, cargo berths, inland container depots, and special economic zones in Mombasa, Lamu, Nairobi, and Naivasha, strengthening Kenya's position as the region's leading trade and logistics hub. Mr. Speaker, in the energy sector, priority investment include the High Grand Falls hydropower project, expected to generate 700 megawatts, and the Karora hydropower project, expected to generate an additional 90 megawatts. Together, these projects will add approximately 790 megawatts of clean and reliable power to support industrialization, digital transformation, and emerging technologies. These investments will be complemented by strategic transmission infrastructure projects to strengthen and expand the national grid. Mr. Speaker, in the water sector, the government is advancing key dam projects, including Radat Dam, Barsalinga Dam, Lowat Dam, and Soin Koru Dam, which will enhance water security, irrigation, food production, and climate resilience in some of the country's most water-stressed regions. Mr. Speaker, in the ICT sector, the Kenya National Data Center, PPP, and the Konza Data Center project will strengthen Kenya's digital infrastructure, support data sovereignty, and position the country as a leading digital and innovation hub in the East African region. Mr. Speaker, together these projects represent investment valued at over $10 billion and will support economic growth, improve service delivery, create jobs, and strengthen Kenya's productive capacity. Mr. Speaker, to accelerate project origination and preparation, the National Treasury has established a framework for rapid results initiative, bringing together ministries, departments, and agencies to identify, develop, and fast-track investment opportunities in priority beta sectors. Mr. Speaker, the National Treasury is also at the tail end of finalizing all the required PPP regulations and guidelines to fully operationalize the PPP Act. This is in addition to the recently issued circular on mandatory disclosure requirements for all privately initiated proposals. These circulars aim to enhance uniformity, transparency, accountability, and build public trust by enabling timely disclosures, integrity, and standard reporting. Mr. Speaker, as we expand the PPP program, we remain committed to increasing the participation of Kenyan enterprises, investors, and financial institutions to promote local ownership, domestic value creation, and reduce foreign exchange risk. In this regard, the National Infrastructure Fund will play a key role in mobilizing long-term domestic capital and supporting local participation in infrastructure financing. Mr. Speaker, our pension funds, insurance companies, SACCOs, and retail investors will increasingly have opportunity to participate in strategic national investments, ensuring that the benefits and returns generated by these projects accrue to Kenyan citizens while supporting long-term economic transformation. And Mr. Speaker, by mobilizing domestic savings and channeling them into productive investment, we are creating a model of growth that is owned, financed, and sustained by Kenyans. Kenya is not just open for business. Kenya is investing in itself. Now let me turn to resource allocations. Mr. Speaker, over the past 3 years, we have laid a firm foundation for inclusive growth. For financial year 2026-2027, the financial year 2026-2027 builds on those gains and advances the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. The administration's core economic strategy aligned with the fourth medium-term plan of Vision 2030. Better focuses public resources on unlocking productivity and increasing incomes at the base of the economy through deliberate, value chain-driven allocations. And with limited fiscal space, this budget prioritizes interventions that deliver the greatest impact in job creation, higher household incomes, and broader economic participation. Agricultural transformation and inclusive growth as the first pillar. Mr. Speaker, agriculture remains central to better and Kenya's long-term prosperity. It supports more than 2/3 of Kenyan households and generates significant employment multiplier effects, especially among groups historically excluded from modern economic opportunities. Strengthening agriculture is therefore essential food and nutrition security, enhancing resilience and promoting a shared prosperity. Mr. Speaker, to accelerate agriculture transformation, I propose, and bearing in mind that agriculture is largely devolved, but I propose a targeted allocation of 64 billion across priority programs that boost productivity, value addition, and resilience. Key investments include 18 billion for fertilizer subsidy program, 2 billion for seed subsidy program, 1 billion for coffee seedlings program to lower input costs for smallholders, 4.7 billion for the National Agricultural Value Chain Development Project to advance processing and market linkages. Further, I propose 5.4 billion for the Food System Resilience Project and 1.6 billion for the Resilience for Food and Nutrition Security Program to enhance adaptive livelihoods, diversify income sources, and reduce vulnerability to climate shocks. Mr. Speaker, recognizing the economic potential of pastoral and livestock systems, I propose 3.3 billion for de-risking, inclusion, and value enhancement of pastoral economies program, 1.3 billion for Kenya Livestock Commercialization Program, and 400 million for the Livestock Value Chain Support Project. These allocations will foster greater market access, commercialization, animal health services, and resilience among pastoral communities. Mr. Speaker, the blue economy offers meaningful opportunity for coastal and lakeside communities. To support the growth of the blue economy, I propose 8.2 billion for the blue economy and fisheries subsector, which includes 2.1 billion for aquaculture business development project, 1.8 billion for the Kenya Marine Fisheries and Socio-Economic Development Project, and 578 million for Kabonyo Fisheries and Aquaculture Training Center. These investments will expand sustainable aquaculture, uplift fisher folks' incomes, and create jobs in value addition and logistics. Mr. Speaker, addressing historical land inequalities remains a priority for this government. To promote equitable access and ensure sustainable land management, I am proposing 9.4 billion for settlement of the landless. Of this amount, 5 billion is for the landless in the coast region. 892 million for the processing and registration of title deeds, and 388 million will go towards digitization of land registries to secure tenure, reduce disputes, and unlock productive land use. Now let me turn to the second pillar, that is transforming the micro, small, and medium enterprises economy. Mr. Speaker, MSMEs are the backbone of our economy. They account for 98% of businesses, provide approximately 14.9 million jobs, and contribute about 40% to our GDP. They span informal home-based enterprises, artisans, mechanics, tailors, carpenters, fabricators, and medium-sized firms. Nurturing this sector is essential for broad-based job creation and inclusive growth. Mr. Speaker, lack of affordable credit remains a major constraint for MSMEs and households at the bottom of the pyramid. To address this, I propose 550 million for the Center for Entrepreneurship Project to strengthen incubation, skills, and business development services, and 1.1 billion for Rural Kenya Financial Inclusion Facility to expand credit access and financial services to underserved communities. Housing and settlement as the third pillar. Mr. Speaker, decent housing underpins social stability and economic productivity. Our affordable housing program not only provides safe and affordable homes to Kenyans, but also generates jobs directly in construction and indirectly across building materials and services sector. To sustain this momentum, I propose 143.7 billion for the housing sector, urban development, and public works subsectors. This package will include 18.6 billion under the Kenya Urban Program, 50.6 billion for construction of affordable housing units, 20.9 billion for social housing units, and 20.2 billion for the institutional housing, and 18.2 billion for critical social and physical infrastructure. Further, support will include 2.7 billion for the Kenya Informal Settlement Improvement Project Phase 2, and 535 million targeted to support construction of county headquarters. These investments will improve living conditions, provision of services, and local governance capacity. Mr. Speaker, to protect livelihoods or lives and property through compliance with building codes and standards, I propose 2.4 billion for the regulation and development of the construction industry, thus reinforcing safety, quality, and accountability across the sector. Allow me now to turn to the other pillar, that is universal health coverage. Mr. Speaker, universal health coverage, UHC, is central to better's social contract. Equitable access to quality health services is essential for human capital, productivity, and poverty reduction. Towards this end, I have proposed 177.2 billion to the health sector to advance UHC and strengthen essential services. Key allocations include 8.6 billion salaries for UHC staff, 19.1 billion for primary healthcare fund to finance frontline services. Mr. Speaker, to reduce the burden of communicable diseases and advance immunization, I am proposing 18.5 billion for the Global Fund and 6.4 billion for vaccines and immunization program. This investment will protect children and communities and reduce health-related economic shocks. Mr. Speaker, tackling cancer and other chronic illnesses requires focused investment. I propose 3 billion to the emergencies, chronic and critical illness fund. 1 billion for construction of a cancer center at Kisii Level 5 Hospital. 300 million to strengthen cancer management in Kenyatta National Hospital. And 150 million for the expansion of comprehensive cancer center at Kenyatta University Teaching Referral and Research Hospital. These measures will expand diagnostic and treatment capacity across the region, given that we are leading as a leading hub in terms of health in this region. Mr. Speaker, to improve tertiary healthcare, I propose 45.3 billion for our referral hospitals. Additional targeted investments will include the following: 470 million for the construction of Kenyatta National Hospital Burns and Pediatric Center, 300 million for innovations and replacement of obsolete equipment at Kenyatta National Hospital, and 2 billion for construction of a new 2,000-bed multi-speciality at Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital to expand capacity and improve health outcomes. Mr. Speaker, to ensure reliable supply chains and strengthen human resources, I am proposing 20.9 billion for Kenya Medical Supplies Agency, KEMSA, 3.1 billion for the Kenya Medical Research Institute, 1.3 billion for the Integrated Reproductive Health Program, 500 million for family planning and reproductive health commodities, and 600 million for equipment at the National Blood Transfusion Services. Mr. Speaker, as a country, we value the services offered by our health workers. To build workforce capacity, I propose 9.3 billion for medical interns, 10.9 billion for the Kenya Medical Training College, and 3.2 billion and 396 million for stipend and medical insurance for community health promoters, respectively. Under digital superhighway and creative economy, Mr. Speaker, digital transformation is a strategic enabler for competitiveness in the fourth industrial revolution. Digital connectivity and literacy are essential for education, healthcare, finance, markets, public services, and emerging digital opportunities. Mr. Speaker, Kenya's creative economy, encompassing film, music, fashion, arts, media, digital content, and design, has become a powerful engine for growth and youth empowerment. Investing in creative industries expands cultural exports and drives innovation. Mr. Speaker, to accelerate digital adoption and inclusion, I propose 8.6 billion Kenya shillings to this sector. And this will include 4.3 billion for Kenya Digital Economy Acceleration Project, 1.3 billion for maintenance and rehabilitation of national optic fiber backbone infrastructure, 528 million for maintenance and rehabilitation of last mile county connectivity, 309 million for government shared services, 382 million for the digital superhighway cyber security, 400 million for establishment of digital hubs, and 455 million for ICT infrastructure maintenance. Investing, now let me move to infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, infrastructure is the backbone of economic transformation. It provides connectivity, energy, and water resources needed to power productive activities and sustain human settlement. By reducing transaction costs and opening markets, infrastructure investments deliver long-term value. Towards this end, I propose 220.4 billion for development of roads, including 44.3 billion to support construction of roads and bridges, 58 billion for rehabilitation of roads, and 118.1 billion for roads maintenance. This balanced mix supports connectivity, freight, efficiency, and long-term road preservation. Mr. Speaker, to expand railway transport, I propose 38.4 billion for railway projects. Additionally, Kenya shillings 400 million is proposed for the Kenya ferry ramp in Likoni, Mombasa. Additional 1 billion for development of public ferry landing ramps in Lake Victoria, including Mbita and Sena Islands in Suba North and West sub-counties of Homa Bay County, respectively. 150 million for acquisition of public ferry in Lake Victoria, completing the purchase of public ferry for use in Lake Victoria. And 582 million for Nairobi Bus Rapid Transport Project, which is a critical public transport investment that will reduce congestion and enhance mobility. Mr. Speaker, reliable, affordable energy is vital for industry and households. I propose 30.9 billion to the energy subsector, including 7.5 billion for the national grid system, 20.2 billion for rural electrification, and 3.2 billion for alternative energy technologies. These allocations expand access, lower costs, and promote sustainable growth. But I wish to add that a lot of energy projects will be financed through National Infrastructure Fund because they are commercially viable. And I want to turn to education. Education. Yes. Yes, I'm turning now to education. Improving education outcomes. Mr. Speaker, Kenya's future depends on developing strong human capital. And to this end, we will continue to strengthen quality learning, training and research, promote equity and inclusivity, scale up investment in education, fortify the system against emerging technological and labor market shifts, as well as fortify education to industry linkages, thus ensuring skills match demand. Mr. Speaker, I propose 784.5 billion for the education sector. Mr. Speaker, a lot has been said about defunding education. But in 2026-27, we are proposing 784.5 billion shillings, which is 26.4% of the ministerial budgets. Compare that to 2021-2022 budget before this administration came into office. The budget for education was 526 billion shillings. That has increased now by 49%. And it was 24.5% of the ministerial budget. Now it is 26.5% of the ministerial budget. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, it is not correct that this government, this administration is defunding education. In fact, we are funding it more. So this 784.5 billion includes Kenya shillings 424 billion to Teacher Service Commission for payment of our teachers. And that has moved from 290 billion in 2022 to now 421 billion shillings. Basic education. Basic education is now 136. I'm proposing 136.6 billion. Compare that to 107 billion in 2022. 163.9 billion for higher education, which was 105 billion in 2022. 1.3 billion for science, innovation and research, and 58.5 billion for technical, vocational education and training. This comprehensive allocation safeguards service delivery and expands opportunities across the learning continent. Mr. Speaker, within this funding to the education sector, I propose 7 billion for free primary education, 54.6 billion for free day secondary education, and 30.7 billion for junior secondary school capitation. Those two lines, the free day secondary education 54.6 plus junior secondary education of 30.7 adds to a total of 85.3 billion. What was it in 2022? In 2022, it was 62.4 billion shillings. I also propose 9.9 billion for administering national exams, and that is in addition to what we have just provided before the end of this year to pay the arrears of 1.5 billion to teachers. So teachers who marked exams, they will be paid before the end of this financial year, 1.5 billion. 3 billion for school feeding program. Again, this school feeding program in 2022 had 2.2 billion. Now it is 3 billion. Mr. Speaker, I am proposing 4.9 billion to be provided for conversion of 20,000 intern teachers into permanent and pensionable from January 2027. Further, the newly recruited 24,000 intern teachers will be converted into permanent and pensionable terms in July 2027. In this respect, I am proposing an allocation of 8.2 billion for intern teachers to address staffing gaps and improving learning outcomes. Mr. Speaker, this government, by the time we reach next year, we will have employed 116,000. If you put it in terms of averages, over 20,000 teachers per year. There is no any other government that has ever employed more than 10,000 teachers per year. This government is employing on average 20,000 teachers per year. Mr. Speaker, to improve learning environment and skills training, I am proposing 4.1 billion for primary and secondary school infrastructure and 2.1 billion for construction and equipping of TVET centers, 7.1 billion for the Kenya Primary Education Equity and Learning Program, and 4.7 billion for Kenya Secondary Education Quality Improvement Project. Mr. Speaker, further investments in this sector include the following: 56.3 billion for Higher Education Loans Board for provisional loans to university and TVET students. And how much was it in 2022? 15.39. It has moved from 15.39 to 56.3 billion in this financial year. There is additional 30.9 billion for university scholarships. There is also 9.2 billion dedicated specifically for TVET scholarships, and 6.7 billion for CBA arrears for universities and 2021-2022 CBA, and another 5.9 billion for ongoing projects in universities across the country, measures that expand access and strengthen human capital for a competitive economy. Mr. Speaker, let me talk now or speak to supporting manufacturing for job creation. Mr. Speaker, manufacturing is a linchpin for structural transformation. We will therefore continue to strengthen local value chains, deepen backward and forward linkages, and enhance competitiveness in domestic and export markets. Mr. Speaker, to continue promoting local industries, I propose 16.7 billion to support manufacturing initiatives across implementing agencies. This includes 2.6 billion for equipping county integrated agro-industrial parks, the ones that have been completed. 5.4 billion for supporting access to finance and enterprise recovery projects. 602 million for development of a Three-River textile hub, 300 million for establishment of flagship export processing zone SAP, and 604 million for the development of special economic zone textile park in Naivasha, and 2.4 billion for Kenya jobs and economic transformation. These measures will deepen industrial clustering and create high-quality jobs. Mr. Speaker, I further propose 500 million for coffee cherry revolving fund, 2 billion for coffee debt waivers, and 2.7 billion for sugar sector reforms in order to stabilize key agricultural and industrial value chains and protect livelihoods. Mr. Speaker, to prepare our youth for industry needs, I propose Kenya shillings 500 million for construction of industrial research laboratories that will foster innovation, internship, and industry academia collaboration. Now, improving security, which is of concern to all of us. Mr. Speaker, a safe and stable environment is indispensable for investment, trade, and economic growth. I therefore propose 252.1 billion for defense, 144.7 billion for the National Police Service, 64 billion for the National Intelligence Service, 63.9 billion for internal security and the national administration, and 42.6 billion for prison services. And these allocations strengthen national security and uphold the rule of law. Specific security interventions or investments include 13 billion to cater for leasing of police motor vehicles, 7 billion for police modernization program, 1 billion for construction and modernization of national forensic facilities. I have also proposed 3.9 billion for stipend to village elders for the first time, something that has been talked about for years, to enhance local administrative capacities, to appreciate. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, let me repeat. I have also proposed 3.9 billion for stipend to village elders to enhance local administrative capacities and to appreciate and recognize the role played by village elders in helping address security and other societal challenges. Mr. Speaker, allow me now to turn to protecting the vulnerable groups in our society. Mr. Speaker, social safety nets remain central to BETA's objective of poverty reduction and inclusive growth. Strengthen safety nets, protect livelihoods, create pathways out of poverty, and enable economically excluded households to participate in productive activities. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In this regard, I propose 41.8 billion to protect the vulnerable Kenyans, including 24.6 billion for cash transfers to the elderly persons, 8.9 billion for cash transfers to orphans and vulnerable children, and 1.5 billion for cash transfers to persons living with severe disabilities. These measures provide immediate relief and sustain basic consumption. And Mr. Speaker, the allocation also includes 4.3 billion for the Kenya Hunger Safety Net Program, 550 million for the National Fund for the Disabled of Kenya, 1.1 billion for the Child Welfare Society of Kenya, and 200 million to support autism and albinism programs in order to strengthen social protection and community support systems. Under equity, poverty reduction, women and youth empowerment. Mr. Speaker, anchored on the Kenya Young People's Agenda, we are funding key government interventions that will equip young youth with entrepreneurial and life skills, promote local and international employment, and unlock opportunities for youth-owned MSMEs. Mr. Speaker, the government will also fund initiatives that advance gender equality by promoting meaningful inclusion of women in decision-making, enhancing their economic empowerment, and in intensifying efforts to eliminate gender-based violence and harmful practices such as female genital mutilation. Mr. Speaker, to empower youth, women and constituencies across the country, I propose 110.2 billion for targeted initiatives. This includes 12.5 billion for the National Youth Service, 4.9 billion to National Youth Opportunity Towards Advancement, that is NYOTA project, 1.6 billion for Youth Employment Support Program, and 1 billion for film development services. This investment will spur skills development, civic engagement, and growth in creative industry. Mr. Speaker, to support women and girls, I propose 402 million for the Women Enterprise Fund and 4.9 billion for the National Government Affirmative Action Fund to enhance their inclusion, dignity, and economic participation. Mr. Speaker, to promote regional equity and strengthen local development, I propose 61.8 billion for the National Government Constituency Development Fund, 10.3 billion for the Equalization Fund to finance programs in marginalized areas, and 10.5 billion for the Kenya Devolution Support Program number 2. In stimulating tourism growth, sports, culture, recreation, and arts. Mr. Speaker, sports and arts are vital for national identity, youth empowerment, and economic diversification. We will therefore promote sports at all levels, enforce international anti-doping standards, and commercial and indigenous knowledge to create livelihood opportunities. To harness national talent and promote Kenya as a regional cultural hub, I propose 45.6 billion for sports, culture, recreation, and tourism, including 25.2 billion for sports, arts and social development funds, 14.3 billion for the tourism fund, and these allocations will stimulate jobs, community development, and foreign exchange earnings. Under environment protection or environmental protection, water and natural resources, Mr. Speaker, environmental conservation, climate resilience, forest reforestation, biodiversity protection, and land restoration are central to sustainable development. Access to clean water, improved sanitation, and expanded irrigation are equally crucial for health, productivity, and agricultural growth. Towards this end, I propose an allocation of 124.8 billion for the cluster. And Mr. Speaker, to safeguard ecosystem and tackle climate risk, I propose 13.4 billion for forest resources conservation and management, 1.7 billion for forest research and development. I also propose 3.2 billion for tree growing campaign. Mr. Speaker, I further propose 4.7 billion for environment management and protection, 8.9 billion for the Kenya Financing Locally Led Climate Action Project, FLOCA, and 1.8 billion for meteorological service. Mr. Speaker, in order to support solid waste management in Nairobi, I propose 2.5 billion and 1 billion for the removal of asbestos as well. Additional targeted allocations in this sector include 13 billion for wildlife security, conservation and management, 1.2 for wildlife research and development, 1.1 billion for human-wildlife conflict compensation, 800 million for wildlife insurance. And these investments protect natural capital that underpins tourism and rural livelihoods. Mr. Speaker, to expand water infrastructure and ensure water security, I propose 51.5 billion for water and sewerage infrastructure development, 6.3 billion for water resource management, 2.5 billion for water storage and flood control. Mr. Speaker, to promote irrigation development in the country and reduce reliance on rain-fed agriculture, I propose 1.1 billion for irrigation and drainage development, 1.8 billion for large-scale commercial irrigation development, 3.3 billion for community-managed irrigation development, 3 billion for public irrigation schemes, 1.6 billion for revitalization of irrigation in asal areas, and these allocations will improve access, productivity, and resilience in agriculture and settlement. Now, improving governance and sustaining the fight against corruption. Mr. Speaker, strong institutions and adherence to the rule of law are prerequisites for sustainable development. Effective governance strengthens investor confidence and ensures efficient delivery of public services. To strengthen accountability and the rule of law, I propose 5.1 billion for the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, 7 billion for the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, 6 billion to the State Law Office, 9.8 billion for the Office of the Auditor General, and these allocations will intensify anti-corruption efforts and reinforce public sector integrity. Mr. Speaker, to enhance parliamentary oversight and legislative functions, I propose 50.9 billion for Parliament. Further, to support administration of justice, I propose 30.4 billion for the judiciary. These allocations are essential to uphold democracy, transparency, and citizen trust in public institutions. Now, allocations to county governments. Mr. Speaker, the government remains committed in supporting devolution through intergovernmental fiscal transfers in line with Article 202 of the Constitution. I therefore propose to allocate 428 billion in equitable share, which shall be transferred to the respective county governments as per the first basis formula during the financial year 26-27. The 428 billion represents 21% of the most recently audited revenues for the financial year 22-23, way higher than the minimum of 15% prescribed in Article 203 2 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, including the additional allocation from the national government share of revenue of 16.6 billion to the proposed shareable of 428 billion, implies that the county governments will receive a total of Kenya shillings 444.6 billion, just a few billions, less than about 5 billion less than what is in the 10-point agenda. Further to this allocation, I have proposed an additional allocation of 57.4 billion from loans and grants from development partners. Mr. Speaker, the National Treasury has developed the Draft Public Finance Management Bill 2025, which proposes to amend Sections 42 and 191 of the Public Finance Management Act, CAF 412. These amendments aim to provide for submission of two separate bills, one on the county government's additional allocations, national government share of revenue bill, and the other on proceeds from loans and grants from development partners bill. This will mitigate delays in the approval and disbursement of county government's additional allocations. Now let me speak or talk about equalization fund. Mr. Speaker, to support implementation of projects in the marginalized areas, 10.3 billion has been proposed as an allocation to the equalization fund in the financial year 26-27. Mr. Speaker, now I turn to county government pending bills. Mr. Speaker, the growing stock of pending bills in county government poses a fiscal risk. As of 30th June 2025, county governments reported outstanding pending bills of 183 billion. And Mr. Speaker, during its 27th ordinary session, the Intergovernmental Budget and Economic Council, IBEC, approved and adopted the county government pending bills action plan submitted by the Controller Budget. The Council directed all county governments to customize and implement their respective pending bills action plans to progressively reduce the stock of pending bills. I urge county governments to ensure full implementation of the agreed action plans. Now let me turn to taxation measures. Having talked about expenditure, the money being allocated here and there, now it is the time to see where money is coming from. Taxation measures. Mr. Speaker, following the tragic events of 25th June of 2024, which I hope will never be repeated again in this country, a day that remains etched in our hearts, government was reminded of the need to always listen to the voices of our citizens. As I mentioned at the beginning of this statement, I championed public engagements with Kenyans of all walks of life while putting together this budget and the supporting policy measures. Mr. Speaker, over the last 1 month, focus has been more on the finance bill 2026. And like I mentioned, I engaged Kenyans widely in town hall meetings, various media stations, Bunge la Mwananchi at Jivanji Gardens here in Nairobi, Ongare Rongai in Kajiado, comrades at the University of Nairobi, Citizen Digital Express, just to mention but a few. I wish to thank all Kenyans who took time to attend these forums and engage with me. My assurance is that their voices have been reflected in the proposals that I'm presenting today. Mr. Speaker, in preparing these proposals, I have been guided by the overriding principle of placing the well-being of the common Mwananchi first. In this regard, I have deliberately chosen not to introduce new taxes or increase tax rates that would further overburden the hardworking Kenyans and their families. Instead, the measures are focused on reforms that improve efficiency in tax collection, create a fairness in the tax system, and broaden the revenue base without burdening the Mwananchi. Mr. Speaker, allow me to share a striking reality. Today, only 3.1 million working Kenyans contribute to pay as you earn. Yet, millions of other Kenyans that make money in our economy do not contribute to the taxes we collect. Many of these people have been filing nil returns year after year. The burden of developing this country has therefore been on a few of us. And Mr. Speaker, that this must change. We shall continue to broaden our tax base, a process that will help us lower tax rates to ease burden on the few that are tax compliant. Mr. Speaker, to support financing of the 2026-27 budget, I will today present highlights of two sets of proposals. The first set of proposals relates to custom measures agreed upon by the East African Community Ministers, Cabinet Secretaries responsible for finance and economic affairs during this year's pre-budget consultations held in Arusha, Tanzania on 15th May 2026, and which we will conclude this coming weekend. The measures agreed upon target to support local manufacturing, promote value addition, strengthen industrial competitiveness, enhance food security, protect jobs, and align the regional tariff structure with Kenya's economic development projects. The second set of proposals are contained in the Finance Bill of 2026. These measures are guided by three key principles. First, efficiency, to ensure tax collection is done with minimal leakages and ease compliance. Second, fairness, to ensure that the tax burden is shared equitably among all. And third, simplicity, to ensure that compliance with tax laws is straightforward, transparent, and predictable for all Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, the measures I present today, majority of which are targeted to simplify tax compliance and strengthen tax administration, are expected to yield an additional Kenya shillings 98.9 billion in terms of revenues. So let me turn to custom measures. Mr. Speaker, allow me to express my sincere appreciation to this House for the approval granted to the custom measures on 8th of May 2026, which are subsequently presented during the pre-budget consultations held in Arusha, Tanzania on 15th May of 2026. I wish to inform this House that all those measures were subsequently adopted by the East African Community Ministers, Cabinet Secretary responsible for finance and economic affairs. These measures will take effect from 1st July 2026. I will now highlight some of them. Mr. Speaker, high production costs continue to constrain growth and competitiveness of local industries, particularly where manufacturers rely on imported inputs that are not available locally. To lower the cost of production for our local industries and make locally produced goods affordable, Kenya secured an approval at the region to continue applying a 0% duty remission on selected inputs used in manufacture of pharmaceutical products, roofing materials, automotive parts for vehicles and motorcycles, and cold rooms for preservation, leather processing, and the assembly of smart mobile phones. Laptops and tablets. Kenya also secured approval to continue applying a duty remission rate of only 10% on selected inputs used in furniture and door manufacturing, as well as completely knocked down kits for assembly of motorcycles. Through these measures, jobs created by the industries in these categories remain protected to support livelihood of our people. Mr. Speaker, food security is one of the pillars under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, and therefore remains a national priority. To support affordability of food and animal feeds by Kenyans, Kenya was allowed to continue importing wheat at a duty remission rate of 10% instead of the common external tariff rate of 35%. Continue importing imports for manufacture of animal feeds. I want to repeat. Continue importing inputs for manufacture of animal feeds duty-free under the East African Community Duty Remission Scheme, and apply a 0% import duty on dates consumed by our Muslim brothers and sisters during the period of Ramadan in 2027. Kenya also secured approval to continue applying an import duty of 35% or $200 per metric ton, whichever is higher, on imported rice instead of the common external tariff rate of 75% or $345 per metric ton. Mr. Speaker, to promote value addition of products locally grown by our farmers, Kenya was allowed a stay of application of East African Community Common External Tariff Rates and apply a duty rate of 35% or equivalent specific duty rates on selected processed food products, including preserved vegetables, peas, sweet corn, tomato products, sauces, jams, edible oils, malt extract, and other prepared food products. This will cushion the local industries from imported products and make Kenyan products more competitive in the domestic market. Protect these agro-based industries, thus safeguarding income of our farmers and the local jobs created in the agro-processing value chain. Mr. Speaker, to protect local manufacturers in the textile, apparel, leather, and footwear sectors, and the many jobs in these industries, Kenya was granted an extension of a stay of application of EAC common standard tariff and apply higher duty rates ranging between 25% and 35% on imported textiles, apparel, blankets, bed linen, carpets, tarpaulins, leather products, and worn clothing, while maintaining 0% duty remission on selected inputs for leather processing. Mr. Speaker, to strengthen digital connectivity and part of the digital superhighway pillar of BETTER, the local assembly of smart devices remains a key priority. Expanding access to affordable smart telecommunication devices will enable more Kenyans participate in the digital economy and benefit from emerging opportunities in business and innovation. With this in mind, Kenya requested and was granted a 0% duty remission on inputs used in the assembly of smartphones, laptops, and tablets. Additionally, optical fiber cables and recorded software products will be imported at a higher tariff rate of 10% instead of the EAC Common External Tariff rate of 0%. Mr. Speaker, to lower the cost of construction materials for the delivery of affordable housing as part of BETTER priorities, Kenya was allowed to continue applying 0% duty remission on selected inputs for the manufacture of roofing materials and related industrial products. Further, to protect local industries that manufacture steel products, aluminum products, pipes, electrical equipment, ceramic tiles, and other construction materials, Kenya was also allowed to continue applying stays of application at duty rates ranging from 25% to 35%, together with equivalent specific duty rates where applicable, to discourage under declaration of import values. Mr. Speaker, given the limited fiscal space, Kenya continues to explore alternative financing models, particularly the public-private partnership arrangements in developing infrastructure projects. With this in mind, Kenya was granted a stay of application of the common tariff and apply a 0% import duty on goods, materials, and equipment imported for use in the PPP projects. Mr. Speaker, local assembly of motor vehicles and the manufacturing of automotive parts continue to create jobs for Kenyans. In this respect, Kenya applied to protect these industries and associated value chain. Kenya was granted a 0% duty remission on selected inputs used in the manufacture of automotive parts. Mr. Speaker, to support local manufacturing of paper and paper products, Kenya was allowed to continue applying stays of application at a rate of 35% on craft paper and paperboard, printed polybags, sacks and bags, and related packaging materials instead of the common tariff rates of 25%. Mr. Speaker, to protect local manufacturers of household and industrial products and the jobs therein, Kenya will continue to the stays of application under the common tariff rates and apply rates ranging from 25 to 35%, together with equivalent specific duty rates where applicable on products including LPG stoves, cookware, aluminum products, steel products, electrical equipment, and related manufactured goods. Now let me turn to the highlights of proposals in the Finance Bill. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to the proposals in the Finance Bill 2026 that target to amend various domestic tax laws to improve revenue collection, ease tax compliance, and create fairness within the tax system. Under income tax, Mr. Speaker, currently certain corporate restructurings, such as mergers amalgamations, or internal reorganizations are exempt from capital gains tax. To encourage the establishment and growth of real estate investment trusts, the bill is proposing to extend the exemption to qualifying property transfers into approved real estate investment trusts to avoid selective treatment or application. Mr. Speaker, to promote fairness, improve consistency within the tax system, and support investment in the petroleum sector, the bill is proposing to reduce the corporate tax rate applicable to non-resident petroleum contractors to 30% from 37.5%. This will harmonize with the rate that is applicable to other non-resident companies. The bill further clarifies that repatriated income earned by non-resident petroleum contractors will be subject to tax at the rate of 15%, consistent with the treatment applicable to other non-resident persons operating in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, the current framework for taxation of trusts is complex and may create uncertainty in the taxation of trust incomes and distribution. To improve clarity and align the framework with the international best practices, the bill is proposing to introduce a single point taxation system at the trustee level and removes the risk of double taxation for beneficiaries, thereby improving compliance and reducing opportunities for tax avoidance. Mr. Speaker, the bill does not propose to increase monthly income tax. I wish to state that. On the contrary, the bill is proposing a simplified tax framework for non-resident persons who earn monthly rental income in Kenya but do not pay tax on that income. In this case, therefore, non-resident landlords will be required to register and account for tax directly, especially where the property is not managed through a property agent, while preserving the existing withholding tax framework where non-residents are currently complying with their tax obligation. Mr. Speaker, this proposal will not result in higher rent or additional burden on existing tenants that reside in properties owned by non-residents. Mr. Speaker, currently any persons making payments to non-resident ship owners and charterers are required to withhold and remit tax on shipping income. This has affected compliance, particularly where persons producing shipping services are not aware of the withholding obligations. To simplify the administration of the tax and provide greater certainty in its collection, the bill is proposing to place the responsibility for payment of the tax on resident shipping agents and provide a clear timeline for remittance being within 5 days after receipt of payment or before the ship leaves the port of landing, whichever is earlier. Mr. Speaker, currently the deadline for filing tax returns is 30th June of every year for all categories of income, which leaves no room for verification and validation of filed returns before the commencement of another financial year. To provide sufficient time for verification and validation of returns, I propose revisions to the timelines for filing individual income tax returns. Under the proposal, taxpayers with nil returns will be required to file within 1 month after the end of the year of income, because they have nil returns anyway. While taxpayers whose income is fully taxed at source, including persons earning employment income only, will file within 4 months after the end of the year of income. All other taxpayers are required to file their return by 30th of June every year. All businesses will still continue to file their returns by 30th of June every year. So it is not true that we are reducing for everyone, making filing returns complicated. Mr. Speaker, currently gains arising from offshore transfers where the value of the transferred shares is derived from assets located in Kenya are not taxed. To ensure that gains derived from Kenya assets remain taxable in Kenya, irrespective of how the transaction is structured, the bill therefore proposes to amend the Income Tax Act to ensure that all gains from transfer of assets located in Kenya get same tax treatment, irrespective of the location of the beneficial owners. Mr. Speaker, when companies make profits, those profits should find their way back to shareholders within a reasonable time. Currently, some companies have been holding back their profits indefinitely, simply to defer paying dividend tax. This is a loophole that needs to be addressed. In order to provide greater certainty in the application of the deemed dividend provision, which is already in law, and discourage indefinite retention of profits, solely for purpose of deferring dividend taxation. The bill is proposing to introduce a minimum deemed dividend distribution threshold of 60% of undistributed income. Mr. Speaker, rapid advances in technology have transformed the way businesses make payments, distribute software, and provide services across borders. However, the current Income Tax Act provisions do not clearly address the tax treatment of certain payments arising from software distribution arrangements, payment card schemes, payment processing systems, and related digital platforms. This has created uncertainty and disputes regarding the taxation of interchange fees, merchant service fees, and other payments made for access to this system. The bill therefore proposes amendments to clarify the definition of management of professional fees and royalties in order to provide a clear legal framework for taxation of such payments and reduce opportunities for revenue leakage. Mr. Speaker, gambling activities have grown significantly in recent years, particularly through digital platforms. While these are legitimate activities, winnings from gambling are income, and like any other income, they should be taxed. The bill therefore proposes to introduce withholding tax on winnings, lotteries, and prize competitions. Mr. Speaker, the scrap metal trade is a significant economic activity that supports the livelihood of many Kenyans. To improve traceability of transactions and strengthen compliance for scrap metal trade, the bill proposes to introduce a withholding tax on incomes earned from the sale of scrap metal at a low rate of 1.5% of the gross amount paid. Mr. Speaker, currently payments made by the national carrier to non-resident service providers are exempt from payment of withholding income tax, while similar payments when made to residents are taxed. To promote fairness and ensure consistent tax treatment between resident and non-resident service providers, the bill proposes to remove the exemption from withholding tax on payments made by the national carrier to non-resident service providers. Value-added tax, VAT. Mr. Speaker, I will now turn to the proposed amendment to the value-added tax. Mr. Speaker, dialysis remains a life-sustaining treatment for many Kenyans living with kidney disease. Yet the cost of essential renal treatment equipment continues to place pressure on households and healthcare providers. The bill therefore proposes to exempt dialyzers, which is a critical life-saving component for patients experiencing kidney failure, from VAT to reduce their costs and make renal treatment affordable. Mr. Speaker, the government recognizes the important role that trade in used clothing and footwear, commonly known as mitumba, continues to play in supporting livelihood and affordable access to clothing across the country. To simplify compliance, the bill proposes to charge VAT at the point of importation, while subsequent domestic sales of worn clothing and worn footwear will be exempt from VAT. This means that mitumba traders selling to everyday Kenyans will not be burdened with VAT obligations. Contrary to what is being said out there, we are making mitumba more and more cheap because there will be no multiple VATs. You only pay once at the point of entry. Mr. Speaker, currently passengers arriving at the ports of entry in Kenya are allowed VAT exemption on value of goods not exceeding only $300. This threshold has remained unchanged and has not kept pace with the current realities. The bill therefore is proposing to increase the VAT exempt threshold on value goods for passengers arriving at the ports of entry from $300 to $2,000. Mr. Speaker, the scrap metal sector plays an important role in supporting local manufacturing and recycling activities, but presents significant challenges in administration of input VAT. To simplify VAT administration within the sector, while complementing the withholding income tax framework proposed under the Income Tax Act, the bill therefore proposes to exempt scrap metal from payment of VAT. Mr. Speaker, public-private partnership continues to play an important role in the delivery of strategic infrastructure projects across the country. To reduce the cost of implementation of the project, the bill proposes a VAT exemption for goods and services imported or procured locally for use solely in the approved public-private partnership infrastructure projects. Mr. Speaker, the rapid growth of digital payment platforms has created uncertainty regarding the VAT treatment of certain payment facilitation and processing services. While these services support financial transactions, they are distinct from the underlying financial services. The bill therefore seeks to clarify that core financial services, including money transfer services such as M-Pesa, will remain exempt from VAT, while platforms that facilitate services such as merchant acquiring, payment gateway, aggregation, and settlement services will qualify for exemption. Will not qualify for exemption. Mr. Speaker, to promote consistency in the treatment of input VAT and support proper administration of the VAT framework, the bill is proposing to require adjustment of input VAT previously claimed where goods that were intended for taxable supply subsequently become exempt while still in stock. Mr. Speaker, Kenya's tax expenditure was estimated at 286 billion or 1.8% of GDP in 2024, a decline from 368 billion or 2.4% of GDP in 2023. But Mr. Speaker, to further reduce tax expenditures, I propose to rationalize some of the existing incentives, such as to remove VAT exemption on certain goods and services currently exempt, including denatured ethanol, direction finding compass, affordable housing construction inputs, tourism facility construction inputs, and aircrafts of Chapter 88, excluding parts and large aircrafts of over 2,000 kilograms. These are what we call choppers, helicopters. We are removing them from VAT exempt. But aircraft parts will still enjoy VAT exemption. To exclude from VAT exemption spare parts applicable to official aid-funded projects to reduce opportunities for misuse of the exemption. So we exempted the vehicles, but not the parts. Transfer selected supplies from zero-rated status to VAT-exempt status in line with the national tax policy objective of limiting zero-rating primarily to export. To exempt mobile phones from VAT as part of the simplified taxation framework for mobile phones outlined under the proposal under Excise Duty Act. So when we talk of excise duty on phones, moving from 10% to 25%, they talk about that, but they fail to say that we are removing VAT on mobile phones from 16% to nothing. So the above measures are expected to further lower tax expenditures as a share of GDP, hence revenue collection. Excise Duty Act. Mr. Speaker, we now turn to the proposed amendments to the Excise Duty Act. Mr. Speaker, currently, more Kenyans are drinking bottled water in both urban and rural areas. The bill is proposing to remove excise duty of 6 shillings and 41 cents per liter of bottled water. We are removing excise duty on bottled water. Mr. Speaker, it is expected that the vendors of bottled water will pass this benefit to the ordinary citizen by lowering the price of bottled water because it has ceased to be a luxury. Mr. Speaker, mobile phones have become essential tools for enhancing communication, access to information, and delivery of services. They support among others, education, businesses, financial services, e-commerce, healthcare, and social interaction, while also promoting digital inclusion, productivity, and social economic development. Mr. Speaker, to further encourage use of mobile phones in the country, the bill is proposing to simplify taxation of mobile phones by replacing the existing multiple taxes and levies with a single excise duty charged at the rate of 25% at the point of activation on any telecommunications network. This measure will lower the prices of mobile phones in the country. I heard another leader saying 25%, but I'm asking, why is he complaining about 25%? Does he want us to remain at 55.5%? Because that is the rate as at today. Mr. Speaker, in recognition of health risk associated with excessive sugar consumption, the bill proposes to increase excise duty on sugar-sweetened beverages from 14 shillings per litre to 20 shillings per litre. Mr. Speaker, in support of public health, the bill also proposes to adjust excise duty rates on other manufactured tobacco and tobacco substitutes, tobacco extracts, and essences from 11,382 per kilogram, shillings per kilogram, to 12,550 per kilogram. While the excise duty rates applicable to cigars, cherots, cigarillos, you know I don't consume this, so I have difficulty in reading, containing tobacco or tobacco substitutes will be adjusted from 16,260 shillings per kilogram to 18,000 shillings per kilogram. I don't know whether Honorable Mboko knows about this more than I do. Mr. Speaker, betting on horse trading is currently exempt from excise duty. In order to create fairness in the taxation of betting and gaming activities, the bill is proposing to remove this exemption. Further, to expand the scope of taxation, the bill proposes to amend the definition of gaming wallets to include land-based betting and gaming activities. Mr. Speaker, to promote fairness and consistency in the taxation of similar products, the bill is proposing to harmonize excise duty treatment within the alcoholic beverages sector by removing the preferential excise duty rate of Kenya shillings 10 per centiliter of pure alcohol for alcoholic beverages manufactured by small independent brewers. Mr. Speaker, in the Finance Act of 2025, excise duty rate for undenatured extra neutral alcohols applied to licensed manufacturers of spirituous beverages was set at 500 shillings per litre. To support manufacturers in this sector, the bill proposes to reduce the applicable excise duty rate to 80 shillings per litre. And in addition, the bill proposes amendments to clarify that this rate is applicable to both locally purchased and imported undenatured extra neutral alcohol supplied to licensed manufacturers. Mr. Speaker, to address environmental externalities, the bill proposes to introduce excise duty on coal at the rate of 5% of the excisable value. The bill also proposes to extend excise duty on plastic articles for locally manufactured products in order to promote consistency in tax treatment. And Mr. Speaker, the bill further proposes to establish a clear excise duty taxation framework for vintage and collector vehicles. This proposal relates to vehicles whose year of first registration is at least 30 years before the date of purchase and whose value is at least 10 million shillings. Tax procedures. Mr. Speaker, I have about 30 more pages.
Nobody's complaining.
Looking at the time. Now, on Tax Procedures Act, Mr. Speaker, the proposed amendments to the Tax Procedures Act seek to strengthen tax administration, improve compliance, support digitization, and make it easier for taxpayers to meet their obligations. Mr. Speaker, currently, foreign investors are required to obtain KRA PIN before opening Central Depository and Settlement Corporation, that is CDSC, accounts to participate in trading in the Nairobi Securities Exchange. In order to improve the attractiveness of Kenya's capital markets to foreign portfolio investors, the bill proposes to exempt foreign investors from the requirement to obtain KRA PIN solely for purposes of opening Central Depository and Settlement Corporation accounts. Mr. Speaker, income earned by non-resident investors from investment in the Nairobi Securities Exchange is subject to withholding tax as a final tax, and they are not required to file annual income tax returns. Mr. Speaker, I am grateful that this House approved the Virtual Asset Service Providers Bill of 2025 that was subsequently enacted in 2025. Mr. Speaker, currently there is no reporting framework for virtual asset transactions. In order to address this gap, the bill proposes to introduce a virtual asset reporting framework for virtual asset service providers so as to improve visibility of virtual asset transactions and align Kenya's reporting framework with the international best practices. Mr. Speaker, to simplify compliance, reduce filing errors, and improve efficiency in tax administration, the bill proposes to amend the Tax Procedures Act to provide for pre-populated tax returns using information already available to the Kenya Revenue Authority. And under this amendment, taxpayers still retain the right to review, confirm, or amend the information before submitting their returns. Mr. Speaker, to strengthen the integrity of the tax system and prevent tax arrangements designed primarily to to obtain a tax benefit while preserving fairness for compliant taxpayers. The bill is proposing introduction of a general anti-avoidance rule applicable across tax laws. Mr. Speaker, the Tax Procedures Amendments Act of 2024 provided for a tax amnesty on penalties, interest, and fines for taxpayers on tax liabilities accrued up to 31st December 2023. This facilitated taxpayers to clear principal tax liabilities to government. In order to encourage settlement of existing tax liabilities by more taxpayers, this bill is proposing a 6-month amnesty beginning 1st July 2026 for tax liabilities accrued up to 31st December 2025. Under this amnesty, taxpayers who settle the principal tax due within the amnesty period will qualify for waiver of the related penalties, interest, and fines. Mr. Speaker, to support faster resolution of system-related issues and improve taxpayer confidence in digital tax administration, the bill proposes to allow for waiver of penalties and interest by the Commissioner up to a specified threshold of 2 million arising from electronic tax system errors. Mr. Speaker, to improve continuity of tax records and simplify compliance for reinstated entities, the bill proposes to provide for automatic reinstatement of a personal identification number where the registered company or other entity is restored to the official register. Mr. Speaker, to improve efficiency in tax administration, the bill is proposing to allow tax assessments to be issued based on information lawfully available to the Commissioner. Mr. Speaker, to further align enforcement of tax compliance, the bill is proposing to amend the Tax Procedures Act to clarify that enforcement of tax collection when a tax appeals tribunal or a court judgment on a tax dispute is in favor of the Commissioner shall only be suspended where a stay order has been granted. Mr. Speaker, to lower compliance costs and simplify customs clearance procedures, the bill is proposing to remove the requirement for importers to present certificates of origin where such certificates are not necessary for purposes of claiming preferential tariff treatment. Now let me turn to Miscellaneous Fees and Levies Act. Mr. Speaker, under the Miscellaneous Fees and Levies Act, the bill proposes to rationalize the application of import declaration fee and railway development levy exemption on aircraft by limiting the exemption to aircraft parts and large aircraft used for commercial air transport. This measure is intended to better target the exemption while supporting Kenya's position as a regional hub for aircraft maintenance and aviation services. Mr. Speaker, the bill is also proposing amendments to clarify the application of customs procedures to all fees and levies imposed under the Miscellaneous Fees and Levies Act. These measures are intended to improve administration and support prudent fiscal management. Mr. Speaker, to support the growth of real estate investment trust market and development of Kenya's capital markets, the bill proposes to exempt from stamp duty transfers of beneficial interest in property into approved real estate investment trust. This measure complements the proposed amendment under the Income Tax Act on exemption of real estate investment trust from capital gains tax. Mr. Speaker, in line with the proposed simplified framework under the Excess Duty Act on mobile phones, the bill is proposing to exempt imported mobile phones from imported declaration fee and railway development levy, another benefit that is not being talked about by naysayers of the bill. Mr. Speaker, to increase resources available for road maintenance while ensuring that existing annuity obligations continue to be met, the bill proposes amendments to the Road Maintenance Levy Act to reduce the allocation to road annuity fund from 3 shillings per litre to 1.5 shillings per litre of fuel. And this reduction of 1 shilling and 50 cents per litre of fuel will be allocated to road maintenance levy funds. Mr. Speaker, let me now conclude. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I want to underscore that we have navigated a period of extraordinary challenge, yet the economy has held firm. Kenyans have demonstrated remarkable resilience and patience, and this government has remained steadfast in its commitment to deliver on the promises of the bottom-up economic transformation agenda at the most difficult period in the history of this country. Mr. Speaker, this budget was carefully crafted against a backdrop of limited fiscal space and competing priorities. It reflects prudent choices and disciplined fiscal management while directing resources towards programs and interventions that will have the greatest impact on the lives of ordinary Kenyans while staying firmly on course with our fiscal consolidation plan. Mr. Speaker, the reforms I have outlined today are designed to cushion our citizens, strengthen economic resilience, and lay the foundations for sustainable growth and transformation. They will stimulate job creation, ease the cost of living, and accelerate economic transformation of our people, that our people deserve. Mr. Speaker, this budget is deliberate, decisive, and targeted. It channels scarce resources to where they catalyze the greatest economic and social returns. To smallholder farmers and pastoralists, to MSMEs and youth, to health and education, to infrastructure that connects markets, and to institutions that uphold the rule of law. Every allocation is chosen to multiply employment, protect the vulnerable, advance equity, and unlock private investment. By prioritizing inclusive bottom-up growth, we will not only sustain recovery, but accelerate shared prosperity across Kenya. This is therefore a budget for Mwananchi. This is a budget for the people. I call upon honorable members and all Kenyans to stand behind its implementation as we work together with purpose and resolve towards our shared prosperity. Together, we can translate these investments into jobs, higher incomes, and a better future for every Kenyan. At this point, Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank His Excellency the President, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, and His Excellency the Deputy President, Professor Kithure Kindiki, for their unwavering support, leadership, and counsel as we prepared this budget. I am forever grateful to His Excellency the President for the support he has given me and my ministry. I am also greatly indebted to the Prime Cabinet Secretary, the Attorney General, my fellow Cabinet Secretaries, all the Principal Secretaries, accounting officers, and all personnel across government ministries, departments, and agencies who have diligently contributed to the development of financial year 26-27 budget. Allow me to thank you, Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, and your counterparts in the Senate, the majority and minority leaders, and the entire House leadership, including the respective clerks, for supporting the approval process of the financial year 26-27 budget. My sincere thanks to honorable chairs and members of both the Budget and Appropriations Committee and the Finance and National Planning Committee and all other departmental committees of this House, as well as the staff of the Parliamentary Budget Office, for their constructive inputs and leadership during the approval process of this budget. I appreciate in a special way Dr. Chris Kipto, the Principal Secretary for the National Treasury, and the staff of the National Treasury who have worked tirelessly, hard, long hours to ensure that this budget and the supporting documents are prepared and supported and submitted within the legal timelines. I also wish to appreciate my two other Principal Secretaries at the National Treasury, namely Dr. Boniface Barasa Makoha, the Principal Secretary for State Department for Economic Planning, and Mr. Cyril Wagunda Odede, the Principal Secretary for State Department of Public Investment and Assets Management, and their respective staff for the support during the preparation and finalization of the budget for financial year 26-27. My sincere appreciation also goes to the Governor of the Central Bank of Kenya, the Commissioner General of the Kenya Revenue Authority, as well as the management and staff of both institutions, and all MDAs for their valuable contributions to the budget process. My gratitude to our multilateral and bilateral development partners for their continued technical and financial support. I also thank the private sector for their participation and contribution in the budget process. I wish to appreciate the members of the Fourth Estate and all non-state actors for the active engagement and participation in the financial year 2026-27 budget process. Mr. Speaker, I cannot forget to mention this. My sincere thanks also goes particularly to my dear wife, Madam Rhoda Mbadi, and my children who have remained my pillar. In the course of the year, calls of duty would be challenging, but when I got home, I felt relaxed among them. I will forever be grateful for their support, inspiration, and prayers as I executed my duties at the National Treasury. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank Kenyans from all walks of life who gave their suggestions and proposals throughout the budget-making process. Thank you, and may God bless Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, go on.
Mr. Speaker, before I resume my seat, you will recall that I have already submitted to this House the budget estimates and the finance bill 2026, together with the accompanying documents as required by the Public Finance Management Act, CAP 412A. Today, I further submit the following documents to this August House and request that you generously, you graciously, receive them. Number 1, budget statement for financial year 26-27. Number 2, the 2026 budget policy statement. Number 3, estimates of revenue, grants and loans for the financial year 26-27. Number 4, financial statement for the financial year 26-27 budget. Number 5, medium-term debt management strategy 2026. Number 6, budget highlights, the Mwananchi guide for the financial year 2026-27 budget. And I believe we have put here also the Kiswahili version. Number 7, statistical annex to the budget statement for the financial year 26-27. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, honorable members.
You may take your seat, Minister. Order. Honorable members, I wish to thank the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury for ably making a public pronouncement of the budget highlights for the national government for the financial year 2026-27 and the medium term and the revenue-raising measures. In this regard, honorable members, I confirm that in conformity with the provisions of sections 39 and 39A of the Public Finance Management Act, CAP 412A, and the Standing Order 244C, the Cabinet Secretary has submitted to the National Assembly the relevant legislative proposals necessary to actualize the revenue-raising measures to finance the 2026-2027 budget. This has since culminated in the Finance Bill 2026, which is under consideration by the House. Honorable members, it is now my pleasure to invite all honorable members, the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning, other Cabinet Secretaries, representatives of the Judiciary, members of the Diplomatic Corps, and all invited guests to a reception at the Parliament courtyard hereafter. Honorable members, the time now being 6:13, the House now stands adjourned until Tuesday, 16th June 2026 at 2:30 p.m. I thank you.
You have been watching the pronouncement of the budget highlights by the Treasury Cabinet Secretary, Honorable.
All right, there you have it. Final remarks from the Speaker of the National Assembly, Moses Wetangula, after CS for Treasury, John Mbadi, has just finished or winded up making his pronouncements and proposals for the budget for the financial year 2026-2027. A lot has been said, of course. He has explained a lot of things. He has also extended the conversation to the finance bill, and the conversation will go into the second reading this coming Tuesday. It is actually now the appropriation bill that will go through the second reading, as well as the finance bill 2026. Thereafter, it will be passed if it will have gone through public participation. There are a lot of things that have happened, of course. CS Mbadi has talked about the total revenue collection for the financial year 2026-2027 that is projected to be 3,630.5 billion shillings. Of course, ordinary revenue projected at 2,985.7 billion. Total expenditure in the financial year 2026-2027 budget is projected at 4,820.4 billion, among other things that he has delved into. And of course, he did say that, you know, this time around when he was talking about the finance bill, that he deliberately chose not to introduce new taxes. We will be getting into that, what measures he has explained to cushion Kenyans, talking about that only about 3.1 million working Kenyans contribute to pay as you earn, yet millions of other Kenyans who make money in the economy do not contribute to the taxes that the government collects. We'll get into that. And of course, with me to just get deeper before we, later on, Mbadi is going to be talking to the press. And of course, we will be talking to Kimani Ngunjiri, a reporter who is in Parliament. He will be getting reactions from various leaders. But before that, and before we do hear from Mbadi, he is expected to make a statement. Here with us is financial expert, CPA John Miano. How are you, Miano? Thank you for being with us. And a lot has been said. It's taken over 2 hours.
Yes.
How he started, a lot of confusion, a lot of numbers being thrown around. We want to make sense of this all. He has explained some of the things that the government is doing to cushion Kenyans, and of course heavily the education sector gets the lion's share once again. The health sector, not so much. And of course he has delved into agriculture, job creation, among other things. What do you make of or what are the main highlights from, you know, all right, we will get to you, Miano, in a few minutes. First, let's go back to Parliament and listen to some of the leaders reacting to Mbadi's pronouncements.
University, they have enough money to enable them to move on with their education. The other thing that is very, very important, and I think is a very important issue in this country, is the pending bills. You know, we have been dealing with this issue of pending bills, both at the national and the county government. And you know, without paying the pending bills, this affects our people, because it is our people, particularly the local people, who have suffered over time having provided services and not being paid. And this has been a major issue within our economy. And for me to hear that there is now a schedule of making sure that they are paid, it makes me feel much better. The other thing, of course, is the other outlines that have been given to make sure that we focus on our industrial development so that we can create more employment for our people, not so much of relying on importation. Because, to be honest, this country cannot be a big warehouse for imported items. We must make sure that we have a solid base for local manufacturing, and that's the only way we can create employment for our youth.
Some people argue that this is a really political budget, especially given that it is the last full year budget ahead of 2027 election. Would you agree with that?
I don't, because I think we have really learned a lot from the last one. There was a lot of things that were not right, or things that were not true. But in this particular budgeting process, we have dealt with the issues that Mwananchi has raised. And I think Kenyans are no longer people who do not read. So for me, this budget is not so much of a political process, but more important to make sure that we also align our country so that we can deal with the issues that have arisen out of this crisis in the Middle East. Because we cannot pretend that that thing is not going to affect us. So for me, I look at it more positively, knowing that it will address some of the very fundamental issues that we have in the country.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Asante.
Asante sana.
Madam.
Thank you very much.
Back there in just a moment, Kimani Ngunjiri, they are talking to some of the leaders expressing their views after CS for Treasury. John Mbadi made his pronouncement, and one of the leaders has actually talked about, the government's plan or Treasury to clear pending bills that amount to 155.3 billion in 2 years. Miano, thank you once again for being here with us. What are your main highlights? What do you make of the combination of the numbers that Mbadi has just thrown around in terms of the tax cushioning, in terms of the finance bill? What do you make of all this?
Thank you, Mombi and Media Max, for having me this evening. What I make out of Mbadi's statement, but first things first, we all did communication, and it's something I picked big about his demeanor, the way he was doing his communication. It wasn't a good one. Maybe they will work, but it has been a problem with this government on communication all through from whatever sectors. Another thing that I had to pick is that the president is out of the country.
Right.
I don't want to be political, but every time the president went out of the country and something happened and the blame was tried to be removed from his desk, but we always say that the balls or the buck stops somewhere. I would not understand why such an important budget, being the last one in this particular term, he would be out, because this is the only budget that he will articulate himself, because the 2027-2028, nobody is sure who will be the president. Coming back to the budget, I heard about agriculture. Of course, there were interventions about agriculture, and remember that our economy is mostly an agronomy economy, or rather what our backbone of our economy is mostly agriculture. So it was a good thing to hear interventions and monies that have been allocated to agriculture, because we must look at the red flags and the green flags. All of them are important. Well, having interventions on agriculture and the processes, the value chain of agriculture, that is how we also grow our industry. Well, doing that, we also help our foreign reserves, because when we are importing, and the country, Kenya is a net importer, whether of manufactured product or also food. Remember, sometimes we were importing, I don't want to say plastic fish, but I just said, well, sometimes there was also things to do with rice that was being imported. But when there is interventions about fertilizers and growing the value, the whole value chain of agroeconomy sector, that is a good thing for us. But making of the figures, because I like discussing figures, and figures are factual. 1 + 1 can only be 2, not 11. That's what I was taught in school. We have a budget that is not ambitious. I know you would call it ambitious. It is not. It is over ambitious, because it is 4.8. It is the biggest or the largest budget ever since independence, or since so far. So 4.8 trillion for what? What economy supports a 4.8 trillion? I'm not thinking our economy, not especially at such a time when we are also going to the elections. And you know what happens when such a time like this happens? A lot of people will have self-preservations about their businesses, about how they go on economy. I am also not expecting, because it is historical, what happens when it is an election year. We are not expecting investors to come in. So maybe our DFIs, the direct foreign income, the direct foreign will be affected. So we are not expecting as much of our investors from outside, because when these direct foreign investments are not coming, then you are not expecting new industries or new things coming up. But 4.8 trillion, and what is the projected revenue? About 2.7, I would say. It is fact that KRA on the 31st of March 2026, I said I like figures and quoting factual information. They had collected 2 trillion, 2.03 trillion. All right, so KRA having collected 2.0 trillion, and we have given them another 700 billion to collect, I'm more sure that they will be able to meet that target. So we are not sure that the 2.7 collection will be met.
Okay, Miana, let me cut you short for just a minute. Let's cross over to Parliament, where CS Mbanjeti is addressing the media at the moment. Hear what he has to say, or questions he's going to take at the moment. Let's cross over there. All right, we are waiting for Treasury CS to give a press briefing after he's just made his proposals and pronouncements on the budget for the financial year 2026-2027. I think he's ready now. All right, let's go there and hear what he has to say, addressing the media there after making his remarks on the budget for financial year 2026-2027, that is 4.8 trillion, making a lot of remarks in terms of how the government prepares or plans to cushion Kenyans not going to have any more taxation or collect any more taxes in order to cushion Kenyans. Let's cross over there.
Maybe I have just a few comments to make. First, I have made pronouncements as required by law. The documents were submitted to Parliament in April 30th, and they have been with us for a while. But today was a significant day where I was making formal public pronouncements, which was basically a helicopter view of what is in the finance bill and our budget estimates. But again now, it calls upon the members of the Fourth Estate, the media, to engage Kenyans constructively and objectively and with clear information. This is the time now for the members of the Fourth Estate to hold every leader accountable in whatever they say, especially regarding the budget estimates and finance bill. For example, when people make sweeping statements like they are defunding education, now I expect members of the Fourth Estate to come up with these figures and ask, defunding it from where to where? Where is the evidence? I have mentioned here, and I want to repeat it, education particularly. In 2021-22 budget, the total provision was 526 billion. That was 24.5% of the ministerial budget. This financial year, the budget that I've just read, the total allocation to the Ministry of Education is 784.5 billion shillings, which is 26.4% of the ministerial budget. So where is the defunding? Even if you go to granular, to the budget lines, and I mentioned money allocated to TSC, and it is not for nothing, moving from 290 to 421 billion in 4 years, it is not for no reason. It's because we have employed more teachers than any other administration. Secondly, look at the capitation money, which has been talked about a lot. Moving from 626 billion in 2022 to today, 2026, 4 years later, 86 billion shillings. You go to Higher Education Loans Board, 15 billion, now 56 billion. And I can go on, but I am now leaving it to Kenyans to hold the leaders who just make sweeping statements and who sometimes pick my figures, remove a few data from my figures, take my finance bill, and claim to be providing alternative budget. If you want to provide alternative budget, have your people to do simulation. You will not manage the country if you, God forbid, become president with my data, because I will not be there to supply the data for you. So it is upon you now, members of the Fourth Estate, hold leaders to account. That's what I wanted to say. I don't want to say anything more, because the rest I have said on the floor of the House. And I want to thank National Assembly for providing that opportunity on behalf of the people of Kenya. Yes. Maybe you move closer. I know where you are heading. You are talking about pay as you earn. Yes, even if it is not in the finance bill, it is not off the table. We are going to make sure that the promise by the President and the CS National Treasury will be implemented. So we wait for this.
You should tell TOR you presented those papers in April.
TOR.
The President pronounced himself 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, and you see, I've explained this, that there was some data and analysis that we were doing. We have now agreed, and the President has pronounced himself unequivocally that is going to be implemented. You know, TOR, please don't take me that route. That will be implemented. We have given a commitment. This government is not going to lie to Kenya. We have given that commitment. Wait for the commitment. It is us who said it. No one pushed the government to say it. It is us. President, myself, we sat, we agreed, and we have communicated. It will be done. And by the way, I was forgetting something. Someone claimed that they will implement treasury single account, treasury single treasury account, and cut costs. We have already implemented, and I have just read there that we have saved over 61% of overdraft cost. So what is this that they want to implement?
Recently by the government to securitize future housing levy collections. I just wanted to know from you, in simple terms, how will this arrangement work? And in terms of what the government is trying to look at in terms of borrowing, how much will it be, and who will ultimately bear the repayment obligation?
I think you're jumping the gun. That is something that is still in the thought process. If I start telling you, I'm telling you based on what? This is a thought process that has been started, and it may be actualized, it may not be actualized. We are thinking through how best to implement housing program, and that is a proposal that is on the table. Yeah, any other? So mwambie hao wengine, in fact in my language they say preparing budget ya kalongolongo. Waachane na hizo budget za kalongolongo. Let them critique our budget and tell us where it is not making sense. Thank you very much.
Kalungulungu. Good.
Thank you.
Good.
All right, CS for Treasury, John Mbadi there, making his remarks to the media, answering a few questions. And of course, all right, let's hear the MP for Dagoretti, John Kerry, at the moment.
Again, we are reading a budget just ahead of national elections that will be coming next year. And so, to claim that it is political does not make it a bad thing. In fact, the business of finance and national planning is a political process.
So is the
yes.
budgeting allocated allocations are done according to politics?
Not according to politics, according to the needs of the people. And that's a political process. That's why it belongs in a political house called Parliament. Yes.
All right, that is one of the members of parliament speaking there, making his remarks after Treasury CS John Mbadi made his proposals and pronouncements on the budget for financial year 2026-2027. Before even we continue with the numbers, Miano, there's something I've observed there. You know, Parliament, that is the National Assembly as well as the Senate. Both houses are supposed to oversight executive. So why was Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah helping CS Mbadi deliver his statements?
Well,
wasn't that contradictory according to you?
It is, and this is what we're saying from the prima facie. We say it from the face value. You know, on the first side, that is wrong because this depicts of the arrogance that have been in this government, because the leader for majority is supposed to oversight the government, but now what we see here, he's even helping words. He is helping the CS for finance and, you know, trying to help him out where he should be asking questions on behalf of Kenyans, you know, not to help. So this tells you, and this has been our cry all through, that the parliament, for lack of better words, is in bed with government. So who is oversighting the presidency? And that tells you something. But back to the figures, and that is why maybe Kenyans are feeling a bit cooked. Remember, when budget used to be read, people used to wait and listen and, you know, and rejoice on the cards here and there and whatever happened. But what we see here are people who are determined through parliament and through the executive. And that is why when we look at these figures, they don't make sense. And especially when we look at the funding on education and health. I know we'll get deeper into that, but if you look at the figures that have been tabled today, it is good that education has been given quite a substantial amounts of monies in the budget, but that will go to cure the problem that has been there. You know, there have been lacking of enough or capitation in school, and so the schools have not been able to pay suppliers, for example. If they have not been able to pay suppliers, of course that tells you that there have been accumulation of debts in school. So the figures may look good today. Of course, remember we are going to elections. The figures may look exciting, but of course this is what should have been done over the years, over the past few years. I want to quote figures and go back to tell you how this budget just looks good on paper, but in there is a lot of red flags, which I want to state here, because, and I have had the CS tell us that he is hiding the figures from even the opposition, and we want the opposition to come up with the figures. I want to remind the CS, my good friend, and actually he's my good friend. We did a lot of work with him over past 3 years away, so it's somebody that I know close. I don't know what happened to him later after he became a government expert. If he's an expert, but I heard him say that he's hiding the figures. Our constitution, and I like quoting constitution because I like quoting facts. Article number 10. Article number 118, Article 196, Article 201, and Article 232 of the Constitution gives power to Kenyan through public participation. So all these articles are giving Kenyans power to air their views, how their money how they want to be taxed and how that money will be used. So when I hear CS saying that he is hiding those figures and now he wants the opposition to go look for their own figures, that is in contravention of the law, because he should be able, all the way from 30th August of last year, he should have engaged Kenya. Now, today is 11th of June, and this budget start to be implemented on 1st July. That's about 19 days. Kenyans may not have ample time, you know, because if the figures were hidden all this long and they are being tabled today, they were not given to Kenyan. Remember, now he's saying that he took them to parliament. Nobody has been discussing this budget. And why were these figures hidden? The figures were hidden because we are going to borrow about 2.1 trillion. How so? I know they have said that we are going to borrow 1.1 trillion, but I want to take you to figures because I like discussing figures. The budget is 4.8 trillion. What we are projecting to collect is 2.7 trillion. That gives us or leaves us with a deficit of 2.1 trillion. In this 2.1 trillion, they say that we are going to borrow 1.1 trillion, but the rest of the money, they tell us it is grants.
Miano, let me cut you short once again. We have to keep going back and forth to hear our members of parliament. Let's now listen to Member of Parliament for Molo, Kuria Kimani, as he makes his remarks.
Like last financial year, our deficit as a percent of GDP was at 6.4%. Now it is at 5.1%, which is 1.1 percentage points lower than last year, which means that actually the deficit, although it appears, although it is higher in nominal terms, it is lower in terms of a percentage of GDP. And what do we mean by this? It actually means that the programs that the government is doing are leading to economic growth and are leading to economic development. And that's why we are seeing a growth of our GDP. I'm also happy that the 20,000 interns now will be confirmed as permanent and pensionable. We have teachers that marked our national exams that now are going to be paid, and we expect that there are not going to be any further delays in terms of making sure that these teachers are confirmed and the teachers that did the marking for our national exams actually get to be paid for their work.
All right. Just one question. There are concerns that the budget has not considered inclusion in totality. What is your take?
On the contrary, this is one budget that has really done a lot of inclusion, because if you check, for example, something that has the previous administration have been trying to do in terms of the people, grassroots leaders, now they have a stipend that is included in the budget. If you look, for example, the allocation that's going towards the elderly people, zile tunaita pesa za wazee, saa hizi ndio zimeongezeka, zinakuwa zile kiwango kile kikubwa kabisa. Pesa ambazo zinaenda kusaidia walemavu na orphans ndio pia zimeongezeka zile mingi kabisa. Kwa hivyo inamaanisha this budget is actually looking at the people at the bottom of the pyramid, as this administration promised in their campaigns. Sama.
Kindly. How are you?
That is Member of Parliament for Molo there, Kuria Kimani, making his remarks regarding their budget for financial year 2026-2027. And Miano, you were explaining about, the state of debt and of course how much we have to borrow. The fiscal deficit, including grants, is projected at 1,146.2 billion, and the fiscal deficit to be financed by external borrowing of 106.2 billion and net domestic borrowing of 1 trillion. So make sense of these figures. Why is the CS saying that the fiscal deficit is 1 trillion? But
that is why we are here, because we have agreed in principle that the government and parliament are in bed together, and that is just for lack of better words. So now we are here to look at that budget because I have been involved in budget making processes before. I was a board director at the Kenya National Trading Corporation. And so I have been involved in these budget making processes for government for some time now. And just to let you know that the County Aggregation Industrial Park that the minister is talking big about originated from the Kenya National Trading Corporation, where I was a director, and it was actually in our committee, the finance committee and technical, that did that. So to take you back to the figures, out of the 4.8 trillion budget that we have, the projected revenue is 2.7, right?
Yes.
So I want you to take your calculator and tell me what is the difference. The difference is actually 2.1 trillion. The government
2.1 trillion.
2.1, because basically it is 2.1 trillion. The government comes and tells you that we are going to borrow 1.1 trillion. Out of the 1.1 trillion, they tell you the grants are there included. Basically, I want to tell you what grants are. Grants is actually a borrowing. It's not even a borrowing, it's actually asking for aid or for help. Basically, we are budgeting. It's like you are living in a house worth 100,000, but your salary is 70,000.
Right.
So you are telling Kenyans, or you are telling other people that I will be able to pay the house rent by borrowing 30. By every month I will be borrowing, or I will be asking to be aided with 30,000 over and above what I'm getting, so that I'm able to cover. So when I tell you actually that you are going to borrow more than 1.1 trillion, that is the case because even the 2.7 trillion, we are not sure that we are going to meet those revenue targets from the Kenya Revenue Authority. I remind you that by 31st March of 2026, KRA had collected 2.0 trillion. So what are we expecting? What measures or what are targeted interventions have we done to make sure that we are going to meet now the target this time? And what happens, because there are various journals of making the budget.
Liano, let me cut you once again. Let's cross over again to Parliament. Listen to remarks from Member of Parliament for Matungu, Peter Nabulingo, at the moment.
Zao, kwa sababu fedha zote zitakuwa zimechukuliwa na serikali kuu ili kuweza kujaza hili pengo. Kwa hivyo ni ukweli ni kwamba hiyo deficit ambayo imekuwa kwa budget ya 1.1 trillion itakuja kuwa mzigo mkubwa sana kwa wananchi hapa Kenya, kwa sababu once wananchi wa Kenya hawana nafasi ya kwenda katika taasisi za fedha na kuchukua pesa na kuwekeza katika shughuli zao, inamaanisha kwamba hiyo facility ya kuomba pesa katika taasisi za fedha itakuwa, ushuru yake itakuwa juu, asilimia yake itakuwa juu. Kama kwa saizi pengine kama tunakopa kwa shilingi kwa asilimia 12 kwa mwaka per annum, domestic borrowing yenye serikali itafanya ili kuraise 1.1 trillion, itafanya hiyo rate percentage ya borrowing itatoka 12% itafika hata 30%, kwa sababu banks hazitakuwa na fedha za kuweza kuhudumia wananchi wa kawaida. So kwa hivyo naona hii budget hata kama ni budget kubwa zaidi kuwa katika nchi ya Kenya, lakini ni budget ambayo pia italeta ugumu kwa maisha ya mwananchi wa kawaida, kwa sababu ukiangalia vizuri mambo ya mafuta hayajaangaziwa kiundani katika bajeti hii. Inamaanisha kwamba na kweli kwa waziri mwenyewe amekubali kwamba mafuta itazidi kwenda juu kwa sababu kuna vita kule Middle East, na waziri amesema pule kwa chemba kwamba ikiwa kutakuwa na taharuki kule Middle East, basi Kenya haina budi kuongeza mafuta. Na hiyo ni kitu ambayo inasumbua wananchi kule mashinani, kwamba serikali haifanyi zaidi kuhakikisha kwamba bei ya mafuta imerudi chini. na kawaida bei ya mafuta isiporudi chini inamaanisha kwamba bei ya bidhaa zote, bei ya huduma zote zingine zitaenda juu, na hiyo yote gharama itarudi kwa mwananchi wa kawaida. Na pia ukiangalia mambo ya rental income levy imeongezwa na hii serikali mpaka kiwango fulani ambayo ni kiwango ya juu. Inamaanisha kwamba wale wenye nyumba hawatabeba mzigo huo, watapitisha huo mzigo mpaka kwa ule mtu wa chini ambaye analipa kodi ya nyumba. Na isitoshe pia kuna mazuri, hii budget pia iko na mambo mazuri ambayo yameonekana. Jambo la kwanza ni ile budget ya elimu. Kuna budget ya elimu ambayo ni kubwa zaidi kwa hii budget ya 780 billion na zaidi. Hiyo inamaanisha kwamba tuko na nafasi kama nchi ya kuimarisha sekta ya elimu, na tuko na nafasi ya pia kuandika walimu. Walimu ambao wamesomea walimu, wamegraduate na wako internship, wote watakuwa confirmed by this government, kwa sababu budget imewekwa hapo ya kuandika ama kuajiri walimu zaidi ya walimu 10,000. Na hilo ndio swali ambalo tunasema kwamba at least serikali imeangalia maslahi ya elimu. Na swala lingine ni kwa mara ya kwanza tunaona kwamba serikali.
Right, that is the Member of Parliament for Matungu, Peter Nabulingo, just making his remarks there. Miano, I would like you to finalize on what this extensive domestic borrowing means for Kenyans.
Thank you. Extensive domestic borrowing, basically it is to let Kenyans know that we shall be borrowing about 990 billion locally.
Okay.
So the rest, about 100 billion, will be borrowed externally. Let me explain or depth it what this locally borrowing means. It is also important to mention here that we are borrowing about 4 billion a day. Every day we are borrowing about 4 billion. So in projections, we are borrowing about 1.2 trillion every year. If we ever go to 10 years, go north, we shall have borrowed 12 trillion. And that is about the net borrowing, because I have had conversations about people saying that, but we had debts to pay, so we are paying. It's like we are borrowing Peter 20 shillings, but we are paying 10 shillings, you know, to whoever. So the net borrowing is what I'm talking about. The 990 local borrowing means that this money will be moved from the local market, and that means it is in terms of what banks lend to the government, and also what is in treasury bills and treasury bonds. That means that our economy will be affected, because now the common businesses or enterprises or investors are not able to borrow from the bank, because the banks will now prefer to lend to the government. And when the banks lend to the government, it is not a good thing, because now investors are not able to expand, they are not able to start new businesses, and that means there is no new positions, no new employment coming up, no local production, you know, no local industry, no support. And why does the bank prefer to lend to the government? Because of the risk. You know, when you lend to the government, you are sure that that money will be refunded. But when you lend to them, and when there is that competition between lending to an investor and lending to the government, then anybody will prefer to go to the government. And so it is not a good thing for the market. And when that money all goes to the government, we are not sure, again, it is used for development, because the law says that 30% must be used for development. But that money, when it is lent to the government, somehow it is budgeted corruption, it is all stolen, and then lent again to the government through treasury bills and treasury bonds.
All right, thank you so much, Miano. I wish we had more time to get deeper into this. I would like to get your final remarks before we wind up.
My final remarks is the government should, well, for this budget at least, it was focusing a lot on Tax Procedures Act. It was not about about the tax rates and all that, but the Tax Procedures Act. But there is, in that Tax Procedures Act, there is an act that says that anybody who is doing business or who is doing any casual labor should issue an ITIMS, which is not a good thing because, again, it abhors compliance. People who are not able to comply, remember there are people who are farmers, avocado farmers, they are doing this for their livelihood, and we said that our economy is mostly agronomy. It is important that even the Tax Procedures Act favors everybody. On finishing, I would like to let the government know that there is something we call the LAFACAF. When you expand or when you raise the tax rates, the revenue collection against the GDP starts to go down. And that is where the government is now not able to meet the target and the revenue collection, and that leads us to more borrowing, and it is a life cycle that may never end.
Thank you so much for your time, financial expert and CPA John Miano. Thank you so much for your time. I wish we had more time to delve into this, but we will continue exploring this conversation, the proposals and what they mean for Kenyans. That's all the time we have for now. Thank you so much for your time. It's been a pleasure. Good night. My name is Mombi Chege.
Meme TV, Muthegi wa Ruriri.
Gharama ya mafuta inazidi kupanda na shinikizo ni kwa wanaotumia magari kwa shughuli za kila siku.
Nashaona tofauti ya kuendesha gari ya mafuta na gari ya gas.
Lakini sasa kuna uvumbuzi unaoshika kasi kwa hisani ya Autogas.
Kutoka niwekewe gas niko na miezi 6 sasa, na kutoka nianze kuendesha gari ya gas naona iko na faida kubwa sana, manake gas ni nusu ya mafuta.
Magari mengi yakiacha petroli na dizeli na kuhamia kutumia gesi.
Pahali nilikuwa natumia petrol station nikiweka mafuta ya 4000, sasa ninaweka 2000 na chapa the whole day.
Lakini je, teknolojia hii ni salama kiasi gani?
The safety of this system is too high compared even for that of petrol.
Na inaweza kuwa mustakabali kwa usafiri nchini Kenya.
Tunafaa kufanya kitu inaitwa education, just basic education about autogas, na to make sure kila mtu ameunderstand.
Usikose makala maalum kuangazia swala hili Ijumaa hii saa 3 usiku kwenye runinga ya Kameme TV.
This June, step into a bigger entertainment experience with more to love on Us. We're talking more drama, more action, more unforgettable stories, all waiting for you.
All hands on deck.
We're opening up our world of entertainment so you can view more.
Good job, partner.
This June, pay for your current DSTV subscription and we'll upgrade you at no extra cost.
God is a God of a second chance. Ngai ne ngai wa ihinda ringi. Ona muini wa rwimbo neraugire ngai ne ngai tutungatagira ngai wa ihinda ringi. Tutungatagira ngai wa ihinda ringi. Na ngai ucio ri ni aheaga mundu a second chance. Na tondu we muoyo ri ngai no akuhe o hingo ingi. Ngai no akurugamirire o hingo ingi tondu ni ngai wa ihinda ringi. Ngai arokuhe thiini wa ritwa ria Jesu ihinda ria gukenereruka ringi. Ngai arokuhe ringi thiini wa ritwa ria Jesu Kristo. We wina kirathimo gia gutherema ta muthabibu, wina kirathimo gia guciara muno ta muthabibu, na kurotwika guo thiini wa ritwa ria Jesu Kristo.
Rathimo ni kihunjio kuma kanitha-ini wa CFF Kiambu o kiumia thaa 3 cia rucini thiini wa Kameme TV.
nikamwona Mwokozi Yesu.
Gatatu tariki 10 na kana tariki 11 June kambuni ya Pwani Oil na Kameme Kayoka Mwige nitugacira matũra-inĩ ma Murang'a, Kĩgumo na Maragwa kunyitanĩra na arĩmi arĩa maigaga ng'ombe cia iria. Nĩtũgoka gũkuonia njĩra njega ya gũkama ũkĩhũthĩra maguta ma Sour Milk Jelly marĩa makoragwo marĩ soft na matigagĩrĩra atĩ ng'ombe yaku nĩ ĩrakamĩka na njĩra njega ũũ atĩ ndĩhithaga iria. Oho Pwani Oil nĩ makũreheire supplement ta Ama Energy, supplement ĩrĩa ĩteithagĩrĩria ng'ombe yaku ĩkagĩa na hinya wa mwĩrĩ na koguo ĩkongerera production.
Why wait for fun? K24.digital brings you 24/7 entertainment. From the pitch to the playlist, from celebrity gossip to the memes you love. We're not just news, we're your non-stop ticket to everything cool and trending. So get in the know. K24.digital. Follow the buzz 247.
Gharama ya mafuta inazidi kupanda na shinikizo ni kwa wanaotumia magari kwa shughuli za kila siku.
Nashaona tofauti ya kuendesha gari ya mafuta na gari ya gas.
Lakini sasa kuna uvumbuzi